quite obviously the Flesh Tearers, because they're a well-known successor chapter, but most interestingly because they're not known to utilise the genetic inception process used by the Blood Angels known as insanguination. This is believed to be due to the fact that the Flesh Tearers, for whatever reason, seem to suffer more greatly from the Red Thirst and the Black Rage, so much so that it has in fact almost entirely destroyed their chapter. They also gained a reputation for at times turning upon allies, and even they themselves grew so concerned with this that they no longer fight alongside others. Their chapter has been steadily deteriorating both in terms of their hardware capability and manpower, not to mention their numbers continually being lost to their flawed gene seed. With the arrival of the Primaris, however, it did bring some stability to the Flesh Tearers, not eradicating the gene seed flaws certainly, but it did reduce their losses, which for a small chapter who was on the brink of collapse was no bad thing that you might imagine. But you would imagine wrongly, in fact. Chapter Master Gabriel Seth was in fact not impressed at all by the Primaris. Their slightly increased resistance to the flaws in fact left them in the eyes of veteran Flesh Tearers as not representative of their chapter. This in fact remains and illustrates one of the curiosities about factions of the Imperium, where strange traits, even negative ones, become so heavily embedded in the ritual and identity of these factions it literally defines their group. In the case of the Flesh Tearers, their shortened lives led them to a more fatalist outlook, and for any coming in who are unable to share this, it puts them at odds with the veterans of the chapter. For the Flesh Tearers, having existed so long being defined by this blind raging combat, their shortened lives, the Primaris Marines risk upsetting that, and it leaves them searching for almost a new identity. And this has been an ongoing problem in terms of integrating new Primaris Marines into chapters like the Flesh Tearers who have such curious identities. Next we have the Iron Hands. Now the Iron Hands are actually quite an interesting first founding chapter, but they never seem to get as much interest or attention as some others. I've always thought this is due to the fact that they don't have quite the same gravitas that the likes of the Imperial Fists, Ultramarines and Blood Angels do. I think they also live in the shadow of the Iron Warriors, because of their shared naming convention, but then also because the Iron Warriors are just so infamous for being traitors who engage in some of the most abhorrent heresy, the horror of which is just retained in people's minds more prominently. Lastly, similarly to the Raven Guard, the Iron Hands were nearly destroyed at the outbreak of the heresy, and that's something that took a considerable amount of time to bounce back from. But the Iron Hands are interesting as a chapter and their history. It's commonly misunderstood, and in some respects they themselves have confused their own history. The Iron Hands follow an ideological outlook of self-reliance. This is in part why they lean towards fairly heavy body augmentation and cybernetic modification. The homeworld their Primarch Ferrus Manus found himself upon was brutal and unforgiving in its environmental conditions, but unlike so many of his brothers, Manus did not conquer the world of Medusa. Classified as a death world, it is also categorized as an imperial waste world. Its atmosphere is dense, surface pressure many times that on Terra, and the air is barely breathable. Its atmosphere is so clouded that the system's sun rarely penetrates to ground level, consequently surface temperatures are rarely much higher than being above freezing. And on top of this, of course, continual extreme storms rack the surface of the planet. It is, though, a planet known to the Mechanicus to be rich in rare elements and other ancient technological relics of interest. It though remains an extremely inhospitable world, and its population roam the planet in huge machines containing the clans of the descendants of the ancient colonists from the Dark Age of technology. The conditions are so difficult that maintaining population is a challenge in and of itself, and the entire planet's population is believed to be little more than 500,000 individuals, a tiny fraction of most Imperial worlds. Ferrus Manus took much from his homeworld, a sense of survival, an approach to war that he would instill into his Astartes, and of course his living metal hands, the story of which is honestly so mythical it barely can be rationalized. But Manus killed a strange silver worm, spelled as if speaking about a serpent or a dragon, which he eventually killed by submerging it in magma. Its metallic liquid formed around his hands, and many have speculated as to just what this thing was. Some even speculate including Necron origin, or of course the warp. But nobody really knows. It's a confusing story and there's very little information. There is only one small other scrap of information that seems potentially relevant, in that Medusan folklore might indicate a lingering Necron presence on the world as late as the Age of Strife. Regardless though, Manus' time on Medusa formed him and his outlook, and for the Iron Hands and himself, the sense of self-reliance was a very strong foundation for the Legion and then the chapter. They believed in strong, clear planning, a logical approach, but also using the fury of battle to good effect, and this had brought them great success throughout the Crusade. But the heresy would be the defining moment for the Iron Hands, and in a way one that they would never fully recover from. They believed in this balance of combat, and they were one of the 3 legions to suffer major losses at the outset of the now infamous Dropsite massacre on Isfahan. The horrendous casualties suffered by the Raven Guard, Salamanders and Iron Hands were devastating enough, but the additional death of Ferrus Manus at this time and his entire retinue broke the Iron Hands completely. Not only was it at a surface level just deeply traumatic to the Iron Hands, but it also left them with no answers as to how such a thing could have happened. Their battle doctrine was so solid in their minds, its failure was incomprehensible. The more they considered the situation and the result, the worse their doubts, their confusion and their frustration grew. Some blamed the traitors, some their fellow legions, some themselves. Others went insane or turned renegade. The survivors of the disaster here are often referred to now as the Shattered Legions, for these 3 had suffered the worst at the hands of the traitors' betrayal and treachery. Many Iron Hands formed together into forces that were effectively death squads, who spent their time hunting traitors and butchering them without mercy. Many in time came to blame the disaster upon Ferrus Manus' rage, that he was overcome by his emotions, and this was what led to a weakness which caused their defeat. This evolved into a more cold, calculating approach to all situations. They would place logic and precise calculation above emotional decisions and following their gut instincts, even in adopting their battle cry of "the flesh is weak." Many though see that the tragedy of the Iron Hands is all too apparent, that they in fact bury their true feelings beneath this shield of dispassionate mantras and cold ritual, yet below their armour and their augmetics remains that same pride and wrath that led Manus to his death. For all that has bound them together since the trauma of the heresy, it appears that in that state of raging distress and making whatever rationalizations were necessary to explain away the tragedy that fell upon them, they may have fundamentally misunderstood the phrase of "the flesh is weak." Ferrus Manus himself said that the weak must be purged in order for humanity to survive, and the will of the Iron Hands must be as steel, their resolve as adamantium. These are the lessons learned from a harsh world such as Medusa, but it certainly led also to their later confusion. The actual origin of the phrase, which is their battle cry, "the flesh is weak," was in fact not spoken by Ferrus Manus, but by the Salamanders Primarch Vulcan, who was heard to say it in praise of Ferrus Manus. After a brutal liberation in the Crusades of a world that had been consumed by the Orc menace, Manus jokingly exclaimed to Vulcan how his arm was tired from killing so many orcs, and it was Vulcan who replied with, "The flesh is weak." But this was not the whole quote. Vulcan actually said, "The flesh is weak, but deeds endure." So the quotation was not one of cynical condemnation of humanity's flaws, it was in fact a more positive message that sought to clarify that even Primarchs will eventually pass into history, but their actions, their deeds, the consequences of what they achieve now will last for millennia. It was a message of humility that even those with lifespans such as the Astartes and the Primarchs should take upon and self-reflect, realize that their actions are but one moment that will form a greater legacy of humanity. It's certainly true to summarise that the Iron Hands' overarching goal for their chapter since the second founding has been survival, just as it is with the Raven Guard and the Salamanders. The survival of themselves, the survival of humanity in the Imperium, they see themselves as a single cog in the machine of the Imperium and must carry out their role as perfectly as possible. They follow the Codex Astartes quite strictly, but they do also blend this with some of their own Medusan culture, with each battle company being designated with the names of their ancient homeworld clans instead of a numerical designation. As a final interesting note, in the Iron Hands, the position of Chapter Master is not one held for life, as is often the default case with other chapters. Rather, it is an elective honour, one renewed or stripped as the Iron Council deems necessary. So the very fact that Cardan Stronos, their current Chapter Master, has led them for longer than any other speaks for itself. More interesting is the fact that he doesn't shun emotion as weakness, but the results under his leadership speak for themselves, and the Iron Council will be defying its own logical reasoning to remove him merely on the principle of finding his own outlooks distasteful. Not to mention the fact that Stronos is a deeply selfless and humble individual, going so far as to even outlaw the raising of statues in his likeness, even the commemoration of his own deeds. But in one of the few instances that have recorded his words, it speaks volumes to his level of understanding and guidance provided now for the Iron Hands chapter, and undoubtedly one that their Primarch would have been proud of. For it reads, "With steel we are stronger, but without a soul we are nothing." My chosen successor chapter of the Iron Hands are the Red Talons. The Red Talons being actually one of my favourite successor chapters, simply for the fact that they are brutally unrelenting and have scored win after win against the traitors. So successful even that they were charged several times by the Lords of Terror with hunting down and destroying renegade Space Marine chapters. The most curious thing about them though is that their chapter master was, and according to Imperial records still is, an infamous heresy veteran, Ortek Moore. A Terran-born, he was always seen as one of the more unstable among his brothers in the Legion, and in the aftermath of the disaster at Isfahan, Moore lost all focus of broader goals and began commanding a roughly gathered Iron Hand strike force, who then launched a brutal campaign primarily targeting traitor recruitment and resource-producing centres. But it's hard to underscore just how unhinged the assaults were by Moore. They included the nuclear destruction of cities, the razing of the World Eater's primary mustering world of Bod at the turn of M31, by shunting no less than a moon into the planet before then assaulting it, and other events of orbital scouring. For Ortek Moore, there were no innocent civilians in the conflict with the traitors. There were only loyalists prepared to die for the Emperor. Moore became the chapter master of the Red Talons, formed with the most aggressive, unstable members of the Iron Hands. Yet they lack for no shortage of hardware. Despite their aggressive nature, they are particularly well equipped, retaining also the calculating nature of the Iron Hands to full effect, making them, from an overall perspective, a terrifying chapter to face. Next we come to another of the Shattered Legions, the Salamanders. They suffered, as did the Iron Hands and the Raven Guard, at the outbreak of the heresy. To some, clearly they are very terrifying. An ordinary human looking upon the Astartes of the Salamanders would rightly feel overcome, awed, likely averting their gaze, and for good reason. They're an awesome sight to behold, bright green armour dripping in gold and illustrations of the scales, flame and drakes that symbolise their heritage. Yet their intimidating appearance does not align with their character. As the Salamanders are known as one of the most selfless, compassionate of Astartes, they'll go to considerable feats of endurance and risk to ensure that human lives are well preserved. The Salamanders' home world of Nocturne is a rugged and mountainous planet of ferocious volcanic activity, along with high levels of natural radiation. This crucible environment means that those who live there are not dissimilarly to those of the Iron Hands, very capable people. Their natural environment is not the only danger though. Like many Imperial worlds, there are also the native life forms to contend with, and for Nocturne this means the monstrous Saurian forms. And this was of course what would become their legion and chapter symbols, an immense beast said felled by Vulcan's own hand. The culture and values of Nocturne's people were instilled in Vulcan as he rapidly rose to maturity under their care, and as with many of the Primarchs, he in turn passed these through to his legion, and remained through to their status as a first founding chapter. The Salamanders are also known for several of their physical traits, their charcoal black skin, which often features scarification, their unsettling red eyes, which is said to be due to the radiation of Nocturne. The planet itself is an Alpha class death world, meaning it should be entirely uninhabitable by humans, but its 7 cities were founded during the ancient times of humanity. Just how they came to be established is unknown, but they persist and enable human citizens to exist even now upon the world, which, whilst very dangerous, contains very valuable materials and minerals for the Imperium. While there are of course many interesting aspects to the Salamanders, one of their foundational philosophies is that of reincarnation, to which they refer to as the Circle of Fire. They believe that any who are given to the Earth of Nocturne, their essence will be remade anew. It's very likely that this belief has originated from their Primarch Vulcan, for he is what is known as a perpetual. Perpetuals are a very rare and unusual life form, and are in effect true immortals. The Emperor is another example of a perpetual, and there are others who have become known throughout the millennia for being so. Vulcan in his life suffered several brutal deaths, if you want to call them such, and he also is known to be able to regenerate his body, which not all perpetuals seem able to do. At one point during the heresy, he was tortured endlessly by Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords, who tried every possible means of killing Vulcan to no success. Ultimately becoming bored, and in trying to break Vulcan, he presented him with a means to escape. Incidentally, he teleported away, appearing in the space above the Ultramarines' home planet of Macragge, burning up as he fell to the planet, but then he would steadily regenerate his body. But Vulcan has demonstrated his ability to return from death many times over, and is currently not even listed as one of the dead Primarchs, but as simply instead missing. Similarly to Lionel Johnson, Vulcan is one of the loyalist Primarchs who could, in fact, return to the Imperium at any time. More concerning are in fact the reasons as to why he has not done so far, especially considering the dire threats facing the Imperium. Spirituality is, as with many chapters, a core aspect of life for the Salamanders, and this can mean rituals or rites of passage that they must endure, which of course will extend to the recruitment of neophytes into the ranks of the chapter. Self-sufficiency is one of the tenets taught to recruit Salamanders, and so, as with many Astartes chapters, they must face endurance tests to the extreme, marches across ashen wastes, plains under burning suns, hunting hostile creatures of death worlds, and in one trial they must climb a sheer spear of volcanic rock. As noted, the Salamanders also partake in ritual scarification, usually under the instruction of a human bondsman known as a brander priest. For the veterans, they may even have branding atop older scars, creating very unusual patterns, to which they attribute additional deep meanings. Some may look upon this as horrific, but for the Salamanders there's a great honour and prestige in their markings. Few outside their number would even recognise or understand them. The Salamanders stand as a shining example of mankind. They have their own culture, they're selfless yet terrifying in battle. They balance the harsh judgments of war and the diplomatic needs of peacetime with expert judgment. They're master craftsmen, displaying proudly with their embellished and ornate armour and war gear. They're everything an ordinary human would expect an Astartes not to be. Thoughtful, introspecting, spiritual and compassionate, yet when they must, the fires of the Drakes burn with such ferocity that they will incinerate the very worst horrors the galaxy can throw at them, leaving little more than ashes. A chosen successor for the Salamanders? The Black Dragons. Somewhat similarly to the Blood Angels, they seem to suffer a gene seed mutation. Their affliction produces bone protrusions on their heads and something akin to blades from the forearm and elbow. Within the Black Dragons, those who begin to exhibit these characteristics join their specialist unit, the Dragon Claws. The bones are then sharpened, even coated with adamantium to turn them into abhorrent close combat weapons. The forearm blades can be retracted into the claw's arm and then extended at will. More extreme mutations also can cause rampant growth in the rest of the Marine's skeleton, meaning some of their number require customized power armor to fit their gargantuan frames. The Inquisition has, unsurprisingly, taken an interest here, and many speculate as to the origins of these mutations. Even more suspiciously is that when the usual 5% tithe of gene seed is requested, the Black Dragons have been known to resist this, but despite stringent testing, no abnormalities have so far been found, leading some to conclude that they have falsified the provided genetic material, but how this could be acquired remains a mystery. They had already been facing ever-increasing suspicion from Imperial authorities, and this is certainly nothing that's going to help quiet that down. But as has been so typical, the turmoil of the Great Rift's formation halted the Inquisition investigations into the Black Dragons. Then lastly, for this first video, the Raven Guard have always been fundamentally the masters of stealth and subterfuge. The Emperor always employed the Raven Guard in operations of infiltration, reconnaissance, pathfinding and target acquisitions. In the times of the Crusade though, things were not so clear as perhaps they appear in M41. For example, during the Crusade, many human worlds were crushed when they refused to join the new Imperium of mankind. Planets who resisted the will of the Emperor quickly found themselves facing the unconstrained power of the Astartes. So while some saw the Raven Guard striking from the shadows as masterful tacticians to overwhelm an enemy before they had a chance to even form a proper defence, others saw them as little different than the so-called terror tactics used by the Night Lords. One of the most terrifying of Astartes' legions to face, in fact, during the Crusades, and who of course would later turn traitor. With the discovery of their Primarch Corax, all of this was set to change. They applied precise military pressure to vulnerable locations and targets. Their reputation as an infiltrating strike force grew such that Horus frequently requested their assistance to assure victory. Corax never fully trusted his veteran warriors born of terror, as opposed to those native to his homeworld of deliverance. This also occurred in other Astartes legions like the Death Guard. But along with the Salamanders and Iron Hands, they would suffer greatly in the opening of the heresy and were already one of the smaller legions. Their numbers though were so severely diminished in the aftermath of this event, mainly due to the fact that their tactics of evasion, planning, surprise assaults were of little if any use when caught in the middle of a brutal ground war that amounted to basically an arena of slaughter. In the aftermath, the Raven Guard had been reduced from some 80,000 Marines to a mere 3,000. But at least Corax had survived the ordeal. Unsurprisingly, Corax was distraught and enraged, as were all the loyalists, and in order to rebuild his Astartes, he knew their gene seed alone would not be enough. He needed to travel back to Terra to seek the genetic secrets needed from the laboratories of the Emperor. But Terra at this time was significantly locked down by Rogel Dawn in preparation of the coming assault on the homeworld of humanity. Eventually, the Emperor reached out to allow Corax the access he needed to the labyrinthine mazes which held the secrets of the Astartes. Corax would retrieve the gene tech and return to the Raven Guard world deliverance, under guard by the Custodes and the orders of Malcador the Sigillite, the Emperor's closest aide and effectively his herald much of the time. With the new gene seed, the Raven Guard would develop new Astartes that were imbued with the strength of their Primarch. These massively powerful Astartes could kill veteran Marines with ease, and as rumours of the Raven Guard's regeneration spread, it attracted the attention of the Alpha Legion. They would infiltrate and poison this new gene seed with a demonic spike, causing horrifying mutations. The consequences of this were devastating, and the Alpha Legion also managed to extract the pure tech for themselves. So it was a deeply troubling time. The Raven Guard though still struggled on, making some impact against the traitors, but with only some 4,000 Astartes, nothing more than selecting targets they could cause hindrance with by destroying and generally just hunting down traitors were all they were capable of at this time. When finally the heresy was over, the second founding would at least place them back on a level playing field with their fellow first founding chapters also being adapted to this new size of 1,000 Astartes. But Corvus Corax, the Primarch of the Raven Guard, was racked with guilt at his failures. At Isfahan, the diminished role of the Raven Guard in the heresy, the corruption and failure of the Gene Seed project. He would lock himself away to repent in the Raven Spire, the vast tower on the homeworld of Deliverance, until one day he disappeared into the Eye of Terror, the Warp, to hunt down the traitors and their Primarchs, but in time he's said to have become mutated by the Warp, turning him into a being of darkness. His final recorded fight is with Lorgar of the Wordbearers, and Corax, as far as anybody knows, remains in the Warp, but it's unknown if he could ever return now. The Raven Guard remain in the period of M41, a chapter known for their use of stealth assaults. They're not a grinding force who battle through with bitter endurance, but in the time since the heresy and especially the contemporary era, they have many tools at their disposal, especially now with the Primaris. Unlike other chapters, the Raven Guard were already used to the idea of replacements coming in after the horrifying losses that they suffered, and so they make good use of these new vanguard units such as Primaris infiltrators and suppressors. They also use a decentralized command structure, as was illustrated by Corax himself, and this enables their units to remain flexible so as to conceal themselves as necessary, or strike when an unexpected opportunity presents itself. They're able to make decisions much more in the moment than other structures within the Imperium who require continual chain of command approval. Although the Raven Guard do adhere to the Codex Astartes, their nature and history mean they rarely fight as a company. They instead deploy in what they refer to as talons, small, fast-moving strike forces, often from the air. The size of this talon can vary depending on the specific task at hand. As a chapter, they have adapted significantly from their origins, and instead of being crippled and broken by the devastation they suffered at the Dropside Massacre, the Raven Guard have remained flexible and adaptive. Any squad or strike team are capable of adapting to an unfolding situation. The loss of a commander will often have little direct consequence as to the completion of a mission, and this gives them immense tactical freedom. The lesson learned from their Legion and chapter is one of hope and struggle, of determination and strategic mastery. The Raven Guard are representative of the best of humanity. They're intuitive, creative, unbreakable, and aspirational. They endure, so must we all, in the name of the Emperor. For a successor chapter of the Raven Guard, I will look to the Raptors, who began life as, in fact, a Raven Guard company before the second founding, comprised of new Marines training on the homeworld of Deliverance. And this was before the outbreak even of the heresy and the massacre they would suffer at Isfahan. After serving with distinction, the company was honoured as a chapter, and the Raptors were created during the second founding as dictated by Guilliman. The Raptors began as a fleet-based chapter hunting down the forces of the traitor legions, as did so many successors in the aftermath, the scouring of the heresy. The Raptors were later issued with a homeworld near the Eye of Terror, but this was reported as later being destroyed somewhere between M34 and M36. They were suspected themselves as being destroyed as a chapter, but would reappear around M39 with a new homeworld. They've participated in many notable engagements which are worth looking at probably later down the line, including the Badab War and the Third War of the legendary world of Armageddon. They follow many of the principles from the Raven Guard in their battle tactics, with a strong sense of independent flexibility for units, as well as strong use of scouts, infiltration teams, fast vehicles like land speeders. But one of the unusual aspects of the Raptors is that they have been seen to use a range of Warzone specific camouflage, something very uncommon with the Astartes. Usually Astartes want to be seen, for they know no fear. They wear bright yellows, reds, blues. They feel their presence alone should intimidate an enemy. But for those like the Raptors, they place success above such symbolic gestures, and if adjusting their battle plate for specific conditions is appropriate, then they will definitely do so. Now, this was only the first episode in this series. Part 2 already nearly complete, and I plan on following this up very shortly, where we look at the remaining Loyalists, the White Scars, Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, and the Space Wolves. And after that we'll move on to begin the deeper dives into these chapters, for there is much more detail to uncover. The Astartes, the Space Marines, are forever the Emperor's angels. They protect humanity from the very worst horrors of the galaxy, and in the face of those enemies, they show no fear. They are the Emperor's very will made manifest. The progenitor chapters who survived the heresy carried an immense burden upon their shoulders. The fact that they have all survived the past 10,000 years to M41, despite being nearly destroyed many times, is an astonishing achievement in itself. But the Imperium is facing some of the darkest times since brother turned against brother during the heresy. The Imperium is divided. Roboto Guilliman and now Lionel Johnson have returned to lead humanity. The Mechanicus have provided the Astartes with new flesh and material to fight back against the traitors, and the nightmares that pour forth from the warp and the Great Rift. But nothing is certain. The galaxy burns. Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus are besieged. Worlds and entire systems are ravaged by war. The soldiers of humanity are spread thinly as ever. Lines break, stands are made, worlds hold out in the hope of relief. The spirit of humanity cannot easily be extinguished, and rumours continue to swirl around the Emperor himself. Psykers in the Rift are whispered to be empowering the master of mankind, but few dare to even speculate about what this could mean. So join me soon as we continue the exploration of the Astartes chapters, our final thought for today from the Avenging Sun himself. Robute Gilliman stated that, "A message of constructive optimism in such bleak times." Robute Gilliman stated that, "Our destiny lies not in surrender but in conquest, not in retreat but in relentless advance, not in failure but in victory, and the survival of the Emperor's realm."
Sire, what is your first decree as Galactic Emperor?
I don't... what does a Galactic Emperor usually... What do they usually do?
You could destroy a planet.
Destroy a planet? Why?
I know, seems like something to do.
You just started this job. I'm not really trying to do anything too crazy, you know? Who brought this guy in here? What the fuck? That's stupid, right?
Concentrate.
I bet you 10 grains of rice you can't do it.
I'm a cat. I can do this in my sleep. Not again.
Now, my dear daughters, pay close attention. When applying color to your lips, be steady of hand and spare of color. Like this. Ay-ya! Tongue.
Every time I turn around, the rules are being ignored. Must I see to everything myself? And another thing, Oh, tongue, you sing with the voice of 1,000 angels. What a treasure you are.
Stop it! Will he never stop singing? I can't nap, I can't enjoy my garden, I can't even have a peaceful meal. And all because of his horrible screeching. I must end this once and for all.
Aw, you can't get away from me. I wonder what's wrong. What's going on?
The foolish magistrate is sad because Tongue, his cherished cricket, has passed away.
But I heard Tongue singing just yesterday.
Here, husband, it was just a cricket. I'm sure you could find.
Why?
Mama, why is everyone so quiet?
We are mourning the passing of Tongue.
What is mourning?
It's a time to be quiet and remember what Tongue meant to us.
Perhaps a funeral is too much for Sagwa to deal with. Why don't you go and play by the pond?
What did Tongue mean to me?
What's everybody doing?
Well, they're having a funeral for Tongue. Ah! Whoa! Are you Tongue's ghost?
I don't think so. Nope, not a ghost.
But if you're here, who's in the cage?
Let me tell you, my furry friend. I was doing a beautiful rendition of one of my favorite songs.
Come in, my little friend. We're going on a trip. My good man! Will you take the cricket in this box to a field? Far, far away. Watch out for his singing.
And the vendor dropped me into a field that was far, far away from here.
No.
Yes, but what he didn't know was that when he wasn't looking, I hopped into his cart and came right back into town with him.
Wow. But who's in the cage?
I don't know. Maybe Tai-Tai found a dead cricket in the garden and put it in the cage for the magistrate to find.
I can't believe Tai-Tai would be so mean.
What I don't understand is why she kept going on about my horrible singing. I have the voice of 1,000 angels. The magistrate said so. Let me demonstrate.
Now isn't a good time. Uh-oh.
I wonder if I did the right thing.
Okay, she's gone. Sounds like somebody's feeling a little guilty.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like she's doing anything about it.
Well, maybe she just needs someone to give her the idea.
You think so?
Ah, peace and quiet. Oh, maybe too quiet. My beloved husband did enjoy Tang singing so. What? I must be hallucinating. Oh, it's no use. I feel so guilty for getting rid of Tang. I hear his horrible singing everywhere I go.
The next person to anger me will be banished. Do you hear me?
What have I done? My dear husband hasn't been the same without Tang. I must find some way to make him feel better. I'll just have to find Tang and bring him back. It's the only way. Who knows? Maybe his singing isn't as bad as I remember.
What does she mean bad? I have the voice of 1,000 angels.
What will I do?
Tai-Tai sure has been gone a long time.
All that searching and no Tang. Well, it isn't Tang, but perhaps it will cheer my husband anyway. You're awfully quiet. Perhaps you'll sing for the magistrate later on. Now to get my husband so he can see his new cricket and be happy again.
Whoa there! Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I have my singing career to think about.
Shh! I just wanted to wish you luck.
Why can't you just tell me what it is, my lotus petal?
Dear husband, I know that you have been sad since Tang passed away. So I have gotten you another cricket to lift your spirits.
No one will ever take the place of my dear old tongue. He looks a little common, but will he sing for me? Oh. Well, he's not quite tongue, but he does have the voice
son. Yeah, that one was rough. Those words right there. Yeah, I got stuck, yeah, but I swallowed it anyway. Didn't like the taste, but I swallowed it anyway, yeah. But I remember the time when there was a conquistador out of the ring, the one that's so jealous that he can't stand it, yeah. Yeah, you came in there with your poses, yeah, but you made a big idiot out of yourself, yeah. And speaking of idiot things, what about that stupid idea? Did you forget that one? Think back. That right there sealed your fate, yeah. That put the madness over the edge.
What is it about Disney animation that
Hey
makes
guys,
this film
100,
so
get up,
compelling?
Shannon. You're
Beyond
late
the
for
storytelling,
school.
What is it about the characteristics of the animation itself that convinces us that the Disney style is alive? I think that style often gets mistakenly attributed to the design, exaggerated proportions, soft features, and those big, expressive eyes. But Disney has a wide variety of character styles, and their visual approach changes pretty drastically from film to film. The real Disney style isn't in design, but in technique. Techniques that are universal and style agnostic, which is why when budgets were tight, Disney was notorious for repurposing animation from its archive to save time. And they were able to recycle that work between two completely different characters because those techniques are just a framework, a skeleton that can fit within the mold of any design or any process. And that framework was cataloged and published in the 1981 animation Bible, The Illusion of Life, written by Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston. And if you're not familiar with Frank and Ollie, they're two of the 9 old men, the best of Disney's animators in the early years of the studio. And they each had their own particular strengths that complemented the rest. Some were incredible draftsmen, others were known for their action, but Frank and Ollie specialized in sincere character expression. And today we're going to take a look at the 12 principles that the two of them standardized in that book, and how they've been utilized by the masters at Disney over the years to make life out of graphite. So if you're looking to explore animating for yourself, or even if you just have a passing interest in the mechanics of the craft, these are the basic tools that make up the groundwork of the discipline. Starting with the first, and probably the most versatile of all the techniques of animation, squash and stretch. The key to creating a convincing organic material is elasticity, and the degree to which it's used can tell you a lot about something's overall weight, mass, or direction of motion. And if a character has a bit of malleability, it's going to keep it from appearing rigid and lifeless. Squashing and stretching the material is a good way to display a more accurate sense of gravity, and a character's flexibility will open the animation up to more expressive and relatable gestures. You can see this technique at work in a character like Lottie from The Princess and the Frog. She's almost entirely made up of several flexible, rounder shapes, and the squash and stretch gives weight and energy to her bouncy movements, while also giving a more naturalistic quality to the animation. It makes the action more readable for the audience by bringing it a bit closer to reality. And achieving a sense of realism is important, but the goal should always be to approximate real-world physics here. So something like squash and stretch is going to be more a feeling than it is a formula. But we are playing with Newton's third law, so remember that it's squash and stretch, not squash or stretch, meaning your object or character needs to retain a consistent mass throughout its motion, up and in, down and out, because every action has an equal and opposite reaction, which is also true of our next principle, anticipation. Anticipation is best described as the preparation for the main action. So again, we're dealing with Newton's third law, the action being the build and the reaction being the release. Frank and Ollie referred to it as broadcasting intent. It's not about waiting for the action to begin, it's the charge that's going to direct it to where it needs to go. It also acts as a signal to the audience to draw their attention to the start of an important motion. Think of it like an elastic band. You're stretching the action back so that it can spring forward. And here's what it looks like without the anticipation. If you blinked, you probably missed it. Much like with squash and stretch, anticipation is used to make the action more readable for the audience. In some cases, you can get rid of it to convey speed or surprise, but for the most part, if you want your movements to be believable, they need to be anticipated first. It's all about directing the focus of a viewer's eye, and an important part of directing focus is proper staging. Now, staging is one of the broader principles on this list, but it essentially boils down to clarity in expression and clarity in direction of action. The nonverbal communication that comes from contrast, color, camera angles, composition, how your visual elements are arranged in the frame. You don't want a cluttered image with lots of conflicting shapes competing for attention. You want your characters to pop, and their overall form needs to be as distinct and as unambiguous as possible. That's the reason Mickey's ears are always equidistant regardless of the position of his head. You always want a clear, clean, easily understood silhouette, even if that means smudging reality just a little bit. Clarity of intent can usually be at a slightly higher priority than realism. The real important factors are strong compositions, dynamic lines of action, and a consistent visual language. So stick to your geometric shapes, rule of thirds, Fibonacci, all that good stuff. Whatever you can do to draw an audience's focus to where it needs to go. An easy way to do this is to break an image down into its complexity. Straight lines guide the eye quicker, and curves slow them down. So you want your area of attention to be more complex, and then frame those more complex lines with simple lines. The more organized the frame, the more coherent the storytelling can be. And more often than not with Disney films, the frame is the story. Let's look at a simple scene like this, for example. When Nani, Lilo, and Stitch are brought under the protection of the United Galactic Federation, rather than just delivering that exposition through dialogue, the Grand Councilwoman is also shaped into a literal protective barrier around the three of them. Staging is as much a narrative tool as it is an aesthetic one, and if you can represent the whole of an idea in just a line or two, then you have a strong line of action. And a strong line of action is important because that's the core of the expression. If you look at some Mickey poses again, here you can see he's jubilant, assertive, frightened, or impatient, and it's all built out of a single line. That's the base of the drawing, and the rest is fleshed out around it. So you need a strong foundation if you're going to sell an emotion through that action. And when we create that action, we can do it in two different ways, and that brings us to straight ahead action and pose to pose. Now, straight ahead action and pose to pose are actually workflow related and not technically principles of the animation itself, but still just as important as the rest because it pertains to the manner in which the motion of a character or object is drawn in sequence. The straight ahead method is more stream of consciousness, drawing each frame one after the other. It's sort of an improvisational approach to animating, and there's a freshness and an energy that comes along with that, but it's going to be a lot harder to maintain consistency, so not ideal for longer, highly choreographed actions, but it's really useful when animating fluid effects like smoke, fire, or things like this incredible transformation sequence from Cinderella. It'd be impossible to predict the position of those tiny fairy dust particles with the pose-to-pose method, which is more structured and methodical. So rather than drawing each frame in chronological order, you'll maybe plot out the main beats of the action at frames 1, 29, 52, 67, etc., and then go back through and fill in the meat of the action between the key drawings. So you're losing some of that spark and spontaneity that comes from extemporaneously animating straight through a scene, but pose-to-pose will keep your proportions, size, and direction more consistent because you have a lot more control seeing it from a bird's eye perspective. But which method you use is solely dependent on the context of the piece, and 9 times out of 10 they'll be used in tandem anyway, often on top of each other within the same frame, with things like David's fire dance sequence from Lilo and Stitch. Here, the performance is animated using the pose-to-pose method along with reference to keep the choreography consistent, and the less predictable elements like the fire and the grass leg ties were animated with the straight-ahead method. And if we take a closer look at this scene here, we can see our fifth principle in play: follow-through and overlapping action. Anything that's not a part of the core mass of a moving object is going to move at a different rate. So things like long hair, loose clothing, or hanging accessories are all going to be playing catch-up to the main action. And if the force of that main action abruptly stops, the momentum carried by everything else will follow through, swinging past the stopping point before eventually settling. Tarzan's dreads are a great example of this principle at work since they're individually animated locks instead of the solid hairpiece of most long-haired Disney characters. And his wild, hyper-agile acrobatics are pretty implausible, but that accurate sense of gravity displayed by his hair keeps the animation anchored in reality. It also gives a looseness and a fluidity to the motion by emphasizing the direction. With animation, you can usually get away with implausibility as long as the physics of the motion feel organic. And a useful tool for accomplishing that is ease in and ease out. Ease in being the gradual acceleration into a motion from a key pose, and ease out being So what we're really looking at here is spacing, the distance between the individual frames. For this example, we have roughly 15 frames for the in, 15 frames for the out, and 15 frames for the in-between. But notice that the in and the out are a fraction of the length apart compared to the in-betweens, which makes the perceived speed of the ball much quicker in the center and slower on the ends. And without that exponential spacing, you get this, which is called linear spacing. Fewer drawings make the action faster, and more drawings make the action slower. So think of it like a swinging pendulum. More frames in the ends and fewer in the center are going to soften the action, making it more natural. And just like with anticipation, you can remove it to make the action snappier or to sell a gag. Easing is a great tool for adding some authenticity to your movements, and it works particularly well when paired with our next principle, arcs. So this one's pretty simple. There's one thing you'll very rarely find in nature, and that is a straight line. And what's true of nature is also true of animation. If you want your movements to flow, your visual path needs to follow an arched trajectory. And if we look here at our bouncing ball again, you can see the effect that a forward momentum has on an object in motion. And if we combine that with our ease in and ease out technique, we can get some really smooth, graceful, convincing movement. Let's take a look at this scene with Shere Khan stalking his prey. Watch the path of his head as the sound catches his attention. It moves along a circular path outward from a single anchor point. And you also get a bit of squash and stretch and anticipation in there as well. And that's what keeps it from looking stiff and inorganic. Another way to add some life into a character's movement is through secondary actions. And this is where the animation can really express itself and bring out those idiosyncrasies that individualize a character. Secondary actions are just the layers of supporting gestures that are applied to sweeten the main action. And this is different from our fifth principle in that it's independent action rather than momentum-based motion following through from a primary action. So think of it less as the motions linked to physics, like here with Phil's beard, tail, and hair, and think of it more as the actions linked to attitude, demeanor, and personality. Pinocchio, for instance, has these little nervous tics during his performance. You can see he scratches his leg and twirls his finger in his shorts. It's just revealing a bit more as to what's going on in this character's head. Stitch's ears are another good example of characterization through secondary action because they move independently from the rest of his body and they give us some insight into what emotions he's currently feeling. And that's useful since he's not the best at articulating those emotions verbally. You can also gather that information by observing a character's timing, which is our ninth principle. So remember back with ease in and ease out how we talked about spacing being the distance between the frames? Well, timing is just the number of frames themselves, how many individual drawings it takes for an action to be completed, which in turn dictates the speed of that action. More frames means slower, fewer frames means faster. And you have two types of timing. The physical, which is influenced by weight and mass and will give you an idea of the material of the object. And then you have theatrical timing, which is behavioral and influenced by performance. If we look at the seven dwarves, the theatrical timing of their actions reveals a lot about their individual personalities. This scene in the script just reads, each dwarf sticks out their hands. If each of their timing for this action was identical, they'd be pretty indistinguishable outside of their physical traits, which already aren't too distinct. So you'd have a much duller ensemble since you'd be losing what makes those characters so interesting to watch, which is those contrasting identities. We're able to get the gist of who these guys are just by their timing and those few exaggerated actions. Which brings us to our next principle, exaggeration. Exaggeration is exactly what it sounds like. You're amplifying an expression to make it more readable. And this can be applied to nearly every other principle on this list to some degree. An exaggerated squash and stretch or arc, for example, could change the weight, speed, and trajectory of your object, or you could exaggerate the anticipation if you wanted to really build up the power behind an action. In animation, a caricature of an action is always going to read better than a direct one-to-one replication of that action in reality. That's the paradox of the uncanny valley. The closer you are to absolute realism, the more dull and unconvincing your character becomes. So with animation, you take a different approach. Rather than focusing on those uncapturable finer details, we dial up the intensity of the broader actions, enhancing the emotion, making the expression as large and as clear as necessary. But you have to execute your exaggeration while still being mindful of staying on model and being proportionally and anatomically accurate. And you can't have anatomical accuracy without our 11th principle, solid drawing. When Milt Kahl was asked what makes Disney characters stand out from the competition, he said that Disney characters distinguish themselves from the ones at other studios because they have real bones and muscles. A good animator doesn't think in two dimensions, because animated characters aren't made up of circles, squares, and triangles. When done right, they're made up of spheres, cubes, and pyramids. The reason a character like Megara feels like she has weight and dimension is because she was designed with the form of classical Greek pottery in mind. Solid designs are going to give your characters a sense of tangibility, and that will affect how they can interact with their environment or play off a moving camera. Even subtle garnishes like having light wrap around your character like it would a three-dimensional object is going to lend some credence to the drawing. And with some cases, you're not going to have a completely recognizable anatomy. Take Genie, for example. He's a semi-gaseous, magical shapeshifter. He doesn't have a traditional bone structure. But he isn't an amorphous blob. He has very clearly defined proportions when he's in his neutral state, and any changes to that form would be immediately noticeable. Even if a form is exaggerated or squashed and stretched, it still needs to adhere to a solid anatomical structure. And that structure doesn't necessarily have to be completely realistic, but it should be believable. And believability is absolutely necessary in order to achieve our 12th and final principle, appeal. Now, appeal is something that you strive for, so there's some subjectivity there, unlike with the other principles. But it's essentially the culmination of all the other techniques we've discussed today, and how effective they are at creating a fully realized, unquestionably authentic character. Let's take a look at this walk cycle of Pinocchio. You can see there's anticipation in his gait, his arms move in arcs, there's some overlapping motion with his hair and cap feather. You can find nearly every principle at use in something as simple and as rough as this. And all of these qualities working in harmony are going to determine a character's watchability and attractiveness. And this isn't just limited to perfectly symmetrical, traditionally attractive humanoid characters. Any and everything in animation can be appealing, because appeal is about more than just a character's appearance. Disney can make a candelabra, a doorknob, or a featureless carpet appealing, because their movements are entertaining and unique and perfectly complementary to their physical traits. And if you can link the characteristics of the movement with the characteristics of the design, then you have an appealing character. In The Illusion of Life, Frank and Ollie put it as simple as this: a live-action performer has charisma, and an animated character has appeal. So there you have it. You've had your peek behind the curtain, and now you know everything there is to know about animation. Well, not quite. These are just the first 12 basic principles. Animation at its most stripped-down, fundamental elements. And there are dozens of other techniques in play anytime you see an animated piece of art. And the mark of a great animator is knowing when and how to use them effectively, and understanding that animation has all the possibilities of life without any of its limitations. And that's why, even with that peek behind the curtain, even knowing how the sausage is made, examining every line and flip of the page, you're still lost in the mirage. We all are. Because what you're seeing isn't just the illusion of life. You're seeing the magic of animation.
Real hard.
M'lady.
There's a lot to love about a Hayao Miyazaki film. And we all have our handful of favorites, since choosing just one is too difficult. Because throwing on any Miyazaki film means immediately being swept away by the romance, the adventure, the friendships, the instantly iconic, endlessly imaginative creatures, or the wonderfully charismatic characters. But what binds all these things we love together, and what fills these worlds with life, are the spaces that these creatures and characters inhabit, and the sounds that define those spaces. Each film, from its opening frame, establishes its own unique sound identity. A signature aural personality that develops throughout. My Neighbor Totoro is Miyazaki's work at its most serene. It feels airy and whimsical in this lush, arboreous setting, filled with these grubs and bugs and birds that are all brought right to the front of the mix. Nature takes priority here. But you have those natural soundscapes, then juxtaposed against the more fantastical, almost Looney Tunes-esque sound effects for Totoro and the other forest sprites. Princess Mononoke, on the other hand, uses nature as a backdrop to brutality. This is a world of blood and fire, speed, and violent displays of strength. Every action feels abrupt, dynamic, and vicious. Sound is what gives power and momentum to these images, charging them with aggressive energy. Ashitaka's arrows don't just fly from his bow, they screech through the air with enough force to split a man in half. Sword swipes are swift and dangerous. Explosions are beefier. They hit you like a brick in the chest before echoing out into the distance, illustrating how the destruction that happens here has consequences that ripple through the natural world. While Totoro lightly juxtaposes natural ambience with playful, cartoony sound effects, Mononoke counters serenity with raucous conflict, the eternal clash between nature and industry. Sound can do so many things. It's one of the most powerful tools in a filmmaker's arsenal. We can use it to communicate tone, build atmosphere, and maintain the illusion of movement by tricking you into thinking you're seeing more than you actually are. You see, Miyazaki typically animates on 2s or 3s, meaning you're only seeing a new drawing after every second or third frame in the reel. Now, on paper that may seem like the animation would appear choppy or disjointed, and certainly not as smooth as something animated on 1s like Akira. But a constant bed of sound is what helps keep those static frames alive. And like I said, it tricks your brain into thinking you're seeing more than you actually are by filling in those gaps. Sound is what gives animation its texture. It's the depth of a two-dimensional image. When you can feel the crunchiness of that grass, the weight of that plane, you're not just watching the world, you're living it. Although, if you've only ever experienced the English-dubbed versions of some of Miyazaki's older films, a lot of that texture has been obscured for you. I'll give you an example. Let's look at a scene from Castle in the Sky. I'll show you two different versions, and you decide which gives you more information about the conflict happening below. First, the original. Now, let's take a look at the English-dubbed version distributed by Disney.
The army has destroyed this part of the city.
Quite different, right? It isn't just the addition of music, it's the omission of everything that contextualizes what we're looking at. The wind, the screams, the gunfire, every bit of information given. Joe Hisaishi, who's the composer for all of Miyazaki's films, said that during the North American distribution process for Castle in the Sky, Disney staffers told him that Western audiences start to feel uncomfortable if there's no music for more than 3 minutes. So he'd have to extend his original 60-minute score for the 2-hour film into a 90-minute score. So those long 7 to 8 minute stretches of silence or atmospheric soundscapes were either buried under additional music or outright removed. Luckily, Miyazaki put a stop to these changes with his more recent work. But if you grew up watching those English-dubbed Ghibli films, there are probably a lot of atmospheric subtleties and oral world building you missed out on. So I'd encourage you to go back and revisit them in their original presentation. You might get something new out of the experience. Plus, the voice acting is just a lot cooler. Sound design is a language, and it's one that doesn't need to be translated, localized, or substituted. And it's unfortunate that many filmmakers working in animation typically don't have a lot of confidence in its storytelling potential. You see this far too often in Disney features. There isn't much ambient material in those films because atmospheric Foley work is usually de-emphasized in favor of the music. You hear music in every frame of these films, and they never get a chance to breathe. Joe Hisaishi's score is too good to be used arbitrarily. You don't get numb to it because it's not invading every second of the film. It's used sparingly and purposefully, and that's why that music is so powerful when it shows up and so memorable when it goes. The wall-to-wall score in Disney films, as beautifully composed as it may be, is generally used as a band-aid to cover up empty soundscapes or very sparsely populated environments. So in films like Hunchback of Notre Dame, you either get completely barren exteriors or these massive CG crowd shots with hordes of unsettling, expressionless robots with looped animation cycles. It's a cheap and efficient way to sell a bustling city, and it gets the job done, but it doesn't hold up to much scrutiny. Disney has some of the best-looking foreground animation in the industry. There's no denying that, which is why it's such a shame that their backgrounds leave a little more than a lot to be desired.
群衆というのはどういうのかって言ったら主人公じゃない情けない人たちじゃなくてちゃんと世の中を支えてる人たちだからちゃんとした人間たちを描くこと。
Miyazaki never treats his backgrounds like a background. We see dozens of expressive, fully realized characters on screen, some for only seconds at a time, but they all have spirit and personality, and the entire frame has direction because of it. They aren't just pencil markings on a page. These communities feel like places our characters inhabit, rather than wallpaper for them to stand in front of. Hundreds of meticulously animated tiny movements, with hundreds of accompanying tiny sounds. A beautiful tapestry of space and sound and motion, all weaved together to create life. Sound is information, so a lot can be learned about a place by how it sounds. And if the audience is given a chance to listen, it can be a fantastic narrative communication tool. Spirited Away has some of my favorite examples of world building through sound. When Chihiro approaches Yubaba's bathhouse for the first time after strolling through a mostly silent village, you'll notice Miyazaki has her attention zero in on 3 specific auditory details that cut through the silence: the crackling chimney, the shuddering windows, and the raging waterfall. And this bit of foreshadowing represents the elemental sound profiles of each of the 3 major locations Chihiro will encounter throughout her journey: the fire of the boiler room, the wind of the balconies, and the water of the baths. Elemental forces always play a big role in Miyazaki's work, humanized through their sound design and given as much life as any other character on screen. An ocean that gurgles, flame that screams, or a blizzard that roars. But The Wind Rises takes the personification of these elements to the next level by incorporating actual human voices into the mix. Everything from the wind to the earthquakes to the plains were all created by the mouth of this man, Koji Kasumatsu. But this is Miyazaki's only film that's rooted in history, with a real-life protagonist, so why steer away from the realism? Well, the opening moments of The Wind Rises are set in a dream, and that dream has dreamlike qualities, including the sound. But when Jiro wakes up, he takes that dream with him and carries it throughout his life. This world is explored through the lens of a dreamer, and there's a distortion to that reality.
Jiro, oi.
The vocal sound effects reflect that distortion. An historical fiction balanced on the edge of fact and fantasy in the midst of war, presented with the narrative characteristics of a fairy tale, as if Miyazaki has tucked us in and is reading us a bedtime story. But as much as I love the man, and we all do, you can't just put it all on his shoulders. We tend to deify the auteur at the expense of the crew and the recognition of their contributions to these projects. When you're dropped into these worlds, it's important to remember that, in addition to the more visible animators and voice actors, there's an entire team of brilliant sound engineers and technicians, Foley artists and background painters, all working below the line to bring these environments to life. People like Shigeharu Shiba, the sound director for Nausicaa, Castle in the Sky, and Totoro, or an artist like Mika Yamaguchi, who created all that beautiful Foley work you hear in Ponyo, or a master like Kazuo Oga, who's responsible for painting many of those painstakingly detailed backgrounds that house all these sounds that I've been gushing over. Just a few of the unsung heroes of Studio Ghibli, whose work is the essential lifeblood of these films but often goes unnoticed. Sound is exactly 1/3 of how we experience cinema. The other 2 are what we see and how we feel. And they each deserve equal care and attention by the part of the filmmaker, and I think also equal appreciation by we, the audience members. So, if you're looking for an excuse to rewatch some of these films, here you go, a better time than now. Hopefully with a pair of fresh eyes and fresh ears, you'll get to experience them in a way you never have before. And who knows, maybe that long list of favorites will become even longer. It's usually pretty easy to trace back the origins of a character. You just flip through history till you find their first appearance. But for Bugs Bunny, that history is a little more complicated. Bugs doesn't have a specific creator. He's a character created by committee. You see, unlike the rest of the Looney Tunes characters, Bugs Bunny doesn't have any one definitive origin. You have to break up the roots of the character into stages. One of the earliest instances of a Bugs Bunny-like character and appearance was in the 1938 short Porky's Hare Hunt, a remake of Tex Avery's Porky's Duck Hunt, which first introduced Daffy Duck.
It's me again.
Here, the Bugs Bunny prototype is more or less insane due to him being a reskinned Daffy. The name came about in 1939, scribbled on a model sheet by Charlie Thorson as Bugs's Bunny, note the possessive apostrophe, in reference to Ben Bugs Hardaway, the director of Porky's Hare Hunt and one of the several artists involved in the creation of Bugs Bunny. Then, in 1940, the character was handed over to Tex Avery, Bob Gibbons, and Mel Blanc, who together would shape the attitude and personality of the Bugs Bunny we know today. Bugs represented the collective talents of some of the best creators in the business. And throughout the years, he would be passed around an incredible roster of artists like Fritz Freeling, Bob Clampett, and Chuck Jones, each tweaking and refining the traits of what would become one of the most iconic cartoon characters of all time. He's up there with characters like Superman in terms of sheer longevity and pop cultural endurance. But he doesn't seem like a character from the 1940s. His anarchic, gender-bending, wise-ass personality is pretty progressive even by today's standards. And he's aged so well because he isn't locked into any one specific pool of relatability. Something like the Flintstones can be revived again and again, but that Honeymooners-era sitcom approach doesn't really gel well with a modern audience. Bugs, on the other hand, can work in any situation because he's incredibly versatile. And that's why he's appeared in more films than any other cartoon character in history. He's about as frequently used in film as Sherlock Holmes, Hitler, or God. And Bugs' adaptability comes from his personality, which is a mishmash of traits from D'Artagnan, Rex Harrison, Dorothy Parker, but he isn't an imitation of anyone else like how Yogi Bear is a very blatant imitation of Art Carney.
This is always good for me.
And that's important when trying to make a character stand out. A kid mimicking Bugs Bunny is mimicking Bugs Bunny, not Clark Gable or Groucho Marx, because those influences never turn into caricature. Bugs is immediately identifiable because of his attitude, his voice, but most importantly, his movement. Characters don't move like Bugs Bunny.
Well, shut my mouth and call me Cold Tone if it ain't the little old sound.
There's very little expression in modern animation of the same budgetary tier as Looney Tunes. Hands at the waist, feet together, static posing. And there are a lot of limiting factors to blame for that. Certain character designs don't even allow for that sort of dynamic expression, but it's that movement that really brings out the personality.
Now, to define character animation, you have to go to the Three Little Pigs, which is the first cartoon that was made, and it was made in 1933, in which three characters that looked alike acted differently. And you could define them by the way they move rather than by what they look like. And all of a sudden we realized that we had in our hands a method of communication which could establish character.
And rather than animating on ones like Disney, Warner Brothers chose to animate on twos to get fluid motion while keeping the budget relatively low. Ones meaning 1 frame per image, twos meaning 2 frames per image. Animating on twos makes the images less smooth but snappier, which benefits that fast-paced slapstick-style comedy. And Chuck Jones very often used a technique called smear posing, using a series of abstract smeared shapes for the in-betweens to get from one keyframe to another to simulate that smooth motion. The movement wasn't always realistic, but it was believable.
That's why the ballet moves in What's Opera Doc are so well executed. As caricatured and as absurd as it is, when Bugs does his fish dive into Elmer's arms, he lands with perfect port de bras. His limb placement is all impeccable.
There's an elegance in that animation that's accentuated by the live orchestra and Looney Tunes' use of classical music. Rossini's William Tell Overture, Bugs as Leopold Stokowski conducting the tenor through his aria. And to this day, I still hear Ride of the Valkyries as Kill the Wabbit.
You know, it is so sad. All your knowledge of high culture comes from Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Bugs Bunny was a very important figure in my childhood. And despite Bugs being the corporate mascot for Warner Brothers, he didn't fade into that role. He's always very much been a character of his own. Disney and Mickey are synonymous with each other. Mickey's a more recognizable icon, but he's dissolved into that logo. He's put up on a pedestal to be tame and inoffensive, which gives him that element of international appeal, while Bugs is a hard-line New Yorker, brash, rude, defiant, unmistakably American, which adds another layer to that cultural barrier. Mickey's the better t-shirt, but Bugs makes you laugh. He's an entertaining character, not just the face of a corporation. He's effortlessly cool, always in command in the face of all danger, yet somehow still the underdog. You always root for him, even though you know he's gonna win, because he can kick your ass dressed as Scarlett O'Hara. Bugs is who you want to be. Nobody wants to be Mickey Mouse. It's incredibly rare when a television network can hone in on the sensibilities of an entire generation and immediately click with its audience. For my parents' generation, that was MTV. But for my generation, it was and continues to be Adult Swim. Adult Swim may have evolved into the animation empire we know it as now, but it didn't start out that way. Now let me take you back to 1992. Ted Turner had just launched the Cartoon Network, a channel with absolutely no original programming that was built on the back of the MGM cartoon libraries Turner had acquired. So it was essentially the Hanna-Barbera rerun channel. But Turner wanted to make the foray into original programming, and that first original program was Space Ghost Coast to Coast. It was the brainchild of Mike Lazo, Cartoon Network's original head programmer that would later go on to head up Adult Swim. Lazo was a huge fan of the short-lived Space Ghost cartoon from 1966. And since he had access to those cartoons through the Hanna-Barbera libraries, he had the idea to recontextualize those original animation cells and splice them in with interviews of actors and musicians, giving the washed-up superhero his own talk show.
Hello, I am Space Ghost. Welcome to my show.
So why the need for repurposing animation from the 60s? Well, for the first 4 years of the show, there was basically no money allocated to the production budget. Space Ghost was an all-volunteer gig since the network was hemorrhaging money at that point. There was no safety net, it was a trial-by-fire effort. But the lack of funding and the indie garage feel gave Space Ghost a unique aesthetic that was different than anything else on late night at the time.
Okay, so explain this now. Your human dad put his human penis in your shark mother's vagina, and you sat by and let this happen. Pathetic.
It was experimental and bizarre, a sort of anti-comedy that helped popularize cringe humor, a genre we see today in things like Nathan For You and Adult Swim's own Eric Andre show. Andre even stating that Space Ghost was his main influence when coming up with the concept. In December of 2000, after the success of Space Ghost, several new shows had stealth releases under the guise of a special programming tag to test the waters of the viewing public. Those shows were C-Lab 2021, Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law, The Brack Show, and Aqua Teen Hunger Force, all of which were direct spin-offs of Space Ghost.
Master is my name, and thirst is what I tame. Aqua Teen Hunger Force, assemble!
Frylock, the hunger hater, tater.
Meat Wad, ball of compressed meat.
All of the shows utilized that same lo-fi animation repurposing technique Lazo and his team pioneered. And less than a year later, on September 2nd, 2001, those 5 shows, along with home movies, formed the initial lineup for Cartoon Network's official late-night animation block, Adult Swim.
M'lady.
Branded as alternative programming for when Cartoon Network's primary demographic would normally be asleep. But we weren't asleep. We were up every night watching intently as this oddball block of experimental animation deconstructed and redefined the format. It changed the conceptions of what television could be. Because Adult Swim wasn't just a channel. Over the years, as it evolved, it became its own personality, its own voice, speaking directly to the audience. Watching Adult Swim wasn't about viewing each individual program. It was about experiencing the entire night's content. The shows, the bumps, sketches, music, promos, and of course the signature fourth-wall-breaking intertitle cards. Adult Swim was for fans, and it was the first network that felt truly interactive. They'd respond to emails, open a dialogue with the audience. You could submit artwork or music and have it seen by the programmers, and maybe even get featured. People grew whole careers out of being featured on Adult Swim.
I was living at my mom's house, and the only TV I would watch is Adult Swim. I would get high real quick, watch all them cartoons, and they had a little blip on saying, yeah, you think you got some beats, huh? Send them over. And then they put the address on there, and the first thing they played, they made a promo for the Boondocks around one of my tracks. It just, it blew me away, man. The only TV you watch, you hear the music on.
Adult Swim had a hand in launching the careers of dozens of artists, even boosting the popularity of the Odd Future Collective with their show Loiter Squad.
I was sucking my daddy when I was 7 years old.
We can get away with dick, can't we? We can't say dick? I thought we were Adult Swim. Who's in charge of these rules? How about penis? Can we say penis?
MF Doom, Danger Mouse, Killer Mike.
I'm Killer Mike. You've been watching Adult Swim.
All these artists used Adult Swim as a conduit to grow their audience. It broke ground in offering creators different formats for their art, even taking shows like Children's Hospital, which had started as a web series, and importing it into their nightly lineup. They were the first network to really embrace the digital world.
We're always, especially at Adult Swim, we're trying to stay ahead of the curve and bring people something they can't see anywhere else, and that includes online. So we've hired writers off of Twitter accounts. We're taking pitches, we're looking online, You know, we're looking on Instagram, we're looking on Facebook, we're on Vine. You know, for me, it's just inhaling as much content as possible and trying to figure out what works for us.
Adult Swim also became the go-to network for canceled or soon-to-be-canceled programming. It had a direct role in the revival of one of Fox's most popular cartoons, Family Guy.
Hi there, I'm Peter Griffin. Next Sunday, Adult Swim is airing an episode of Family Guy that Fox refused to show. But my good pals at Cartoon Network are showing it, although I think they're making a couple of changes because I'm so controversial.
After Family Guy's cancellation in 2003, it premiered in reruns on Adult Swim and exploded in the ratings, boosting viewership to over 200%. And less than a year later, it was renewed by Fox for another season. The show even added this bumper to one of its later episodes, taking a jab at Fox for its unjust termination. And in 2007, an almost identical renewal deal happened with Futurama, after an increase in viewership when the show started airing on Adult Swim. But probably Adult Swim's biggest contribution to television was its introduction to mature anime to an American audience. And it started with Cowboy Bebop in 2001. Adult-oriented anime became the backbone of the network, sort of an extension of Toonami, which ironically later became incorporated into Adult Swim after its own revival campaign.
Thank you to Cartoon Network, thank you to William Street, and everybody at Adult Swim for actually paying attention to the voice of the people. You have spoken loudly and you have spoken clearly. Hashtag bring back Toonami.
But Adult Swim wasn't just about giving content a second chance. It was about giving it that first chance. It's a hub where creators can create, where the art is experimental and transgressive and surreal and sloppy. It's a place that welcomes risk-taking, that wouldn't immediately dismiss a show where the main character is literally a pair of ass cheeks. Adult Swim canceled your favorite show? Good. The important part is it gave you a favorite show, most of which weren't even designed for longevity. They're supposed to be fleeting. That's what makes them so special. It's about spontaneity, it's about the community, it's about the experience. And that's one thing you can't get from Netflix. We've come a long way since the early days of computer-generated visual effects, creating entire planets, resurrecting deceased actors, but one of the biggest innovative leaps came when CG was still in its relative infancy, with Jurassic Park. Released in the summer of 1993, directed by Steven Spielberg and adapted to screen by David Koepp and Michael Crichton, who also wrote the original novel. Jurassic Park set a new standard for visual effects in film, and it fundamentally changed the DNA of the modern blockbuster. CG is no longer just another brush in a filmmaker's toolkit. Sometimes it's the entire canvas. And that flip in the industry only occurred when Jurassic Park showcased the capabilities of the computer, solidifying its role in the creative side of the process, not just the technical.
You didn't say the magic word.
And despite its massive influence, Jurassic Park didn't actually mark any visual effects milestones. It wasn't the first to use CG or the first to use it well. It didn't use the first entirely CG character or even the first animal. But it was the first to successfully hide its effects, seamlessly blending the digital work with the practical alternatives they originally intended on using.
Initially on Jurassic Park, everything was intended to be done somewhat more conventionally between the full-scale live-action pieces, and we were going to do miniatures. But ILM had been working with computer graphics, and they put together a Tyrannosaur that looks pretty convincing, and we took it down to Steve, and he went like, that's how we're going to make the movie.
But they didn't fully rely on CG to create those effects. The stop-motion animation team was repurposed to animate armature rigs equipped with motion encoders, essentially translating the stop-motion movement into digital data that could then be applied to the CG skeletal models. There was an awareness of the strengths and weaknesses of each method, and the bridging of those technologies was a significant factor in making the animation so convincing. And whatever level of detail was too complex for the CG would be achieved with the full-scale animatronics, or bigatures, as they called them. It gave the animators a real-life reference for weight and dimension, something physical to occupy the space in the frame that'd be difficult to create from scratch. The goal wasn't spectacle, it was to recreate reality. And the key to believable effects is the way they're integrated into the physical world. So you couch the digital images with close-ups of skin and eyes and teeth, and by the time you see the CG T-Rex in motion, the practical image has already been pieced together in your mind. The visual effects have to be grounded in some semblance of reality. And you can see that in the cinematography as well. Even when the CG is implemented, you're still witnessing the events from a human's point of view. It gives the dinosaurs a sense of scale and verticality and allows you to relate to the character's fear and awe because it's presented through their perspective. But whose perspective is this from? Or this? There's an incredible amount of research that went into making accurate depictions of these dinosaurs, studying behavioral patterns of alligators and giraffes, muscular movements and walking patterns of elephants. There's a reason no other dinosaur can compare to the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, and that's because it was shaped over thousands of man-hours of paleontologic research and design. And later iterations of dinosaurs in films haven't used what we've learned through paleontology and phylogenetic bracketing. They're, for the most part, Jurassic Park clones. There's been no further innovation, even though science has discovered so much since 1993.
You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could. You know, you read what others had done, and you took the next step. You didn't earn the knowledge for yourselves, so you don't take any responsibility for it.
There are a total of 14 minutes of dinosaur visual effects in Jurassic Park's 127-minute runtime, only 6 of which use CGI. That's 63 individual visual effects shots. By comparison, Jurassic World has over 2,000. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but when CG is plan A and plan B, C, and D are all digital effects solutions, you're probably confusing convenience with laziness. People like to argue that CG has somehow gotten worse over the years, and that's simply not true. But there should never be an over-reliance on one specific tool, and that's what a computer is, a tool. And when you use it to strip away all elements of reality, that's exactly what you'll fail to recreate. With great science fiction, the world of tomorrow should always shed some light on the issues of today. A story told from the perspective of the future can be humorous and satirical, but it can also be uplifting and inspirational. And it's rare to get a perfect blend of everything, which is what makes a show like Futurama so significant. Futurama premiered on March 28, 1999, created by Matt Groening and written and developed by David X. Cohen. And it tells the story of Philip J. Fry, a 20th century pizza delivery boy who's cryogenically frozen and thrust into the retro-futuristic world of the year 3000.
It's the future. My parents, my coworkers, my girlfriend. I'll never see any of them again.
And it took that grand sci-fi adventure concept and weaved it into a heartwarming, character-driven sitcom. Futurama could have very easily been a formulaic workplace comedy set in the future, but with its incredible world-building, interesting thematic exploration, and all the meme potential you could ask for,
Shut up and take my money.
It was able to subvert the expectations of being just a 31st century Simpsons clone.
I love the American family, and so with the Simpsons, that was my take on the American family. So what I've done to the American family with the Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama. We poke fun at all the ridiculousness, the absurdity of science fiction, and at the same time, we honor it.
Hail science!
Futurama has a genuine love of science and science fiction. And that's no surprise coming from a creative staff that's been dubbed the most overeducated cartoon writers in history. With 3 PhDs, 7 master's degrees, and over 50 collective years at Harvard University.
We had several actual scientists in our writing staff. I was a mere master's degree in computer science, but we had Ken Keeler, PhD in applied math, Bill Odenkirk, PhD in chemistry, and Jeff Westbrook, PhD in computer science. So if those guys couldn't answer it, then we made something up.
Bringing science and mathematics into the writing adds a stronger logical structure to the stories being told. Take the episode Prisoner of Benda, for example, when writer Ken Keeler was given a chance to design and prove his own mathematical theorem to solve a body-swapping scenario in which no two characters could swap minds more than once. The episode was unanimously acclaimed for its intricate plot and complex writing, and it earned Keeler his second WGA award. The first, as well as the first for any animated project, went to the 2003 episode Godfellas, in which Bender becomes his own microcosmic god, much like the famous sci-fi novella by Theodore Sturgeon.
You know, I was God once.
Yes, I saw. You were doing well until everyone died.
Futurama offered so many interesting insights into life, and it used more than just humor to entertain its audience. I don't laugh as hard watching Futurama as I do when watching something like South Park, which had an episode similar to Godfellas where Cartman is worshipped by a race of seamen. People.
They think I'm God. Yes! I am God of the sea people!
And where South Park used that premise as a catalyst for the humor, Futurama took a more philosophical approach, exploring theology and the relationships between men and whatever we consider gods.
Whoa, that's pretty deep.
Futurama's always been the master of hiding brilliance in plain sight, bridging the gap between comedy and arithmetic while bringing humanity into the science.
There's not a lot of things in that category, comedy science or comedy science fiction, so there weren't a lot of role models, and I think it took us a little while to figure out how to do that. But I think what ultimately happened is the more seriously we took the math and the science and the science fiction element, the better the comedy worked too, because we had sort of this serious setup side, and then the characters' petty concerns play very well as comedy against, you know, the fate of the universe and billions of years of history and that kind of stuff. So really what we found to our surprise is take the science seriously, take the science fiction seriously, and the whole show works better that way.
It's got a broad toolbox at its disposal when constructing a narrative, and that allows it to tackle meaningful issues like global warming, multiculturalism, and racial prejudice. And explored through the lens of a cartoon, it doesn't have to sacrifice its comedic identity. Futurama understood that the future shapes a lesson for the present, and satire doesn't always need to be steeped in pessimism. Underneath that zany space adventure is an incredibly intimate story about love, friendship, and the significance of one person's role in the universe.
You're a pimple on society's ass, and you'll never amount to anything.
Futurama had a hell of a ride, and after 14 years and 7 seasons, it's going to be dearly missed. It's a show that touched millions of people by respecting the intelligence of its audience, and somehow found humor in academia. It may be gone for now, but after 4 different cancellations, you never know what the future may hold for this legendary piece of animation. There are 2 reasons the majority of established web animators all came from Newgrounds, and it isn't money or notoriety. It's freedom and community. This is Tom Fulp, the creator of Newgrounds.com, a site that's remained uncensored, unfiltered, and unadulterated while shepherding an entire generation of talent for over 20 years. And as it evolved over those 20 years from an icon of controversy with things like Club of Seal and Teletubby Funland to an established multimedia social networking platform, it was able to make its mark on internet history by becoming a hub for artistic expression and a constant trendsetter for the online world. Like with the launch of The Portal in April of 2000, the first ever automated real-time content submission system. And this was put into place 5 years before YouTube. It also introduced Flash ads monetization before YouTube's partnership program, as well as being the first site to offer a community voting system with the blam and protection points. It's what prevented Newgrounds from just becoming another video dumpster, and it gave users greater control over the site's content, making the platform more refined, something that's since been adopted almost universally online. And it also set trends with the content itself, giving birth to the first ever viral video, the Numa Numa dance. In fact, most viral content from the early 2000s has its roots in Newgrounds, but most of the site's allure in those early years came from its animation, and it made its reputation by being subversive and strange and a bit nonsensical,
Wingardium Leviosa.
but also beautiful and stylish. Newgrounds has a house aesthetic, but these were all individual voices, each with their own stories to tell. And it gave a platform for audiences to share and discover, but also to learn the process of animation. More than Looney Tunes and more than Disney, Newgrounds will probably have the biggest impact on the future of the animation industry in terms of inspiring young artists to pursue a career in that direction, because it's by far the most accessible. When you're young and you have an interest in animation, you look at a film like The Lion King, and you ask, what tools were used to achieve this? How many people? How much money? Where do I start? When do I finish? How does this get seen? These are all questions that, when growing up outside of the industry, can take quite a while to figure out, some of them behind the paywall of a formal education. And for decades, the only path to a career in animation was through those art schools. But we finally have different avenues emerging. In the late 90s, the advent of consumer-grade digital cameras and inexpensive audio equipment brought the rise of the independent film community. Anyone with the dedication and the drive could produce a film. And that's exactly what happened in the world of independent animation. If you had an interesting idea, you could finally just make it. Everything you needed was available. There were obtainable goals and accessible software. And of course it was limiting, but it was all about getting your foot in the door. Flash and Newgrounds became the two most useful learning tools for young aspiring animators and game designers. And it really democratized the production and the distribution of animation in games. It bred a generation of artists whose individual creativity could flourish in mediums that were typically very labor intensive. It was the new flipbook. But rather than finding it in a cereal box or the corners of classroom textbooks, it was online for everyone to see. These kids in their bedrooms were building massive audiences before the age of social media. But it wasn't just a community of appreciators, it was a community of like-minded creators, all inspiring, critiquing, and elevating one another. As Tom Fulp said, the world is full of gatekeepers, and the web was the first place where anyone could share anything with everyone. Everything by everyone. Animators, voice actors, programmers, illustrators, and musicians, there was a portal for each one to submit and grow and learn. And it's that tight-knit community that's really responsible for the site's longevity and success. Newgrounds is unique in that it's one of the few independently operated sites that survived the dot-com bubble without being swallowed up by larger digital media conglomerates like Google or Amazon. And it's always been heavily creator-focused, which is why Newgrounds today isn't nearly as large as it could have been. Total creative independence, unfortunately, isn't very lucrative. And that's why you saw many creators use Newgrounds as a springboard to YouTube, which in the early days was much more beneficial for web animators due to its higher ad rates. Until, of course, it was overrun by user exploitation, which caused a shift in YouTube's monetization priorities in 2012, from a view-based model to a minutes watched model, which once again made high-quality short-form content much less profitable. And it left a lot of talented artists without a revenue source practically overnight. But it never stopped them. In fact, some of the most creatively exciting content on the internet still comes from those artists raised on Newgrounds. And there's also been a lot of successful mainstream crossover. Animation teams like Studio Yada, which started out as just a freelance text submission on Newgrounds in 2012, has since worked on projects like Skullgirls and Cartoon Network's OKKO. Or creators like Thomas and Adam Vian, originally known as the Super Flash Brothers, are now first-party Nintendo developers with snipper clips on Switch. You always hear about the CalArts class of the 1970s that went on to lead the Disney Renaissance. A community of like-minded individuals all challenging and motivating one another, eventually transforming an entire industry. And right now, we're on the verge of another animation revolution, and this time, it's the class of Newgrounds. It was the advent of television that wiped out theatrical cartoons, and cable wiped out broadcast cartoons, and now we have the internet. But the medium itself hasn't disappeared. It's just evolved. So ignore the claims that traditional animation is dying or dead, because it's not and it never will be. We're just in the midst of another generation shift. And compared to legacy media, new media is still in its relative infancy. And we're figuring out where animation fits into this new system, but the foundation for the future of animation has already been laid. It's a whole new playground of worlds. There's always been one essential component in the way we consume entertainment, and that's curation. We look to curation with our music, our films, our television, a sort of cultural gatekeeper to oversee a library too large to sift through alone. And for most of us who grew up in a pre-social media age, our gateway into the world of anime came from one place.
We call it Toonami.
An exclusive, uniquely styled block of programming that was designed to bring an awareness and a respectability to an art form somewhat overlooked by American audiences. Toonami debuted March 17, 1997, after programming executive Mike Lazo tapped Sean Akins and Jason DeMarco to produce an action block that would showcase some of Cartoon Network's newly acquired teen-oriented IPs, something the network had been attempting since its inception with the Super Adventures block in '92 and then Power Zone in '96. The original lineup being the Cartoon Roulette, Thundercats, Voltron, and the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. And to give the block an atmosphere and a personality, they used CGI interstitials hosted by Space Ghost's own Moltar, voiced by the late great C. Martin Croker, one of the principal animators of Coast to Coast. It wouldn't be until the summer of '99 during Toonami's midnight run when a major design shift would introduce the Toonami Operations Module, or TOM, as the new permanent host of Toonami. Originally portrayed by the voice of Dragon Ball Z's Krillin, Sonny Strait, before being replaced by Steve Bloom in 2000, an auditory icon in the anime and gaming industry. And through Tom, they were able to express a reverence for anime that hadn't been seen on any other network. People think Toonami was the only place to get this content, but anime was airing on American television long before 1997. The Sci-Fi Channel had a block in the mid-90s called Saturday Anime, which would showcase more mature programming with things like Akira and Dominion Take Police. Unfortunately, it was buried in the ratings dead zone one night a week, so it didn't reach a very wide audience. Or even as far back as the 60s with Tetsuwan Atom or Mach Go Go Go, it's just that most people weren't aware of their foreign origins due to some pretty heavy westernizing practices. They just knew them as Astro Boy and Speed Racer. But Toonami brought anime into the mainstream with its cultural identity intact. It wasn't just the shows, it was the connective tissue, the curation and the aesthetic and the respectful treatment of the broadcast. The feeling that someone was introducing you to something they had a great deal of passion for. And when that passion is relayed with care, it can become infectious. But when it's insincere, the contempt for the material becomes very obvious. Just look at Saban's treatment of Dragon Ball Z when it aired on the WB.
And now it's time for action, adventure, and some real nasty characters. Here comes Dragon Ball Z!
And that's a result of not understanding the material, not understanding the demographic, but Toonami understood its audience. And its goal was to speak to kids directly rather than down to them. It also served as a great introduction to long-form serialized programming with things like Gundam Wing, as opposed to episodic content, which was pretty common in animated shows at the time. And things like the Month of Miyazaki or Giant Robot Week help kids make the distinction between a style and a genre. Anime is not a genre, and that was something important to articulate during the early years of Toonami. This was a form of entertainment the majority of American audiences were still 4 decades behind on. So they had to make it clear that even if you weren't the biggest fan of Sailor Moon, that wasn't representative of the entire block. The programming was fluid, so there was always something for everyone. The phrase Toonami Faithful was born out of this constant threat of failure by the network. Despite Toonami being a staple of nearly every kid's afternoon television viewing experience, it was always teetering on the edge of cancellation. And in 2008, due to rising competition and a somewhat unpopular design alteration, Toonami had what seemed to be its final broadcast.
Well, this is the end, beautiful friends. After more than 11 years, this is Toonami's final broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and we'd like to thank each and every one of you who've made this journey with us. Toonami wouldn't have been anything without you.
And Tom was right. Without the outpouring of support from Toonami's dedicated fan base, the block would have stayed dead. But on May 26, 2012, something no one saw coming happened.
Oh, hi, Adult Swim. I got the results of the test back. I definitely have April Fools.
What started off as just a clever April Fool's joke turned into a full-fledged, internally and externally driven campaign to get Toonami back on the air.
The viewership that night went from the normal 200,000 viewers to about 1.4 million, something like that. So they were able to get a little bit of programming. Everybody worked for free after hours, and we did it just for love, really, in the beginning, to try to get it back on the air. for you guys.
Toonami's resurrection really demonstrated the power of the people and taught a lot of kids the value in supporting the things that you love, being vocal and persistent and sharing your interests with others the way Toonami shared them with you. There's an art to curation, more than just an algorithm. It comes from a genuine love of the craft and a meaningful relationship with the audience.
Welcome to the anime action fan sanctuary, with Tom providing that slick commentary.
There's a structure to language we all learn when we're young, a flow to the words that could almost be sung, something most of us learned from the great Dr. Seuss, with his chartreuse villains rhythm reminiscent of Mother Goose, and his imaginative world so perplexingly abstruse, told with a simplified language even a kid could deduce. His name was Theodore Geisel, the man who coined the word nerds and wrote Green Eggs and Ham with just 49 words. He made reading a tool kids could finally enjoy, not like Dick and Jane books, which would bore and annoy. In much of his work, he used this literary trick. It's a rhyming tetrameter that's anapestic. It's that signature style that's always greeted with laughter. It's just two unstressed syllables and one stressed syllable after. And today, the great Yertle, that marvel as he, is king of the mud that is all he can see. Studies show that that rhythm helps with core memorization and builds children's confidence with classroom dictation. Some constraints on a canvas's language design gives a structure to reading and a writing guideline. You could see all these kids were finally reading by choice, these stories told through the voice of Dr. Theodor Seuss. And yes, Seuss is correct, he's of German descent, it's just harder to say with an American accent. And the semblance to Goose helped skyrocket his fame. Kids preferred saying Seuss, so he stuck with that name. But his acclaim wasn't bound to just one single nation. His stories exported through the gift of translation. The book's phrasing and language in which they were written works perfectly fine in the US or Britain, but to reach out to the world and all of its culture, hello's not enough. You need hola and bonjour. And not just the words, but the rhyme patterns too, like poisson bleu, poisson rouge, poisson bleu, with designs in the hundreds, all with distinct features. Translators work hard to rename all those creatures, translating them all with their essence intact, while preserving the fun at a major impact on the habits of reading of kids at young ages. There's so many lessons in the words on these pages. It's interesting how our perception of history is shaped by very specific cultural imagery. Never the full story, just the raw emotion. Single frames can capture the attitudes of an entire era, and those images very often appear in fiction, like with the atmosphere of a post-war Japan perfectly captured in 1954's one of the boldest political statements ever put to film, masquerading as a creature feature. Directed by Ishiro Honda, with special effects by Eiji Tsuburaya, the man responsible for pioneering suitmation techniques and the tokusatsu style of filmmaking. Together with Tomoyuki Tanaka and Toho Studios, they were able to give form to this persistent fear of nuclear destruction, a fear that was still very much alive in Japan, given the recent events in the Marshall Islands. The crew of a boat called the Daigo Fukuryu Maru, or Lucky Dragon 5, had been fishing off the string of atolls in the northern Pacific, which also happened to be the testing location for the United States' new 15-megaton hydrogen bomb. And that incident is mirrored in the opening sequence of Gojira. The events of Hiroshima and Nagasaki left an empire in ruin, and during the post-war occupation of Japan, the United States tried to sculpt a new foundation of democracy, but with that came a very strict censorship policy, criminalizing the production of propaganda films and banning military imagery. And even though Gojira was released 2 years after that occupation ended, Toho was still under immense pressure by the new media regulations imposed by the Japanese government, which had been influenced a great deal by the American censorship policies. And the wounds of war were still fresh, so Honda and Tsuburaya's use of suggestion and visual metaphor made for a much more tasteful interpretation of those events. Godzilla may seem like just an oversized lizard, but there was a lot of thought and care put into his design. If you look here, you'll see that Godzilla doesn't have scales like a normal reptile would. That grooved hide was meant to evoke the keloid scarring of the survivors of the nuclear blast. And the blast itself was represented in Godzilla's mushroom cloud-shaped head. Gojira was about perspective, building a window into the post-war fears and anxieties of the ordinary people involved in these tragedies. And that's something that wasn't taken into consideration when the Trans World Releasing Corporation acquired the distribution rights in 1956. The foreign political messages were deemed unsuitable for American audiences, and many of the scenes were cut and the plot heavily restructured to include an American lead, with the idea that a film with a Japanese perspective wouldn't be commercially successful in the US, because Americans weren't ready to look at the destruction of Japan through the eyes of its victims. So the film was retitled Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and scenes were reshot to include actor Raymond Burr as an American reporter covering the destruction of Tokyo, alongside Japanese-American actors standing in as lookalikes to make it seem as though he was part of the original production, while references to the dangers of nuclear weapons and American testing were either distorted or outright removed. And a lot of those subtextual elements were lost in translation, or just not translated at all. On top of the 20 minutes cut out of the film and the 30 minutes added, the majority of the original Japanese dialogue wasn't dubbed or subtitled, and the scenes that were done very poorly. I'll give you an example with one of my favorite scenes in the film. It's a quiet moment in the middle of the destruction, a mother comforting her children as the city burns around them. It's one of the most poignant moments in the film. There's no musical cue, just the crackling of fire and this woman's beautiful performance. Now, let's take a look at that same scene as it occurs in the American release. The added score muffles her delivery, she wasn't dubbed, and I didn't remove the subtitles. That's just how the scene was originally screened. And you can really see the difference in emotional performance when comparing the coverage of the Japanese reporter to the monotone monologue of Raymond Burr.
George, here in Tokyo, time has been turned back 2 million years. This is my report as it happens. A prehistoric monster the Japanese call Godzilla has just walked out of Tokyo Bay.
Unsurprisingly, when the film premiered, it was critically panned. Bosley Crowther of the New York Times calling it incredibly awful, saying the same could be accomplished with a dinosaur made of gumshoes and $20 worth of toy buildings and electric trains. And that may be harsh, but I understand his disappointment. It's just a shame that he, along with most people, never got the opportunity to see the film as it was originally intended. Gojira was a product of and a response to oppression and tragedy and censorship, and what this version did was censor the oppression, trivialize the tragedy, and introduce an American perspective to an experience that is very specifically Japanese without understanding it. The film was designed to be a nuclear allegory, so when it's stripped of its message, all that's left is a dinosaur stomping on buildings. But despite the criticism, Godzilla found its success in drive-in theaters and on late-night television, its popularity completely obscuring the original film for decades. The original wasn't even available to American audiences until the Criterion Collection remaster in 2004, 50 years after its initial release. And over those 50 years, Godzilla's significance within the context of man-made disaster and war has shifted in favor of kaiju battles. He's embraced his Americanized title as King of the Monsters, becoming the defender of Japan as well as the official Japanese tourism ambassador. And his domestication is due in part to the American sanitization of that first film. The Godzilla we know today is as much a product of America as he is of Japan. He's a product of the bomb, a product of the censorship, and a product of Hollywood marketing. Part of coping with the atrocities of war is twisting them into entertainment, which seems distasteful and strange, but it's something that every culture does. And Gojira was meant to be a cathartic release for Japanese citizens, something that allowed them to reimagine their history and learn from a tragic wartime experience. But the war was over now, and it was time to move on. Toho had accomplished its goal in 1954, but saw a potential market in American audiences with a more lighthearted, campier direction. And with improving relations between the United States and Japan, Godzilla was able to reflect a changing demographic. But it's telling that in his current incarnation, he's much more a natural disaster than an ally. So if you only know Godzilla by reputation, a look back at his origins will give a unique perspective into a very complicated time in Japanese and American history. There's a beauty in horror, the seductive nature of something terrifying. And nowhere is that more present than in the design of H.R. Giger's Alien, a film icon as influential as Dracula that brought an elegance to the grotesque and reshaped the way we think of movie monsters. This is Hans Rudolf Giger, known simply as H.R., a Swiss surrealist painter whose roots are in architecture and industrial design. And his work has been described as a twisted combination of the surreal, the mechanical, the sexual, and the macabre. And even if you're not familiar with his work, you certainly know his influence, an aesthetic so unique, it's earned its own adjective. It's rare for something so disturbing and darkly sensual to also be commercially appealing. So, what's the story? Well, in 1977, director Ridley Scott and screenwriter Dan O'Bannon approached Giger after seeing his work in his book Necronomicon, a collection of Giger's airbrush paintings. This is Necrom number 4. It, along with its companion piece, Necrom 5, were used as the basis for the xenomorph design. Scott was so impressed with Giger's work, he insisted on keeping the design faithful to the original painting, interfering as little as possible. His distorted blend of sci-fi and abstract industrialism was perfect for that used future atmosphere they were attempting with the film. And Giger's designs became such an integral part of the production that he was also brought on to shape the entirety of LV-426 and everything within it.
Gradually, down the line, I realized it made a lot of sense to have Giger design everything that was to do with the alien. That includes the landscape and the spacecraft, and that everything that was earthly, then it would be Michael Seymour and his team, right? And so that made a lot of sense, you know, two separate brains working on two different worlds.
Up until 1979, horror movie creatures were typically earthbound entities: spiders, sharks, lizard man, fish man, wolf man. But Giger, as an outsider to the film industry, wasn't bound by the common design tropes of the 70s. He was able to create something genuinely alien, a distorted biomechanical reflection of man. Everything we fear about ourselves, exaggerated to the point of surrealism. It's very difficult to interpret those airbrush paintings into 3 dimensions, which is why they had Giger himself fabricate the majority of the alien sets and costumes. They couldn't just tear apart a jet engine and construct the set out of scrap metal like they did with the Nostromo. Giger's vision is very specific and very uniform. A replication of the painting this accurate could only come from the mind who created it. And Giger, coming from a background in industrial design, crafted everything with a practicality in mind. The alien's elongated head housing the secondary mouth, the breathing apparatus on its back in place of a nose, and of course, something with acidic blood would be encased in an exoskeleton, which, by the way, was made with real bones, along with condoms for its articulating lips and a human skull in the tip of its head. Yes, a real human skull. And coupled with the idea that it wouldn't only take on the characteristics of its host, but also its environment, allowed it to blend perfectly into the interior of the Nostromo, adding to that claustrophobic terror. But even outside its design, one of the greatest aspects of the alien is the logic in its mechanics. You, as an audience member, can understand everything there is to know about the xenomorph's parasitic lifestyle without the need for expositional dialogue. There's no expert that comes in to explain the origins and the motivations of the creature.
But Ghoul, he consumes the souls of human children.
You learn the process visually through the experience of the characters, and every stage of its evolution drives the narrative. And unlike your typical slasher movie antagonist, the alien isn't supernaturally invulnerable.
Got a wonderful defense mechanism. You don't dare kill it.
It's just as fragile as anyone else on the ship, but killing it can open a whole new series of life-threatening problems for the characters. So, brilliantly, the objective becomes escape. It was Jaws that perfected the art of hiding its creature for dramatic tension. But that was done out of necessity given that the shark was fairly unrealistic and close-up. But the xenomorph works in bright light or in darkness and at every angle. It's only seen in glimpses to accentuate its ability to disturb and seduce, because the alien's a monster that you want to see. And honestly, at a certain point, it becomes almost too intriguing to be scary.
Ich wollte immer ein schönes Alien haben. Wie soll ich das sagen? Ein ästhetisches. Ein Monster ist nicht einfach etwas Widerliches, sondern ein Monster kann seine Schönheiten haben. Es kann sich elegant bewegen, es kann szenig sein.
Giger's Alien is one of the most influential creature designs of the 20th century. It's become the crux of an empire of games, movies, comics, and merchandise, and somehow nearly 40 years later, it still has the power to terrify, excite, and arouse in equal measures. It's a creature that to this day has seen no equal, and it's one of the most beautifully haunting nightmares ever put to film.
When the work was finished on Alien, I thought it will be something special, but I never know that it will be so important. And I remember Gordon Carroll saying, you know, you will get famous with this film. And I said, oh my God, I wouldn't be so successful probably as with the Alien film, no, as the thing of the people always know me as the father of this alien. And it's okay.
There are a lot of polarizing opinions regarding adaptations, specifically comic book adaptations, and even more specifically, Watchmen, a story that for over 2 decades was said to be unfilmable. Published in September 1986, Watchmen ran for 2 years as a 12-issue miniseries, created by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons, and they designed Watchmen from its foundation to highlight everything that the comics medium was capable of, and what film, television, and literature couldn't do. Alan Moore has said in the past that if we only see comics in relation to movies, then the best they'll ever be are films that don't move. Alan Moore's goal in the mid-80s was to focus on those elements that made comics a distinctly unique art form. Things like structuring the entire book around a 9-panel layout, 3 rows of 3. It gave the pages a center, which allowed more precision in its narrative flow. And the few times that structure is interrupted or broken, it's done for a very specific reason. It gave Moore and Gibbons a level of control that wouldn't have been possible with a more fluid layout. And you can see that use of control with issue 5, Fateful Symmetry, where each page is mirrored front to back, converging in the centerfold with Adrian foiling his attempted assassination. And with the film, Snyder tried emulating that control through his use of slow motion. But the design of those panels is part and parcel to the storytelling in that book. Even the lettering is used as a storytelling device. Rorschach's word balloons before his psychiatric break are solid and fixed, while after the incident with the little girl, the dialogue is jagged and uneasy, much like his mental state. It's an easily unnoticed detail, but it adds so much weight to that character. Another easily unnoticed detail is Watchmen's use of color, done by John Higgins. Where traditionally in comics a primary color palette would be used, reds, blues, and yellows, Higgins proposed using a secondary palette, purples, greens, and oranges. And when they did use the primaries, they would use them boldly to punctuate a moment, something that's lost in the film. Watchmen's less about the story being told and more about the way it's being told. It's a comic about comics, and no matter how visually faithful an adaptation, film can't articulate that intent. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be adapted. Alan Moore himself has dabbled in adapted material with his own work, with characters in Lost Girls and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and to a degree, the characters in Watchmen are loose adaptations of the classic Charlton characters. Rorschach, Night Owl, Dr. Manhattan, the Comedian, Ozymandias, and Silk Spectre were all based on The Question, Blue Beetle, Captain Atom, The Peacemaker, Peter Cannon Thunderbolt, and Nightshade, respectively. Watchmen was originally going to be a team book comprised of those pre-existing characters, but Moore didn't want to be encumbered by continuity and all the baggage that comes with writing in an established universe. He wanted his characters to be damaged and degenerate, a complete 180 subversion of the known superhero mold. And these days, everything's a grim reimagining or a gritty deconstruction, but before 1986, that didn't really exist outside of The Dark Knight Returns. It took the realism that Marvel introduced with characters like Spider-Man and made it actually real. Not just money troubles or alcoholism. Watchmen dealt with paranoia, insanity, rape, war, nuclear holocaust. What would happen if these characters were real? But not just real within the context of a comic. Real characters in the real world dealing with real issues using the tropes of comic book storytelling. But it did it in a way that wasn't exploitative. However, the film almost glorifies violence. Night Owl and Silk Spectre snapping bones in half, murdering thugs, arms sawed off. Every one of Dr. Manhattan's victims explodes into a bloody pulp. So a single panel like this in the comic escalates to this. Yet the destruction of New York is completely bloodless, seemingly inconsequential, which is the exact opposite approach of the comic. There's no real graphic violence in that sequence with Dan and Laurie. Rorschach doesn't butcher a man with a meat cleaver. That one moment of unimaginable horrific violence is in those 6 splash pages surveying the destruction of Manhattan. The entire book builds to that single moment, and it's incredibly powerful. But by the time that moment happens in the film, you've almost become desensitized to the violence, and there isn't really much to see other than a flash of light. It doesn't elicit the same emotional reaction as those brutally detailed pages. And there are quite a few moments like that throughout the film. It strips away the context, but retains the payoff, so there's that emotional disconnect. I'm not saying there isn't a great deal of respect given to the source material, because there is.
I am looking at the stars. They're so far away, and their light takes so long to reach us. All we ever see of stars are their old photographs.
But it's selective, and it's seen in minor things like Ozymandias' wardrobe. His purple robes and gold accents in the comic are meant to allude to his infatuation with Egyptian myths, while also giving him a regal, authoritative silhouette. But in the film, Zack Snyder wanted his costume to be a parody of the rubber bat suit from Joel Schumacher's 1992 film, Batman and Robin, bat nipples and all. So there's a sacrifice of authenticity for an inside joke. It's frustrating, because when a property is adapted, it's typically the adaptation people are most familiar with, like with Watchmen and the Charlton characters. It doesn't affect the source material, but it does remove a potential portion of an audience that could have been introduced to it through its original form. Although you could say there's another portion of an audience that would have never explored the material had it not been adapted. Good or bad, faithful or not, an adaptation should only be seen as supplementary material, never a substitute for the original, and that's what I think people are forgetting.
What I've said is that I'm not trying to replace the graphic novel with the movie. As a matter of fact, I think in every opportunity I have, I say, you know, you need to read the graphic novel.
Yeah.
Like, if this gets people interested in reading the graphic novel, then I've done my job as a filmmaker. A film, a motion comic, a video game, they all exist to complement the original work. If you want a voice to read Rorschach's dialogue in, a sound effect for John's teleportation, it isn't necessarily needed, but it's there to draw from. This scene from the film is more emotionally impactful for me than those 5 panels in the book, but only because I've read those 5 panels. I've had that experience with the book, and it's been visually enhanced through the film. Those 2 moments exist independently of one another, but ultimately they work together to shape a more vivid image of the overall story.
Your eyes are different colors.
My left eye sees the past.
And what about your right eye?
You'd be hard-pressed to find a work of science fiction that wasn't influenced by Blade Runner in some capacity. The aesthetic impact it had on the genre is still felt today, and has met no equal since it first landed in cinemas those long 40 years ago. That universe has nourished countless creatives and driven emulous spirits to dream up their own techno-noir realities of wonder. Shinichiro Watanabe was one of those dreamers. He's called Blade Runner his greatest source of inspiration when developing the world of Cowboy Bebop. So it's appropriate that he would then be the filmmaker chosen to build out the connective tissue between the Blade Runner of the past and the Blade Runner of the present. And now, in a cyclical turn, we see the inspired become the inspiration.
Bang.
Back and forth, back and forth. Generations of cultural exchange that feed into each other like an Ouroboros of influence. A system of cells interlinked within cells interlinked within cells interlinked within one stem. Different boughs of the same tree.
This blue eye perceives all things conjoined. The past, the future, and the present. Everything flows, and all is connected.
Both Bebop and 2049 share a deep, loving reverence for what came before, but also have a confidence about themselves. A self-assuredness not to let the weight of that respect collapse into pastiche. But as the progeny of Blade Runner, they're both pulling from the same constellation of influences, so that common heritage of course leads to a lot of little synchronicities. Some are broader sci-fi concepts that aren't too uncommon in fictional dystopias, like dead cities buried under a junk heap in a ruined Earth, with scavenger children from an orphanage embowered in scrap and garbage. And some, a bit more specific, like a devastating incident in the year 2022 that scrubbed all trace of the digital world.
Due to the explosion of the lunar gate, all data encoded before 2022 is missing.
10 days of darkness. Every machine stopped cold. When the lights came back, we were wiped clean.
But these are just the superficial similarities that come with the science fiction territory. The connections that interest me are those concerning human beings, synthetic or otherwise, lost souls who exist on the fringes, searching for place and purpose, people just trying to piece themselves together from the scattered wreckage of a broken world, asking the same questions all of us are as we march toward the ash heap. Where do I come from? Where am I going? How long have I got? But you strip it all away, and the only thing that truly makes us human is connection.
There was a woman. First time I found someone that was truly alive. At least that's what I thought. She was the part of me I'd lost somewhere along the way.
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
We're all just looking out for something real. Intentional or not, there's some beautifully poetic symmetry in the last breaths of these two moribund renegades. I can't say for certain how much of these parallels are deliberate, though if they are, I'd hesitate to even call it an homage, really. More like they share the same soul. A soul that was cradled by Roy Batty in his own final moments, baptized with purpose as he dies in the rain.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die.
If you'd like to see more videos like this early and ad-free, I'd encourage you to head over to Nebula. Nebula is a streaming platform that's creator-owned and operated where we can experiment and create exclusive series. One I think you'd be interested in is called Working Titles, a show that explores the creativity in the opening credits of various television series. There's one on Cowboy Bebop by Matt from Extra Credits that you should definitely check out, and when you sign up for Nebula, you also get access to Curiosity Stream, a streaming service that hosts thousands of documentaries and non-fiction content. In fact, while researching for this video, I found a great documentary over there called The Worlds of Philip K. Dick, which takes a deep dive into the many works and adaptations of Dick's work, including Blade Runner. And if you sign up using the link, you'll get 26% off, so you'll get a package deal of Nebula and Curiosity Stream together for less than $15. Plus, on top of getting access to 2 great services, you'll also be helping out independent creators as well, which is always appreciated. So sign up today by clicking the link or by going to curiositystream.com/Captain Christian. Thank you for watching, and I'll be seeing you all very soon. Take care. There have been hundreds, if not thousands, of different incarnations of Superman in the nearly 80 years of his existence. He was the first superhero, the Hercules of American culture. And while he was created on the page, he wouldn't become fully realized until his cinematic debut. And when I say cinematic debut, one of these probably comes to mind. But Superman actually made his leap to the silver screen in a cartoon.
The infant of Krypton is now the Man of Steel, Superman!
Helmed by this guy, Max Fleischer. And if the name seems familiar, it's because he's also the creator of dozens of characters like Popeye and Betty Boop. He and his brother Dave were approached by Paramount to create a show for Superman, who was surging in popularity at the time. And with a budget of about $500,000 per episode, they were able to create one of the greatest achievements in animation history. They produced 17 single-reel films, 9 by the Fleischers themselves, and the remaining 8 by famous studios. So what makes this show so significant for the character? Well, for one, it established everything from the look of the Daily Planet all the way to Superman's ability to fly. Superman couldn't fly before 1941. That's where the leap tall buildings in a single bound comes from. Because the limitations of animation at the time, it was difficult to have him bouncing around everywhere. Fleischer put in a request to have him fly to lighten the workload on the animators, while unknowingly creating a staple of comic book superpowers. Flying's the second most popular superpower behind maybe super strength. Everybody flies.
Yeah, I can fly.
Can you fly?
In a plane.
Are you freaking kidding me?
But this show didn't just build on the Superman mythos, it also helped push innovation in every facet of animation, and filmmaking in general. It was the first of its kind. It was an action-adventure serial, which no one in animation was doing at the time. Animation was for comedy. It was something for the kids to watch. Superman elevated the medium, took it to places nobody thought it could go, and it inspired multiple generations of artists.
When we started doing the Batman animated series, I was actually going to go with something a little bit brighter, gaudier, and a little bit more weird and stylized. But my boss at the time suggested that we look at the Fleischer Superman cartoons again.
Every element in these films, from the movement to the color to the sound design, everything worked so synergistically that sometimes you forget these cartoons were made in the 40s. Even the lighting is realistic. It looks almost like an oil painting, being dark and shadowy while maintaining that beautifully saturated color. It adds a heightened sense of drama to the cartoons. It actually anticipates the look of film noir. Now it's compared to something like the New Adventures of Superman series from 1966, so 25 years later.
Is it a bird? No. Is it a plane? No. What is it? It's Superman.
Holy shit, that is terrible. Max's approach to animation was less about putting pencil to paper and more about adapting the mechanics of filmmaking to bring these drawings to life. Cartoons don't move like this anymore. There's so much life in the action. It's fluid, it's balletic. Every frame is a wholly new drawing.
My father was a pioneer in animation, a great innovator, great artist, and really gave cartoons the movement and flexibility that we see today.
Now, I want you to take a close look at this shot from an episode called The Bulleteers. Did you catch it? All right, let's reverse time real quick. Take it back right there. So you can see how after he catches his balance, he positions his foot on the ledge for leverage to kick back off. That may seem like a really small detail, but it's difficult to capture that kind of nuance in character movement. And to do it, Max Fleischer developed an entirely new method of animation.
He invented a machine called the rotoscope, which is still in use in every special effects house in the world. That made a complete change in the look of animation.
It was a process of filming the movement in live action and then matching it to the characters by drawing directly onto the celluloid. And just remember, without the rotoscope, lightsaber fights would still look like this. But lightsabers weren't the only thing Superman had a hand in. Take a look at this episode. It's called The Arctic Giant, and it's responsible for inspiring one of the biggest icons in pop culture history. I've noticed, while modern portrayals of characters like Batman are constantly updating and becoming bigger and more grandiose, Superman, at least in his current incarnation, seems to be trying to get back to his roots. DC even went so far as stripping him of most of his powers and reverting back to the classic black and red insignia Max Fleischer designed in 1941. And one of the things most people are just beginning to understand is that Superman, when over-explained, becomes uninteresting. And you take a look at this scene from Man of Steel. This opening sequence lasts nearly 25 minutes, and while being very visually engaging, ultimately adds nothing to the narrative other than telling us two things. One, Krypton was a place, and two, Baby Cow leaves Krypton. Krypton's no longer a place. Now, comparatively, the Fleischers give that same origin in about 25 seconds, and Grant Morrison famously did it in just 4 panels. In the original comic, Superman's origin was told on just the first page. Origin stories are boring as hell, which is why the second film in a franchise trilogy usually works the best.
Real hard.
It's the simplicity of Superman that makes him such a compelling character. He's a hero with perspicuity in his motivations. We always know what Superman will do because he'll always do what's right. The clearer the motivations, the more distinct the character becomes. It's the stories around him that should be complex. And while these cartoons and their 10-minute runtime aren't necessarily the most complicated narratives, they present Superman in his most fundamental attributes. If you strip away all the faff and plot and continuity and just look at the core of the character, if you had to explain to a 5-year-old who Superman was, this would be your description. Someone who's never read a comic in their life can hop onto this show and have a real understanding of who Superman is, who he truly is. He's not an alien, he's not a god, he's just a dude from Kansas doing the right thing.
All students to assembly for special photo day instructions.
I love photo day. When the flash goes off, it makes you see spots.
Why do we need special instructions for photo day? You don't want this to happen to you, do you?
They cut your head off?
Welcome, students, one and all. Who's your favorite principal? Is this thing on? I said...
There are few things in this world more badass than this intro to the 1992 X-Men animated series. It's vibrant and bold and exciting, and it says everything there is to say about the X-Men. But it wouldn't hold that same visual energy if it looked like this. With comics, and superhero comics in particular, color is a key component in making the characters iconic and recognizable. In a universe of thousands of characters, you need every available design element to differentiate between them. But color is the most important. If you distill these characters into just their specific color palettes, you'd still have a pretty good idea of who's who. But in this era of bland, muted, lifeless costume design in film, you strip that layer of identity away. See if you can guess who this costume belongs to. We've had 16 years of X-Men films, some great and some not so much. And Apocalypse isn't out yet, so I can only speculate. But why does it seem like the X-Men franchise is almost embarrassed by the X-Men?
Do I actually go outside in these things? What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
That line isn't directed towards Wolverine, it's directed at the audience.
That was my response to a lot of internet complaining about the lack of spandex multicolored costumes, which we tried.
In 2012, we even got confirmation from Singer himself that there would be no more black leather costumes in future X-Men films. Finally, we've upgraded to black paintball gear. It's not an issue with the limitations of costume design. That's been proven in Deadpool and partially in X-Men First Class. Except for whatever the hell this was about. It's an issue with the filmmakers and their faith in the material. Because how is full-body black leather any more practical than spandex?
Now this right here, this is the first time the actors wore the suits on camera.
That is true, and they could not climb over that concrete divider. They just couldn't do it. They kept, Hughes ripped his pants, they fell over.
And when the first time they wore them, everyone felt like they were sort of in a body cast.
Yeah.
And could not hop over that wall without practically falling over.
This is insane. Nobody could move in this.
They have the footage of it. We tripped and we fell flat on our faces, and because we couldn't get our legs high enough with these suits. So you couldn't feel less like a superhero in these costumes.
The X-Men have a very complicated role in the Marvel Universe. They aren't celebrated like other heroes. They're misfits and outcasts and kids on the run. And a lot of them don't have families.
Be a normal kid. It's not my fault.
And that costume that the students wear is sometimes the only thing that gives them any sense of belonging. It's not just a uniform, it's a symbol of the unification of the group, while also being a representation of individuality, because that's what being an X-Man is about. It's a celebration of self-identity. Take Nightcrawler, for example. He's a circus performer, and his costume should reflect that. It should be vaudevillian and acrobatic and full of color. There's nothing acrobatic about khakis or a leather trench coat. A costume can say a lot about a character. If you look at Cyclops and Wolverine's classic costumes, they have inverted color schemes to visually represent their opposing roles on the team and their relationship as foils. It's a subtle and clever way to show their conflicting ideologies, and you get all that from just two colors. In some ways, wearing a flashy costume is a tool to battle segregation and the discrimination the mutants are facing by the public.
Mutant and proud.
And what does proud stand for, if not self-expression? Xavier's goal when designing the original uniforms was to promote cooperation and project a positive public image. He wanted his students to inspire people, like superheroes did. It's the same concept behind police uniforms or firefighters. Black isn't the only serious color, and the X-Men should do more than represent a dated interpretation of cool.
Is this gonna be about tights?
Sorry, Logan, superheroes wear costumes. And quite frankly, all the black leather is making people nervous.
Here's a quote from James Mangold, the director of The Wolverine, on why the character doesn't wear his costume. He says that the flesh and blood of the character is loyal to that iconoclastic rebel who doesn't seem to be the first to don spandex, and that by removing the costume, they're trying to stay true to the character. Staying true to a character doesn't mean stripping away the one design element that he's always had since his first appearance 40 years ago. Wolverine wearing his costume is a sign of his loyalty to Xavier's vision, and his respect for Cyclops' leadership. The two may butt heads and be at constant odds, but at the end of the day, Logan knows who's in charge.
Every now and then, Summers, I remember why you're still in charge.
Because throughout history, Wolverine is a soldier, and a soldier knows the importance of a uniform. So if you think that blue and yellow spandex or capes and tall boots are too silly for your film, then you don't take the property seriously. And a true fan takes their interests seriously. If you want to do a darker, real-world spin on these characters, that's fine. By all means, fulfill your vision. But don't say it's because it wouldn't work on film, because it does, and it has, and it will continue to. These characters should stay authentic, because they mean a lot to a lot of people, and I think there should be a certain level of responsibility when adapting these properties, because these characters are a result of decades of work from creators who've shaped and molded them into the icons that we know today.
Yeah!
And people have been doing things like this in cosplay for years. There's no excuse not to do it in film. But overall, I'm excited for the future of the X-Men franchise, because if they've learned anything from Deadpool, it's that costumes can be comic accurate without looking like they came from a Halloween store. I have a great deal of respect and admiration for artists who push their craft to its fullest potential. And when it comes to monster designs, makeup effects, and the magic of filmmaking, there's one artist in my opinion that stands head and shoulders above the rest, and that is Guillermo del Toro, who over the last 2 decades has spent his career crafting some of the most memorable, inventive, and awe-inspiring creatures of contemporary cinema. And that's a difficult thing to accomplish in an era where technology has made anything possible, and therefore almost nothing special. So, what does it take to make a great, memorable movie monster in this day and age? And why are Guillermo del Toro's creatures so iconic? Well, for one thing, they change. Almost all of the best movie monsters go through some sort of visual metamorphosis over the duration of their screen time. The xenomorph evolves through its life cycle, the predator reveals its mandibles and sunken eyes, and the thing is a shapeshifter, so we get a wide variety of grotesque horrors. Del Toro says that if a monster stays the same throughout the film, then there's no sense of drama in the image. So you'll see with a lot of his designs, he usually incorporates some sort of creative transformation. The fawn, for example, de-ages over time. Starting from a state of decay, he gets healthier as the film progresses. The amphibian man reveals his bioluminescent glow, the reapers split their jaw to expose an umbrella of fangs and tentacles, and the pale man embeds his eyes in the palms of his hands, with his fingertips resembling freaky black eyelashes. Watching something change can tell you a lot about how it works, and maybe reveal a bit about its origins. Del Toro says that, like a piece of art, a glance at the monster should tell you its story, its purpose, and what it represents, but the design also has to be of a piece with all the other elements in the picture. So a design doesn't just end with the creature itself. The entire world of the film needs to be an ecosystem to support it. Del Toro is a visual storyteller first and foremost. His creatures don't have much history or dialogue, and most of them have a pretty limited amount of screen time. But they leave such a lasting impression because every facet of the filmmaking is being used to bolster that central element. If we take a look at The Devil's Backbone, you can see how the production design is used to complement the creature design of Santi, the ghost child. So we have the blood-colored water, the caustics reflected around the room. Even here you can see that the salt deposits along each wall of the cellar were art directed to give the impression of flowing liquid.
We spent weeks painting that wall, painting the humidity in that wall so it had the sense of waves, as if the kid was underwater, because the kid had the blood floating out of his forehead, and I needed the humidity and the salt deposits in the wall to look like waves of water.
Del Toro always designs his creatures with the environment in mind. The geography has to be somehow echoed in the design or vice versa, so the labyrinth is as much a part of the faun as the faun is of the labyrinth. It isn't just a habitat, it's an extension of the character. So much so that before we're even introduced to the faun, he is literally a part of the set. And that symbiotic relationship between the creature and the environment in these films is what makes them feel like they exist beyond just the frames in which they appear. It makes them feel alive.
When there's a creature or a fantasy element involved, imagine that you have a bullseye. At the center of the bullseye is the fantastic element, and every one of the other concentric circles is production design, wardrobe, color palette, and light, and all of them exist to give oxygen to the centerpiece, which is the fantastic element.
And just as important as the environment supporting the effect is the performer who gives it life, and that's where this guy comes in. This is Doug Jones. He's the man behind the mask in almost every one of Del Toro's films. But he goes well beyond just being what they call a suit performer. The majority of the roles he plays in these movies, Del Toro designed with him specifically in mind, and he brings a special kind of elegance and charisma to those characters that not many people could in those demanding conditions. Blind, on stilts, and 50 pounds of prosthetics reading his lines phonetically in a language he doesn't speak, that's a damn good performer. And his unique physique helps solve one of the biggest issues creature designers have, which is the prosthetics building up the mass. The key to a convincing makeup effect is in reduction, not excess. And Doug Jones, being about 6'3" and only 140 pounds, keeps the costumes from building up and looking stiff. So the amphibian man can be slim and muscular and completely mobile, but you can still see the many visible layers that make up his flesh. And not everything can be achieved through physical makeup and hard work alone. Fish eyes blinking, impossibly positioned or malnourished legs, that's where the visual effects come in. Del Toro is a champion of practical effects, but he knows when to augment them digitally when necessary. But the operative word here is augment, not replace. Del Toro understands the importance of having something practical there for the actors to play off of. They don't have to guess an eyeline or mime a physical interaction because there's a living, breathing creature on set. And that makes a big difference in the performances. The reaction to those big reveals feels genuine because in most cases they are. You walk onto a set and you see a 7-foot disc-faced demon angel bloom his wings in front of you. As a performer, your reaction's going to be a bit more genuine than it would be with a tennis ball and a green stick. Del Toro's monsters resonate with people because they feel alive, and they feel alive because they are. But their significance is in more than just their presence. It's what they represent. Del Toro often jests about eye candy versus eye protein. He says that eye candy is something you eat visually but is superfluous to the storytelling. Eye protein is something beautiful and technically complex, but it tells the story. Like Frankenstein and Godzilla, the monster should serve a more symbolic function to illuminate the human condition. And I think that's the core of the success of these creatures. They're technical marvels that are sometimes gorgeous and sometimes gruesome, but they all have heart and purpose, and there's a lot more to them than meets the eye. Whether it's a stitched-up corpse in a backward suit or a pale-faced child with cracked porcelain skin, the story is all right there, spelled out in the design. So you want to know the secret to an iconic movie monster? Then look closely and see what they have to say. And I want to thank Blue Apron for sponsoring this week's video and helping support the channel. With Blue Apron, you can create delicious gourmet recipes delivered right to your doorstep in exactly the right proportions, which means no trips to the grocery store and no waste from unused ingredients. And their large variety of dishes can all be prepared in 40 minutes or less with fresh, locally sourced ingredients along with step-by-step instructions that makes cooking quick and easier than ever in both two-person and family-sized options. And with no commitment, you can skip or cancel the service at any time, and shipping is always free. So if you want to try out some great new cuisines and help out this channel in the process, the first 50 people to use the link in the description below will get $50 off your first 2 weeks of meals when you sign up. So check out Blue Apron as soon as you can, bring some excitement into your kitchen, and experience a better way to cook.
when I say the word Disney, what do you think about? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? For most people, it'd probably be this, or this, or this, or maybe some of these. Doesn't really matter. Whether you're thinking about Oliver and Company or Winter Soldier, everything that falls underneath the Disney umbrella shares one thing in common: money. Disney came out of the gate with their first feature for the silver screen, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, in 1937. Adjusted to inflation, the New Boy classic raked in over $1.1 billion at the box office, and lifetime gross puts it over $3 billion. After 2015, The Force Awakens grossed over $2 billion, and that was over 810% of the film's budget. Disney might have been shaky about his feelings towards, the Jews, but there's one thing he knew, and that is how to be the Jay-Z of feature-length animated films. And that business acumen stuck with the company long after he passed. Whether it be theme parks or cape shit or killing YouTube networks, the roots of Disney in entertainment are as numerous as they are deep, and they're all flowing with liquid gold. Animation monolith or not though, even gods can bleed, and that's what we're talking about tonight, so put on your thinking caps and strap in. I'm really smart and this is Treasure Planet, Disney's biggest mistake. Alright, so what is Treasure Planet? The love child and passion project of directing super duo in the animation world Ron Clements and John Musker, known most notably for their work on The Great Mouse Detective, The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, Hercules, and more recently, Surf's Up 3. Basically, their films are half the reason that the late 80s through the 90s are referred to as the Disney Renaissance. Only thing is, they didn't particularly want to direct any of those films. See, after working as character animators on The Fox and the Hound and writers on The Black Cauldron, they came to the chairman of Walt Disney Pictures at the time, Jeffrey Katzenberg, with a simple wish. We want to adapt Treasure Island and we want to put it in space. Now, you could chalk up Katzenberg telling them no to him just hating fun and cool things that are good and nice, but it's important to understand the context of this request. See, this is coming off the release of The Black Cauldron, which is historically one of Disney's worst flops ever, and these guys worked on it. Even worse, following the trash fire that was The Black Cauldron's box office performance, Disney had to downgrade their entire animation process. Their animation department didn't even get to stay in their Burbank lot and had to be moved to a warehouse, or else they'd have to have shut down that entire wing of Disney Pictures. There's a reason it's called the film that almost killed Disney. Anyways, with all this in mind, Katzenberg laid down the law and sent them off to direct The Great Mouse Detective instead, to warm critical reception and great performance at the box office. A year after it was released in 1987, they approached him again with the same request. Disney's already adapted Treasure Island once, we just want to create our own reimagining of the source material for a new audience. To which Katzenberg's reply was something to the tune of, "Pirates are gay, go make mermaids." And they did. 1990, still no Treasure Planet, go make Aladdin. 1992, still no Treasure Planet, but at this point Katzenberg decided to strike a deal with them. They had done what the suits up top had told them to for 5 films, and if they did it one more time, they got their dream project. Clements and Musker started work on Hercules later that year, and in the meantime, had their good friends Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio, who had been their co-writers on Aladdin, write a treatment and rough script for their project. The same Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio that about 10 years later would go on to release their own swashbuckling adventure, Pirates of the Caribbean: The Curse of the Black Pearl. So they finish Hercules, they have a script for their pitch, and even though it turned out to be kind of a disappointment in terms of opening week sales, Katz was a man of his word, and he gave the green light to the duo's working title, Treasure Island in Space. One of Disney's most visually compelling features ever produced, and my personal favorite from the happiest animation studio on Earth, but what would ultimately become one of the biggest failures in the company's history. Ironically fitting for the pair of ambitious directors who had helped write The Black Cauldron. Before I get into why it failed, though, I want to talk a little bit about why it shouldn't have, or rather, why it didn't, at least not in terms of the vision. So, starting from the top. Alright, so Treasure Planet is a visual marvel in Disney's stable of animated flicks, and they don't waste any time improving it, in one of my favorite character introduction sequences ever. The film opens with a slow pan of the Ethereum, Clements and Musker's reimagining of space in an effort to create something more warm and full of life, complete with breathable air and currents of solar winds. As the title card fades, Tony Jay, known best for his roles as Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Shere Khan from The Jungle Book, begins the opening narration.
On the clearest of nights, when the winds of the Ethereum were calm and peaceful. The great merchant ships with their cargoes of Arcturian solar crystals felt safe and secure.
It isn't until a minute and 19 seconds into the film that we first get to see our young protagonist, Jim Hawkins, gazing wide-eyed at the legendary Captain Flynn and his crew savagely raiding a lonesome merchant ship. As the narration continues, we cut to a shot of Jim laying on his bed, reading, or rather listening to, a holobook of the scene we're watching with him. Oh, wait, you mean the narration wasn't a narration? It's just a book. That's weird. That's actually weird. Disney classically is known for their opening narrations, but it always comes from a place of omniscience, say the Muses in Hercules, or the Rooster in Wolfgang Reitherman's adaptation of Robin Hood. It's never acknowledged within the narrative that their beginning exposition is just a book that a person, especially the protagonist, is reading in the current time of the story taking place. It always comes from the perspective of hindsight. A few seconds later, Jim's mother opens the door to find him reading and, disgruntled, tells him he should already be asleep. Quickly budging, though, she settles down in the bed next to him and they finish the story together. Jim asks his mom if she thinks someone will ever find Treasure Planet, and although at first she tries to explain to him that it's just a story, after he protests that he knows it's real, she concedes that it is with a smile and a kiss goodnight. Right before the film cuts 12 years into the future, and one of the smoothest transitions in Disney history, we see Jim open the holobook again as the opening replays, his silhouette illuminated under his blankets by the same shots we were ushered into the film by just a few minutes ago. So immediately we establish 4 major things within the first 3.5 minutes of the film. 1, Jim is completely captivated by the adventures of Spacers, Treasure Planet's version of sailors. This isn't only shown with his facial expressions and body language as he makes his way through the book, but in the details of his room, like the model ships, his drawings, most notably this one of Captain Flynn, and most importantly, what his mother Sarah says when she tucks him back in the bed.
Okay, now it's time for this little spacer to go to sleep.
2. This film takes place in an alternate future. Technology's advancement has in some ways completely halted and in other ways soared past anything we could imagine today. The entire structure of the room they're in is comprised of exposed wooden planks, and they're both dressed in 19th century Victorian clothing, with the rest of the interior following the same theme. But they exist in a world with holographic projection technology and a galaxy full of worlds that great tall ships traverse between as if they were islands within a vast cosmic ocean. So steampunk, but refined steampunk, not the DeviantArt top hat wearing golden Nerf gun shit. Similar actually to Disney's 2001 expedition into sci-fi Atlantis, The Lost Empire. 3. Jim and his mother's relationship, at least at this point in time, is clearly very tender and loving. The way she smiles at him, the way they laugh together, the gentle expression she carries through the entire scene, even the tone they say I love you to one another in, just exudes warmth and comfort.
I love you.
And finally, 4. This isn't going to be your run-of-the-mill Disney movie. Like I just mentioned, Treasure Planet isn't the first unorthodox sci-fi adventure film Disney had ever created. Nor is it the first film they've created that doesn't follow the format of a book musical, with an opening narration or song to act as its narration. But it was the first to subvert one of their most common tropes in the opening sequence of the film while being an unorthodox adventure film featuring 0 musical numbers. What makes this opening sequence even better, though, is that the payoff isn't halfway through the movie in terms of the story interacting with these concepts. Every piece of information we're presented with here is immediately built on or juxtaposed in the very next scene, which is actually really refreshing. Not even for a Disney movie, but for the adventure genre in general. Anyways, check out this transition.
There are nights when the winds of the Ethereum, so inviting in their promise of flight and freedom, made one's spirit soar.
Smoother than silk. So, Jim is older, bolder, and sating his ambitions for adventure and sailing the Ethereum by thrill-seeking and moderate hooliganism. Unfortunately for him, though, after this incredible sequence of traditional animation, CG, and deep canvas flowing seamlessly together, he's stopped by the feds and taken back to his mother at their home and family tavern, the Benbow Inn. A slight restyling of the Admiral Benbow, the inn Jim helped his parents run in Treasure Island. Which conveniently brings me to this film's first major divorce from the source material. That is, after the whole sci-fi thing. In the original book of Treasure Island, Jim grows up with both of his parents. It isn't until the pirate Billy Bones shows up warning Jim about the one-legged pirate in this adaptation of Cyborg that Jim's father actually dies. Sad, but ultimately his development as a person through his formative years wasn't affected by it. He grew up with a father present in his life, and he knew both of his parents loved him. Even after his father's passing, he's still very much the bright-eyed boy that Treasure Planet's Jim was in the opening sequence we just watched. In Treasure Planet, however, we learned from a conversation Sarah is having with her friend Dr. Dilbert Doppler, counterpart to the book's Dr. Livesey, that his father actually abandoned them when he was pretty young, and she hasn't known how to deal with him since. Now, not only is this an interesting change to make the protagonist and his situation more accessible to an audience and something a lot of children growing up in the 2000s could sympathize with, it adds a ton more depth to his character as well. The effects of that abandonment at such an early age permeate through every action he's a part of and every decision he makes throughout the film. Treasure Island's Jim is a flat, albeit charming and exciting character. In Treasure Planet, though, we're reintroduced to Jim as a misunderstood rebel, someone who clearly doesn't want his actions to hurt anyone, especially his mother, but doesn't understand how to, or maybe feels it's pointless to try to communicate that to her. He knows he keeps letting her down, but he's resigned himself to the idea that he has no future, so why should he worry? To accentuate the guilt he feels towards how he's hurt his mother, right after he overhears her telling Dilbert all of this, he rushes to the aid of Billy Bones, and although he is given the star map to Treasure Planet that ultimately starts the adventure part of this film, it's at the cost of his mother's tavern and their home. This change takes what was originally just a story of adventure for the sake of riches, vanity, and excitement and completely terraforms the emotional landscape. The main point of development had previously just been Jim growing into a more brave and honorable man, but in Clemens and Musker's reimagining, we're taken on an adventure of redemption, driven by Jim's desire to make things up to his mother, because he finally has a chance to prove his worth and pursue the only dream he's ever had, sailing across the Ethereum to Treasure Planet. Jim's abandonment plays a huge role in his relationship not just with his mother and Dilbert, but with John Silver, the main supporting character turned villain turned supporting character. Once introduced, they quickly start to develop a father-son relationship, and this picks up a lot once Silver learns of Jim's past, after he saves him from one of the other crewmen who are secretly under his leadership. Silver is the cyborg that Jim had previously been warned about by Billy Bones in the opening sequence of the film, and although at first Jim is hesitant to trust him, the void Silver begins to fill just by being there for him, existing as a source of support and warmth when Jim hadn't received any from his actual father, is enough to make him ignore his better judgment. He trusts him even though he knows he shouldn't, because it's the closest thing that he's ever had to that presence in his life. And ultimately this comes around in a much more powerful way than it does in Treasure Island, or its original film adaptation, because instead of Jim not having a personal attachment to Silver and being aware of his intent to lead a mutiny from very early on in the story, in Treasure Planet, the person betraying him is the person he sees as a father figure, and seemingly his only friend. And as opposed to just overhearing plans of a mutiny, he overhears Silver renouncing every kind thing he said about Jim, claiming he was only nice to the sniveling little whelp to keep him off their trail. Every change Clements and Musker made in this adaptation wasn't just in an effort to modernize the story for the sake of modernizing it. They very diligently built on the foundation that Stevenson had set out before them to make the central cast of characters feel like they had unique personalities with flaws and idiosyncrasies all their own. Jim is damaged goods. His mother Sarah is working herself to the bone and is handling the loss of the man she loved on top of the emotional disconnect of the only other man she loves. Dilbert is hyper intelligent, but at the expense of any form of social grace or confidence, even going so far as to belittle his own degree. Captain Amelia is so consumed with being in control of the situation and making sure everything is going the way it should that she tries to force her grievous emotional and physical wounds out of mind. Silver has sacrificed half of his limbs chasing Flint's treasure and is most likely just as emotionally isolated as Jim is because of the nature of his position. I mean, fuck, dude, even his cute, like, floating miniature ditto alien dog thing Morph has actual moments of emotional tension in this film. Specifically when he's forced to decide between Silver and Jim, and again when Silver is leaving him with Jim. My point is, a lot of the characters in this film have dimensions to them and shortcomings that juxtapose their positive traits and act as ballast for their personalities. Despite Treasure Planet being much further removed from reality than Treasure Island, even the side characters feel more like a human being than anyone in Treasure Island. In fact, I only have one real complaint with anything in this film in terms of the... Oh no. Alright, I don't necessarily dislike Ben, Treasure Planet's counterpart to the crazy Englishman Ben Gunn that they find marooned on Treasure Island in the book, but I think perhaps due to the fear that the film might not have been as full of laughs as the studio is usually known for, Disney packed just a little too many comedy noises into this neurotic robot Jar Jar voiced by Martin Short. Now, most adventure novels, and by proxy adventure films, do feature a sort of plucky comic relief character. Someone who exists in the narrative to help the protagonist, but that we know was ultimately only written into it to break up the tediousness of the adventure itself. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. In fact, there's plenty of characters who fit that bill pretty comfortably. Pippin and Merry and P-Jack's batch of classics being pretty good examples I could think of off the top of my head. Others that come to mind would be Kikuchio from Seven Samurai, C-3PO and R2, The Flash, Tuco, Nightcrawler, fucking Snap from Chalk Zone. What else? Even within Disney, we have Thumper and Bambi, The Mice and Cinderella, Mr. Smee and Peter Pan, Timon and Pumbaa, Mushu, Bobby, Flounder, and Dopey, who is basically just a tiny Harpo Marx. Point is, there are a lot of characters who exist almost solely as a comedic foil to the protagonist to alleviate some tension in the audience and provide a counterbalance. And they do it well. You know what the problem with Treasure Planet is? We don't care about him. We're introduced to him almost an hour into the film, and his entire introduction and character development thereafter is just Joseph Gordon-Levitt grappling with Woody Allen as a robot on Dagobah. It's fucking weird. His entire personality is ineptitude compounded by quirky social retardation, with a stand-up routine as his only input to any situation in this entire movie. And this isn't really even a problem with the film itself. The issue more so lies with the source material than it does with how Clements and Musker handled it. Ben Gunn in Treasure Island is not a character that really matters outside of his objective use to the development of the story. He's not someone we have enough time to cultivate any form of attachment towards, and this issue unfortunately boils over into Treasure Planet. I understand his necessity to the plot, but if I ever were to have a bone to pick with this film, it would definitely be Clements and Musker's need to pull the yucks out of their audience when there was no urgency to. Can't really pin it on them though, the blame kind of falls to the Mouse Kingdom at large for that one. Anyways, back to this being a good movie. Earlier, I mentioned the combination of animation styles featured in Treasure Planet, specifically this scene. One of the reasons this film is so unique within Disney's catalog is that it actually utilized a mixture of Disney's classic style of traditional 2D animation, seen here, modern CG animation, seen here, and a pretty abundant use of Disney's deep canvas technology, seen here. Not that it's the only one of their modern films to use these in conjunction with one another, but it used the latter more than any other and pushed the limits of what they could do more than any other of their films. Shots like this and this one here are some of the big reasons this film became one of the costliest features in Disney's history. So what exactly is Deep Canvas? Deep Canvas is a 3D modeling program created by a brain trust of Disney art directors and computer programmers for use on their 1999 classic Tarzan. If you've ever wondered how their artists drew every frame of the roller coaster-like tree sliding sequence, or even the closing scene of the film when Jane decides to stay, they didn't. See, Deep Canvas allows a team of technician artists to sculpt a dynamic environment out of rough geometric shapes that they then track the camera through. Once the sequence is complete, it's sent to character animators who then draw the characters and sometimes the immediate points of interaction with their environment in shifting perspectives for each frame, and at the same time is sent over to the background painters who take these gray shapes and turn them into a lush background environment for each shot. And voila! With truckloads of money going to programmers and animators, Disney could now accomplish what live-action directors were able to do with a Steadicam, and they could do it in hours instead of months. In itself, the give or take 10 minutes of Deep Canvas use in Tarzan was animation magic when it was released, and 18 years later it still is. In Treasure Planet though, Deep Canvas is featured in nearly the entire film's runtime. Why would they need to use Deep Canvas for that much of the film, you ask? because the entire RLS Legacy, the ship most of the film takes place on, was created using the software. So every scene where the characters are interacting with the ship as a 3D environment, Disney had to pay technicians and animators to create in deep canvas. It came at a great expense to the company, but what we got were shots that felt less like paintings and more like photographs, with tangible, three-dimensional environments in every frame. Something that I think was well worth their money, even if they couldn't make it back. So if you hadn't noticed it in this shot I played earlier, I bet at this point you're wondering where the CG came into this. Due to the difficulty of hand-drawing all the small, constant movements required to create a believable cyborg arm and leg, let alone an entire robot, Disney actually had Silver's natural body and clothing animated by hand, while his cybernetic arm and leg were both flat-rendered CG animations, superimposed into each frame. And the same was done with all of Ben. CG animated, rendered flat, superimposed into the shot. So in this frame here, for instance, we have Jim, who was drawn by hand, Silver, whose right arm and leg were animated in a computer, and the environment around them, which is somewhere in between the two. And it all comes together in a very natural feeling way. In fact, on your first watch through the film, you don't even notice the more obvious pieces of CG animation, like this space whale's eye, for instance. Not only did Clements and Musker manage to put a ton of technology and different animation talent into this film, they did it without any piece of it feeling like it wasn't part of the composition. Everything flows with everything else perfectly. Also, touching on color for a bit, though I won't go too far into it, Jim's clothing actually evolves with him throughout the film. At the start, he's draped in a very Victorian-era James Dean getup, complete with black shirt and dark brown jacket. Once he's settled into the ship in his journey, we see him shed those colors for a lighter brown shirt, and finally, in the closing scene of the film, he's draped in a white, red, and gold Academy uniform. So black is frequently used to signify unhappiness and grief, and in our reintroduction to Jim, he's still grieving over his loss of his father, even though it's internalized and largely only comes out as anger and spite towards him later in the film. It's a menacing, cold color, even if it can, in the right context, signify sophistication or efficiency, neither of which are things he necessarily lacks, by the way. As we remove some of the black from the dark brown he was previously shrouded in, more of the red and orange come through. Lighter hues of brown are often used in film to express a sense of warmth and resilience, and Jim comes more into his own as he grows through his journey. As he progresses, even after Silver's betrayal, there persists a genuine sense of determination and confidence within Jim that for the first leg of his journey just weren't really something he had in spades. And finally, with the closing sequence, we see him dressed in colors that represent love, reverence, strength, grandeur, peace, and rebirth. Jim has come home a new person, or rather the person his mother and Silver knew he could be, and Clements and Musker's choice for this final change in clothing makes sure we know it. Since I'm on the topic of this scene, by the way, I feel like it's an appropriate time to mention the score of the film, and by proxy, the sound design. When Clements and Musker began working on this film, they created a rule for themselves in terms of how they would balance the film's aesthetic. They wanted enough sci-fi to feel futuristic, but enough Victorian influence to not feel synthetic or cold in nature. Basically, they wanted more pirates than they did ice pirates. The balance they eventually decided on was referred to by the team as the 70-30 rule. So 70% of each design would be pre-20th century Victorian and 30% of it would be sci-fi. Hence the 17th century ship with solar sails and rocket thrusters. What's interesting about this though, and what makes this film especially unique, is that the score of the film and the sound design within it were held to the same rule. So in this sequence here, it's the closing sequence of the film, right? Jim saves the crew, Silver and Jim make up, Silver leaves, Jim and the remaining characters go home. In the score of the film, the piece playing throughout this is appropriately called Silver Leaves. Now, this plays for about 5 minutes throughout nearly the entire end of the film, until this shot here, when we cut to Jim standing at the back of the room, looking on as Sarah and his friends celebrate their safe return and the reconstruction of the Benbow Inn. The second Jim comes into frame, Silver leaves, and the ambience from all of the people in the inn quickly fade out of the foreground and are replaced by the last track in the film, Always Know Where You Are. Listen to the difference.
It's good to see the sun and feel this place I never thought would feel like home. And I ran forever, far away. I always thought I'd end up here alone.
Okay, so pretty stark contrast, right? I'm gonna explain why it works though, so check it out. Despite the music in this film largely being an orchestral score composed by James Newton Howard, it also features 2 contemporary pop rock songs, written and performed by John Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls and British rock group BB Mac. To assure the rest of the audio in the film was consistent with the visual aesthetic and the score's ratio of orchestral to contemporary music, sound designer Dane Davis's team scoured hobby shops and junk stores to find antique wind-up toys and spinning mechanisms for all of Silver's arm and leg movements, and applied this same philosophy to the rest of the film's sound design as well. Every movement from every character, every creak on the ship, every time a character opens or closes a door, it feels real. That's how an oak door with an old brass handle would sound. When the sound design is synthetic though, for instance the explosions or the firing of weapons or the thrusters on the back of the ships, it feels consistent with what we're being presented with visually. The deck of the ship is creaking, but it still goes whoosh when they're going fast. That makes sense. The sound of the film, both design and score, was diligently shaped to follow the visual aesthetic as to not remove the viewer from the experience. Now, the score features less of a consistent ratio, like in the way the visuals and sound design were created, but compensates for that by framing the 2 contemporary songs to be more important than any other piece of music in the film. By having virtually no audio play over them and using both of these tracks during major emotional apexes for the main character in the film, they inherently become the most prominent tracks in the score. When they're playing, they are the centerpiece. Everything you're seeing is being presented to you with this song and this song only as the information you're going to take with it. And this is executed actually really well. The lyricism in the 2 tracks perfectly reflect how Jim is feeling in those moments of the film and how Musker and Clements want us to feel during those moments. To make this contrast of sound feel even more natural, by the time the first contemporary track in the score, titled I'm Still Here, begins to play, we've already had over 30 minutes to become comfortable with the aesthetic balance of the film. It's not any more something to question than the spaceport shaped like a crescent moon, or the ship they're on still having normal rope and rigging, or Jim using a mop and bucket that look like something out of the Sorcerer's Apprentice while he's floating in an alternate version of space with breathable air. Treasure Planet starts us off with such a distinct juxtaposition of influence that everything else it introduces us to for the rest of the film, both visually and aurally, unquestionably belongs in that world. So why did it fail? I mean, it had a reasonably famous child actor as its lead. It was visually ahead of anything else it released. It was an adaptation of one of the most famous children's stories of all time. It had a great score. I mean, it's a Disney movie, a really good one. Released during a period where animation studios were dropping unorthodox adventure film sans fairy tale more than Kilodrop classics. So where did it go wrong? This is gonna come off a little tinfoil hatty, but bear with me, okay? I don't think Disney, at least not those at the top, really wanted this film to succeed. I mentioned the budget to you earlier, right? This is what this video is ultimately about, how much money the film lost. So because of all the bells and whistles put into this film and the length of its production, it ended up costing Disney $140 million to make, plus another $40 million for marketing. Of that, its world box office gross was $109.5 million, and only like 34% of that came from domestic box office. Its opening week, it sat at 4th place in terms of popularity, and it only plummeted from there. So not only did the film lose the company $71 million, it wasn't even very popular in America. Why? How could that even happen? I mean, Disney's marketing team could sell wood to a forest. They're not exactly known for being an informidable force in terms of making sure everybody knows their new shit is coming out. Remember Lilo and Stitch? 6 months before it even touched a projector, we were seeing Stitch knock down chandeliers with Belle and the Beast, surfing with Ariel, and giving presentations at Pride Rock. You had an entire marketing campaign that boldly pronounced to every kid in the country, hey, this is the new shit. This is going to be exciting and different. This is going to take place at the old Disney movies you like. While at the same time, McDonald's was offering Lilo, Stitch, and Nani in every Happy Meal. And it was released at the start of the summer. You know what it was released against? The fucking live-action Scooby-Doo movie. That's literally it. You know what Treasure Planet was released against? The first Harry Potter. And Disney's own movie, The Santa Claus 2, both of which sat at the #1 spot for their opening week. Disney released a summer movie right before Christmas against one of the highest grossing series debuts ever and a sequel to their own Christmas movie. On top of that, almost all of the marketing for Treasure Planet either didn't communicate anything about the film and just had clips of Jim riding his solar surfer, or it was commercials like these, where they literally spoil the fucking film.
Jim Hawkins.
We are so out of here!
Ben.
I've lost my mind.
And
What is that thing? A morgue.
on November 27th,
Go, Delbert! Go, Delbert!
Brace yourself.
Three unlikely heroes are taking on the meanest cyborg in the universe.
Pirates on my ship!
Not only do they reveal the antagonist, they reveal the secondary character we aren't even supposed to know exists until an hour into the story, and we know Morph takes Jim's side instead of staying with Silver. This is on television months before it releases in theaters. But it doesn't stop there. Disney, like any large company, have marketing surveys because they're smart people, and keeping your finger to the pulse of your audience is a smart person thing to do. At least 4 months before Treasure Planet was scheduled to be released, the marketing surveys they got back as to why audiences weren't interested in Treasure Planet is because they finally caught on to Disney's release patterns. It wasn't because they didn't want to watch it, but because of how much home movie had caught on and how much Disney had embraced the DVD trend in recent years. They knew if a Disney movie came out in the winter, it'd be available by the spring or summer. They'd already started to see commercials for the Lilo and Stitch DVD coming out that December, so they could just watch Treasure Planet at home. And Disney, knowing this, knowing what it was competing against at the box office, knowing the sales projections of each film, didn't even attempt to ramp up its marketing or move its release further into the winter. Disney sent Treasure Planet out to die, and the reason why is pretty clear. Features like Monsters, Inc., Ice Age, and A Bug's Life killed at the box office and had Disney wanting to shift directions. I mean, the chairman that approved the film in the first place, Katzenberg, hadn't been with the company since 1994. By the time the film was ready to release, the company had been through 2 different chairmen with completely different ideas of where the company should be heading. What loyalty did they have to the project? A sequel for Treasure Planet had already been arranged and set to enter pre-production, but why would they even want to make another 2D animated film utilizing incredibly expensive technology like Deep Canvas for most of the film's duration? What better way to tie up loose ends and not honor your agreement for a sequel than to forcefully let the film die? No executive on the planet, regardless of Clements and Musker's pedigree within the Mouse House, would ever let Treasure Planet 2 leave the ground if the first film crashed and burned. And that's exactly what happened. An entire storyboarded sequel that had already casted Willem Dafoe as its antagonist was locked away in the brig, never to see the light of day. And what's sad is Treasure Planet actually received positive critical reception. Disney themselves were surprised by its Oscar nomination for Best Animated Picture, and they shouldn't have been. It was one of their most well-made adventure films, and given the rough synopsis that I found for it in this Animated Views article that I'll link in the description, the sequel could have been even better. Treasure Planet, Brother Bear, and Home on the Range ended up being the last 2D features Disney would release until The Princess Frog in 2009 and Winnie the Pooh in 2011. After the massive failure that was Treasure Planet and the smaller failure that was Home on the Range, all it took was one more film not having a blowout performance in theaters for them to close the vault on traditional animation in the happiest studio on earth for good. As a matter of fact, right now, the only traditional animators left in Disney's pay that couldn't adapt to computer animation are paid to do projection mapping for the light shows at Disney World. Maybe I'm being a little too accusatory towards the Disney execs of yesteryear. Maybe it wasn't their intention to kill Treasure Planet. I mean, sometimes good men die a bad man's death, and at the end of the day, the same could be said for film. Even animated film. I mean, look at Cats Don't Dance, or The Road to El Dorado, or even The Iron Giant. I've never met a person who's seen those films that didn't love them. But sometimes the box office just isn't that kind. But what if I'm right? And the other theories and articles alleging the same thing since its release are right. And Disney did GIMP, their own feature to set in motion the end of their 2D animated films. I think it's easy to get carried away in thinking art, especially art we love as a kid, is unfettered by the conventions of society and what makes society function. Like I said at the start of this video, Disney is a Goliath built with solid gold blocks. It's a business, a massive one. They make art, but their art is commerce, and something that seemed like an ill-fated flop 15 years ago today looks a lot more like the beginning of an end that Disney themselves set in motion. I don't know. Something about the happiest place on earth crippling the release of a project full of love and ambition from 2 of their most faithful directors kind of kills the illusion for me. Sorry if it did for you too. Have a good night.
picnic, Eloise. Smells good.
No problem. Hey, what's the big...
Sorry. It's just Serby. He likes to dig.
It's supposed to be just the two of us.
That's okay. I'm feeling kind of bummed out. I could really use the company.
Well, if you want company, feel free to hang out with them.
So anyways, for no reason at all, Dad got all freaky on me. He says I don't notice stuff.
Yeah. This is a private picnic!
Eloise, BC needs his friends right now.
You can't dance to it or nothing?
Yeah.
And all we did was dance to jazz.
The human condition.
After all, the wool of a black sheep is just as warm.
Is the idea that we really only understand things in hindsight.
Walt Disney's become pretty much synonymous with the word success in our collective vocabulary over the last century, at least by every metric we have available to us. As a company, it's ranked 50th on the Fortune 500 list, which I'm pretty sure is like the Smash PGR for capitalism or something. It has a nearly 40% share of its own market, which is terrifying, and nobody really seems to care that we're hurtling towards Film Monopoly 2 Electric Boogaloo, because understanding the history of antitrust laws is cringe and Spider-Man is pog. Point is, big boys make big toys, and if you've seen a cinematic spectacle in the last 30 or so years, odds are the cavernous cartoon kingdom lays somewhere behind it. They're inescapable. It's like if the Borg sold Avatar plushies. And in the mighty jungle of the animation industry, Disney is the unassailable crowned king. But for all their countless successes and cherished classics, lightning has seemingly never wanted to strike twice for the House of Mouse. And no matter how vast their dominion has become, they've still never released a memorable sequel. With one exception. And I wanted to find out why. So I did what any normal person would do, and I spent a month and a half rewatching every single animated film that Disney has ever released in pursuit of a single, surprisingly complex question. What makes a story timeless? Anyways, that's what I'm gonna spend the next however long I feel like talking cool about, so put in your thinking caps and strap in. I'm really smart, and this is The Lion King, and Disney's sequel curse.
In a cafe, or sometimes on a crowded street. I've been near you, but you never noticed me. Oh, Cherie, amor, won't you tell me how could you ignore that behind that little smile I adore? How I wish that you were mine, baby. Come on, love me.
Alright, before we talk about the big LK, we gotta talk a little bit about the studio's history, and there's no better place to start than with a Teflon Don himself, Walt Disney. Walt Elias Disney was born in Chicago in 1901, and by the time he was 4, he'd already developed an extraordinary vocation for art, even being paid by a retired neighbor to draw his horse for him in Marceline, Missouri, where Walt's family had moved to in 1906. He quickly began copying the drawings on the front pages of his father's newspapers, and not long after that, he would become appointed as the illustrator for his own school's weekly gazette. Walt was on the fast track to pursuing a career in the visual arts, and everybody knew it. Everyone except Walt, that is, because no sooner did he accept his position as a cartoonist than he volunteered for the US military to help in the fight of World War I. After his application was rejected due to him being too young, Walt forged his own documents, reapplied, and was promptly shipped away to France with the Red Cross, where he would draw cartoons on the side of his ambulance and even make it into the military's own newspaper, Stars and Stripes. It had become abundantly clear by this point that no matter where in the world Walt could go, art would surely follow. So upon his return from the war, he took up a job as an apprentice artist at Pesman Rubin Commercial Art, where he'd soon befriend a fellow employee by the name of Oob Ewerks, the eventual creator of Mickey Mouse. After a couple layoffs and a floundered startup, Disney decided to enter the world of cell animation by selling short cartoons to a local theater called Laugh-O-Grams. Walt had long nurtured an interest in old fairy tales, particularly Aesop's fables, and he felt the best way to take the young medium forward was to reach far, far into the past. So the first 6 Laugh-O-Grams ever produced were re-adaptations of bygone fantasies.
1926. The success of the Laugh-O-Grams led Walt to establishing Laugh-O-Gram Studios, where he hired his first staff, Hugh Harman and Rudolph Ising, the eventual founders of Warner Brothers and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Animation, and of course, his old friend Ub Iwerks. The company quickly went bankrupt, producing a 12-minute-long animation reel of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. But after Walt traveled to Hollywood to visit his brother Roy, who had been recovering from tuberculosis there, he got a call from New York that would change the entire course of cinematic history forever. Margaret J. Winkler. See, Winkler was a huge deal in the cartoon world at the time as one of the top film distributors, but in spite of her significant stature and solid reputation, she had just learned that she was on the brink of losing the rights to her two biggest properties, Out of the Inkwell and Felix the Cat, and she was in need of a replacement pronto. The money Walt made from signing the contract with Winkler for what would become the Alice comedies allowed him and Roy to open the Disney Brothers studio, moving from Kansas to Hollywood and persuading Iwerks once again to come with them. And the rest is history. In 1926, Disney Brothers reincorporates as Walt Disney Studio. In 1928, after losing their contract for Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, Disney links up with composer Carl Stalling to create the first synchronized sound animation, featuring Iwerks' new character, Mickey Mouse, in the now iconic short Steamboat Willie. A year later, Mickey becomes the most popular cartoon in the country. In 1932, Disney signs a contract with Technicolor to utilize a new 3-strip color process. The first Silly Symphony short to follow, Flowers and Trees, becomes a meteoric success, along with the Three Little Pigs released the following year, even having its theme song, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf, chart as a hit single. And their colorful scenes, supported by Walt's innovative storyboarding, creates a massive deluge of cash for the company. And finally, in 1934, Walt announces his plan to create the first full-length, traditionally animated film ever. The Brothers Grimm's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The film industry at large were quick to mock the lofty ambition as Disney's folly, as the small handful of feature animations to date were scarcely known outside of their countries of origin and created using cutouts, silhouettes, or claymation. But the critics would soon learn to eat their words, because upon Snow White's release, it became the highest-grossing film in the medium's young history overnight, raking in $8 million in its first year alone. Adjusted to inflation, about 158 big ones, or 15,000 pairs of Yeezy 2 Platinums. No one could dismiss Disney or the success of animation as a fluke any longer. And 88 years later on the dot, the Walt Disney Company has become the single most ubiquitous animation studio on the planet, having successfully cemented themselves into our collective consciousness by following in the footsteps that Walt had so carefully laid out before them, taking the many timeless tales of our towering past and breathing into them new life. Anyways, with our historical frame of reference now firmly in place, I think it's time we talk about one of the greatest tales of them all. A testament to the very premise Walt founded the studio on. One of the most brilliant adaptations of a piece of literature in film. A masterpiece among masterpieces, the musical and narrative heights of which soar beyond reproach. I'm talking, of course, about The Lion King. One and a half.
Suede is the look for this fall. Of course,
Hey,
suede is
what's
happening
going on?
in every
Humba,
magazine.
you're sitting on the
What I like
remote.
about it, other than you've got that long
Sorry,
strap,
I thought it was a
clear
brownie.
your coats.
Okay, The Lion King, the original Lion King, is fantastic. I love it. It's a testament to the beauty of traditional animation and the power of musical storytelling, and I genuinely think it's one of the most significant films ever produced. But I'm kind of only using it as a jumping off point to talk about its way worse, way weirder younger brother. I imagine this isn't too dissimilar to how my family introduces me. See, The Lion King was released in 1994, smack dab in the middle of what's colloquially known by gamer girls and fishing freaks alike as the Disney Renaissance. A period of time from the late 80s through the 90s where the big D's stacked big B's and managed to miraculously save their own studio from becoming insolvent by dropping an unprecedented number of back-to-back hits for pennies on the dollar for what they used to spend producing them. When The Lion King was in production, most of Disney's senior staff were delegated to working on Pocahontas instead, and it was viewed internally as the more desirable of the two projects, running up its budget by an extra like $10 million, while leaving TLK to be handled by what some might call Disney's B team. This is often characterized as the studio simply not having much faith in The Lion King, but a large portion of it can actually be attributed to one project requiring a considerably higher level of artistic detail, and the other one being technically much less complex, notably featuring no human faces or hands. Couple this with a widespread stigma at the time that only movies about human beings were capable of earning critical acclaim or winning awards, and the really stark divide in resources starts to make a lot more sense. Keep this in mind, it's a surprise tool that can help us later. The Lion King is the first Disney feature to not begin as an adaptation from any one source material. It has no specific point of origin, besides a vague pitch on a flight to Europe in 1988 with Peter Schneider, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Roy E. Disney. One of them had floated the idea of a story set in Africa, and after excitedly agreeing with the notion, Katz quickly strayed from the topic and began ruminating over his childhood and the tribulations of becoming an adult. This time there was no great fairy tale, no fantastic myth, merely a vague emotional idea emanating from nowhere in particular. The moment you realize that you are a child, no longer. Because there was nothing to base it on, The Lion King went through a ton more treatments than the average film, and it evolved and shifted drastically over the course of its development because of this. Originally, it was King of the Kalahari, a grim drama narrated by a vulture named Scobie, and then it was King of the Beasts, a war film with a much more realistic documentarian approach, centered around a battle between lions and baboons led by a monkey named Scar. Until finally, years after its treatment, having gone through a slew of writers and multiple directors, its world began to take on a more defined shape. And the one it took was oddly familiar. The Lion King opens with maybe one of the most iconic introductory shot opening theme combos in film history. A colossal sun rising in the distance, illuminating the plains of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, where the film is set, as Lebo M's masterful overture underscores the vibrant establishing shots of the natural kingdom we're about to enter. I love this, by the way, because it's also maybe the most literal opening theme ever. If you translate the Zulu that Lebo is singing into English, Nans Ingonyama Bagiti Baba Siti Ingonyama literally just means, here comes a lion, father, oh yes, it's a lion. Speaking of lions, there's lions. This one's named Mufasa, and he's framed triumphantly above the rest of the kingdom below, so we know that he must be important. Mufasa is the sacrificial lamb to our actual main character, his son Simba's, arc in the story. The great tragedy suffered by our hero to thrust them into the wide, wide world and down their heroic and harrowing path. He's the Uncle Ben of the Serengeti cinematic universe. Simba is Paul Atreides with a tail. The first 30 or so minutes of the film do a fantastic job of acquainting us with the various relationships between its cast, Simba, Nala, Mufasa, Sarabi, Rafiki, Zazu, and Scar, and it's all done to set up this viciously effective rug pull about a third of the way through, wherein Scar betrays Mufasa, his brother, killing him and usurping his throne as King of Pride Rock, in place of Simba, who's abandoned his royal claim and fled the Pride Lands in his throes of grief. Mufasa is shorthand for king, as it was the name of the last pre-colonial king of the kingdom of Buganda, Mutisa. Again, a very literal use of language in this film. In fact, the Swahili word for king is very close to their names as well, Mfalme. Pretty much every character in The Lion King is given a similarly straightforward name, which correlates with their main function within its plot. Sarabi is Swahili for mirage, because she's kept fooled by Scar as to the true nature of Mufasa's death, and in turn this cluelessness provides legitimacy to his rule. Rafiki is Mufasa in Simba's council, and his name is Swahili for friend. Nala is an abbreviation of the verb nakula, more specifically ninakula, informally used in areas like coastal Tanzania and Mombasa to mean I eat. Nala, as a lioness, reunites with Simba purely by chance, having strayed beyond the Pride Lands to hunt for food. Shenzi, the leader of the hyenas, is Swahili for barbarous, and Scar is actually one of the only non-Swahili named characters in the entire movie, highlighting the extent to which he is implicitly ostracized in its text. Shakespeare often does the same thing, most notably in Hamlet, using very forthright naming conventions to bestow his characters titles that reflect what they narratively represent. Hamlet, his protagonist in a foreign land, is given a common English name, meaning home, to connect with his common English audience, while his antagonist is given a Roman Latin name, Claudius, meaning lame or crippled, the very same name of the Roman emperor who conquered Britain in the first place. Actually, now that I think about it, a young prince whose father dies at the hands of his brother, with whom his mother lies. Oh my god, The Lion King is Hamlet. Okay, so The Lion King is totally Hamlet. Mufasa and Simba are Hamlet and Hamlet Jr., Sarabi is Gertrude, Nala is Ophelia, Scar is Claudius, Rafiki is Horatio. I mean, it all lines up. Remember earlier when I said The Lion King is the first animated feature from Disney to not be founded on any specific source material? Well, that wasn't a lie, but after years of rewriting and reconceptualizing what its world and its characters would eventually be, the writers unintentionally began to shape Pride Rock into a faint reflection of the Danish court. And when directors Rob Minkoff and Roger Allers finally noticed the uncanny, subconscious similarities between them, they decided to go full send on retelling one of the greatest tragedies ever written, with as much irreverence and goofiness as they felt like, because it was never supposed to be Hamlet to begin with. First off, and just to get out of the way, there are obviously a few pretty clear deviations between the plot beats of Hamlet and the plot beats of The Lion King. This is primarily seen in the absence of like half the main characters' deaths. Scar and Mufasa are the only two KOs retained in the script, which actually still gives it one of the highest kill counts of any Disney movie. They obviously needed to perish for the structure of the tragedy to work, but instead of outright bloodshed, the writers instead chose to obscure their deaths from being direct on-screen murders. In the story of Hamlet, Claudius assassinates his brother the king by dripping a poison vial into his ear as he sleeps. But in The Lion King, Mufasa isn't actually killed by Scar's hand at all. Or paw, I guess. Mufasa survives the initial fall from Scar pushing him and then is killed by a passing stampede of wildebeest instead. He and Scar both are thrown from great heights, survive their falls, and then meet their ends at the mercy of other animals in the natural kingdom as opposed to perishing from the direct actions of a main character. This obviously wouldn't hold up in a court of law, but it does play cool with the censors. Similarly, all direct mention of sex is off the table, especially the subtextual suggestions of Hamlet maybe having a thing for Gertrude's big mommy milkers, understandably so. This is the change that arguably has the most substantial impact on the emotional landscape of the film, as Sarabi's characterization isn't her being happily betrothed to the treacherous new king, nor is Simba's being obsessed with this, but it instead shows her reluctantly working alongside him for the survival of the kingdom, while keeping him at arm's reach. The feelings of betrayal for Simba are consolidated into a single character, Scar, which renders the rest of the deaths in Hamlet mostly unnecessary, and because of the film's shift in its portrayal of death, Simba doesn't even learn he was betrayed until the last 10 minutes of the film. In Hamlet, members of the Night's Watch are visited by the silent ghost of the fallen King Hamlet, which leads to young Hamlet seeking him out and learning of Claudius's treacherous act straight from the horse's mouth, serving as kind of the rising action in its tragic structure. But Mufasa's appearance takes on a much more nebulous and emotionally resonant form, as he doesn't really talk about his death at all, and instead simply urges Simba to remember who he is, to come to terms with his feelings and become the man he was always meant to be. Become the lion he was always meant to be? Whatever. Point is, there are a lot of changes, but the similarities far outweigh them. One of the most famous scenes in Hamlet is of Hamlet coming across a graveyard, wherein he stops to talk with a clown-like gravedigger, as the skull of the former king's jester, Yorick, lies on the ground beside him. Upon realizing who it is, Hamlet picks it up and, gazing back into its eyes, sadly exclaims, "Alas, poor Yorick," the moment bestowing upon him a newfound, sobering awareness of his own mortality. This is mirrored in the elephant graveyard scene in The Lion King, where Simba looks into the eyes of a giant skull and, after being warned by Zazu that they're far from home, is greeted by a trio of laughing hyenas that emerge from it. A grave, a skull, and their jesters. Something especially interesting about the way The Lion King adapts this tale is that it doesn't simply do away with its tertiary characters, but rather folds them into its comparatively more intimate cast, leaving the few who remain much richer as a result. For instance, Mufasa's ghost speech to Simba actually being Polonius' speech to Laertes as he's leaving home. "This above all to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee."
You have forgotten who you are, and so forgotten me. Look inside yourself, Simba. You are more than what you have become. You must take your place in the circle of life.
How can I go back? I'm not who I used to be.
Remember who you are. You are my son, and the one true king. Remember.
Not to imply that the funny Lion musical is better than Shakespeare, but I do think that this lends itself to making The Lion King more relatable, easier to connect to, than Hamlet, as a result of the way it condenses and combines and recaptures its many characters. I mean, after all, Hamlet is Shakespeare's longest play. Its Elizabethan performances lasted over 2 hours, and transposing this to film makes it run over 4. Don't get me wrong, I adore long movies. Anybody that I've forced to watch all the Lord of the Rings extended editions in one sitting with me can tell you that, but I don't think it's sacrilege sacrilege to admit the value in this sort of transformative, abridged storytelling. For all the grief Hamlet endures, the love of his father is scarcely demonstrated in the text, because we're meant to view him in contrast to his counterpart Laertes, whose dad sends him to school with extra gushers and works at Nintendo and Microsoft at the same time. But without sufficient time to reenact its 4,000 lines of prose and verse, it's much more effective to instead allow Simba to exist as the whole self of these two halves, to not simply suggest, but to show in some detail the level of affection his father and him share, to better accentuate the severity of his sorrow. Zazu is Ronaldo and Francisco, as he is both a watchman of the castle and keeps an eye on Simba's comings and goings, and he shares much of Horatio's traits with Rafiki as well. Scar actually fills the role of both Claudius and Laertes in the final confrontation of the film, as he is at once the character who duels Simba and the one who antagonizes him into this duel in the first place. Simba is Hamlet and Laertes and Fortinbras, the Prince of Norway who wishes to reclaim the throne after King Hamlet's death at the onset of the play, and successfully does so following the tragedy's crescendo, as well as the death of young Hamlet, Gertrude, Claudius, Laertes, and pretty much everyone else. And it works excellently. The Lion King, not in spite of its changes, but because of them, is one of the greatest adaptations of the tragedy ever put to a screen, by virtue of its ability to connect with a far greater number of people than it otherwise could have, no matter how much more faithful Olivier's or Kozinstev's or Brana's are. But The Lion King isn't Hamlet alone. In the literary canon of Shakespeare, there are three basic genres of his work as defined in the first folio, the first published collection of his writing after his death. And these are the comedies, the tragedies, and the histories. And what we're gonna focus on is that last one. See, Shake Shack didn't just write hyper-depressive misery porn about the different ways Shouty got him acting different, he wrote some pretty pog epics as well, the histories. And the most notable group of these is referred to as the Henriad. The Henriad is a collection of dual historical tetralogies, following the rise of Prince Hal, his ascent to the throne as King Henry V, Henry VI's succession of him, and the subsequent rise of King Richard III, and they are sequenced as follows: Richard II, Henry IV Part 1 and 2, Henry V, Henry VI Parts 1 through Tres, and last but certainly not least, Halo 3. What I just said is a little contentious in Shakespeare world because the Henriad originally only meant the first 4 plays, but is contemporarily accepted to mean either the 4 or all 8, because the latter tetralogy follows the War of the Roses and is tonally distinct from the former. But kind of like how some people insist on pointing out that there's actually a 4th genre of Shakespeare called the Roman plays, it's not super important and doesn't really matter a whole lot. So if it crossed your mind to comment, well, actually, before I clarify that I understand this, I want you to know that I hate you, and I mean it, and it's not a joke. Anyways, back to the Henriad. Henry V, aka Henry of Monmouth, is genuinely a no-brainer as far as epic historical protagonists go. He ascended the throne at the end of a literally 100-year-long war that his kingdom was on the losing side of, and only reigned for like a decade. But he won nearly every battle he ever fought, is still revered as one of the greatest warrior kings in written history, and nearly conquered the entirety of France with less than half their forces, culminating in the Battle of Agincourt, where he led 6,000 Englishmen to victory against 15,000 French, only losing about 600 of his soldiers while killing 6,000 of France's. In fact, some of the most ubiquitous lines that Shakespeare ever wrote reside in the Henriad, specifically Henry V, not the tragedies. Once more to the breach, dear friends, we few, we happy few, you get the picture. He was literally shot in the face with an arrow in the middle of a battle when he was 16, and then had it pulled out of his bone so that he could return to war as soon as possible. Bro stepped out of Fist of the North Star and became a real person on accident. Unfortunately for him though, he died like 2 years after signing the Treaty of Troyes with France. There's no way that's how that's pronounced.
In French it is pronounced Troyes.
Huh. After signing the Treaty of Troyes, that made him the heir apparent of the French throne, leaving his infant son Henry VI to rule as a puppet in his place a la Anduin Rin, and the only monarch in history to be crowned as both the King of England and the King of France at the same time. Problem was, without his pops, this started a ton more wars, now without a goofy anime protagonist king to lead them, and this made a lot of people, even in his own family, want to usurp him, which they did several times until they eventually killed him. Henry VI was said to be timid, kind, averse to violence, and above all else, passive, which made him one of the most benevolent kings in Europe's bloody history, and one of the tamest protagonists throughout Shakespeare's works. But this also made him kind of a huge pussy, which all but guaranteed the ruin of his house. And this is what the trilogy of Henry VI mostly covers: the contrast between his heroic and beloved father and himself, the expectations thrust upon him, the subversive gentleness of his spirit, and the innumerable ways in which literally every single person in his life, including the penniless woman who married for love instead of diplomacy who'd secretly been plotting against him the entire time anyways, were committed to taking advantage of this gentleness and hurting him for it over and over again, culminating in his imprisonment by his nephew King Edward IV, who usurped him, and his subsequent death at the hands of Edward's brother, Richard III. Ritchie is one of the most complex protagonists in Shakespeare's canon, in the sense that he is arguably the worst human being we follow in the category of hero in any of the plays, and that's exactly why he's important to us. Nearly everyone hated him, he hated nearly everyone back, and Scar isn't just Claudius, he's Richard.
To all bear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown.
See, Richard III was part of the House of York, one of the two sides in the War of the Roses, which kind of sounds like something that happened in The Witcher, but I promise it's real. That's just how British people talk. And the reason he's so infamous is that he killed almost his entire family to make sure that he would be the only one left to take the throne following his brother King Edward IV's untimely death. A pair of his youngest victims in this lust for power were actually his nephews, Edward V and Richard of Shrewsbury, referred to in whispers as the princes in the Tower because they were locked away in the Tower of London as kids and then never seen or heard from again, so Richard could declare them illegitimate heirs and take the throne in their place, imprisoning and killing them just like his weak nerd bitch Uncle Henry. Richard also suffered from severe scoliosis, limiting his ability to engage personally in battles considerably, and earning him the crude nickname Crookback, accentuating the already intense distrust and disdain of him from pretty much everyone in his life, which is fucked up, but it does shed some light on how he's characterized in Shakespeare's play, a rudely stamped hunchback determined to prove a villain and hate the idle pleasures of these days. The perfect opposite to Henry V. You remember earlier when I mentioned the super literal naming conventions in The Lion King and how Shakespeare often does the same thing, using Hamlet and Claudius as an example? Well, the other reason that Claudius is such a brilliant choice of name in contrast to Hamlet's is that, removed from the perspective of an English audience who associates Claudius at best with a foreign land and at worst with a complete steamrolling of their people, Claudius Caesar was actually a pretty fantastic emperor. He restored Macedonia and Achaia as senatorial provinces, he expanded the rights of women, he included freed slaves in the imperial bureaucracy, he built new roads, aqueducts, and canals, and he pulled the empire away from the brink of financial ruin after Caligula's destructively extravagant reign. Claudius suffered from physical disabilities as well. He was known to walk with a limp and struggle from a speech impediment, but rather than informing his cruelty, it instead gave him a significantly greater depth of empathy and spurred him on to become a formidable intellectual as well. For a more contemporary frame of reference, Claudius was also the inspiration for Tyrion Lannister. In fact, there's a number of passages in George R. R. Martin's writing that are nearly one-to-one replications of dialogue found in a historical novel about him, I, Claudius, written by Robert Graves in the 1930s. Basically, next to Augustus, he was the only decent emperor in the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the first 5 emperors of Rome. His villainy is entirely dependent on what side of the frame you're looking at him through. Maybe the real tragedy of Hamlet is how alone young Hamlet is in feeling that it is one. Nearly everyone else in the story appears almost completely unaffected by the loss of his father. His mother seems overjoyed with Claudius, and Claudius, besides his hand in the murder itself, seems to be a courteous man and a well-beloved, intelligent ruler when we aren't looking at him through the lens of Hamlet's understandable malice. There's no great discontent within the kingdom, or even within Claudius's own court. He's overheard repenting for the harm he's done to ascend the throne, and even goes to considerable lengths to comfort Hamlet and help him reconcile with his loss, only choosing to take action against him after he realizes that Hamlet is going to expose and kill him. Claudius Caesar's death at the hands of his wife Agrippina the Younger, who was later murdered in turn by their young son Nero, is reflected quite deliberately in Shakespeare's tragedy as well, as he was a massive fan of Plutarch's histories, and Hamlet himself even points out the similarities in its third act. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. Like, if Hamlet's the only character to mourn his father for longer than a month, and everyone else seems perfectly content to accept Claudius's rule, what does that tell us about the fallen King Hamlet? Horatio says it himself in the first act. He was no better, if not worse. A bloody man. He murdered the old King Fortinbras and took his throne. He appears as a ghost to both the Night's Watch and his son in full armament, ready to go off to battle again. As thou art to thyself, such was the very armor he had on when he the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when, in an angry parley, he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange. Yeah! Claudius never did these things. In fact, his method of usurping his brother is the exact opposite of a violent death, even if the action is still loathsome. A quiet passing in his sleep, marking the transition of yet another king. But a thriving, healthy kingdom and the love of his queen, as well as the admiration of his people, don't really sound like Scar. nor do the words gentle or discreet fit the manner in which Mufasa was killed. Which is why, beyond his explicit service to the Lion King's plot, Scar is nothing like Claudius at all. But he is a lot like Richard, the last king of the House Plantagenet, deeply embittered and brutally envious of his family, bowed of body and dark of hair, bearing the sigil of a lion. Under Scar's rule, the Pride Lands don't thrive as they did in Elsinore and Denmark. They become a barren and inhospitable place, mirroring Richard's soliloquy at the onset of his play, marking the Henriade's end. Now is the winter of our discontent. The coalescence of these characters, combining the intellect and charisma of Claudius with the malevolence and physically meek form of Richard III, utilizing it the same as Shakespeare does as a visual analog to the contrast between his family and himself, gives us one of the most distinct villains in the entire canon of animation. And it is precisely because the writers and directors and animators who brought the world of the Lion King to life managed to entrench themselves in incredibly rich source material, without ever feeling beholden to preserving its form.
Life's not fair, is it? You see, I shall never be king.
And whiles I live to account this world but hell, until this misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown.
When The Lion King was released in 1994, 6 years after its conception, and produced by a fledgling crew delegated to a less prestigious project that most thought would never even be considered for an award, it became the highest-grossing traditionally animated film of all time, following in the footsteps of Disney's original Folly, earning over $1 billion at the box office and winning 2 Academy Awards as well as 3 Golden Globes, 1 for Best Film. So much for prestige, I guess. And The Lion King ends as it began. Simba having returned and restored balance to the kingdom, Rafiki holding his and Nala's cub up to their subjects below and to us, marking its close in a visual facsimile of the sunrise that had opened on, a reprise of the circle of life soaring into the foreground as its credits roll. In the words of Horatio in the last scene of Hamlet's final act, "Flights of angels, sing thee to thy rest." But that rest was rather short-lived, because just a few years later, a direct-to-video sequel to The Lion King would be released, produced by the actual B-team of Disney, Walt Disney Video Premieres, aka Disney Toon Studios, an amalgam of smaller animation teams established by Disney in countries like France, Japan, Australia, and Canada to better nurture young talent from around the world. And what do you know, they liked Shakespeare too. The Lion King 2 is Romeo and Juliet. Literally, actually, just Romeo and Juliet. Kiara loves Kovu, Kovu loves Kiara, both their families disapprove, you get it. It's the Montagues and the Capulets with fuzzy wuzzy paws, and nobody's allowed to K-word themselves. And it's decent. Second of the top 3 when it comes to Disney's sequels. But they didn't stop there either, because in 2004, Disney Toons produced a 3rd movie in the Lion King universe. And this one was weird.
But maybe it'd be safer if I just show him where I came from.
Oh boy, do we get to see where you grew up?
Yeah, Pumbaa, but it ain't pretty. Please remain seated while the camera is in motion. Here we are.
Oh, it slaps so hard! The Lion King 1.5 is brilliant. It's far and away the best Disney sequel. The only good one, in my opinion. And I've probably watched it more than any other film Disney's ever released, besides maybe a Goofy movie. Basically what I'm trying to say is, it's really Pog. And although it might not appear so at first, I think it might be the most Shakespearean Disney film of them all. Let me explain. The film opens the same way The Lion King did, with a brilliant sunrise illuminating the savannah below, setting the frame ablaze with a myriad of scintillating oranges and reds. Except when the musical accompaniment we've come to expect rushes in, it's quickly drowned out by Timon mockingly singing over it in a shrill, goofy voice before pausing the movie and fast-forwarding it to the part where he and Pumbaa come in. Whereas in The Lion King 1 and 2, our plot follows the royal line of succession quite directly, not unlike Hamlet or the Henriade, The Lion King 1.5 is a meta-commentary comedy prequel/midquel sequel to the original, starring a pair of its supporting characters, Timon and Pumbaa, embarking on their own adventure throughout the world as the main plot of the film takes place in the background, the two periodically cutting in throughout its runtime for these silhouetted, fourth-wall-breaking riff sessions, not unlike the original Mystery Science Theater 3000. The movie, in particular, as the outcome of the story our characters are watching, has a tangible material effect on their lives. In place of the Circle of Life, we're ushered into our alternate Lion King campaign, if you will, by a colony of meerkats singing about their life of never-ending fear, digging tunnels and then digging some more in the hopes of staying hidden away from their innumerable predators. Even though it's an incredibly upbeat song musically, its lyrics are like the spiritual equivalent of working in a call center. This shit is actually super depressing, and just like the Circle of Life, it being our opening theme demonstrates the ethos of the journey we're about to embark on really effectively. This time, not by the words being sung, but by the way our hero is juxtaposed against them. Timon is the only meerkat whose voice is not a part of the chorus, both literally and metaphorically, and this is immediately made further clear by his own family not even being sure of where he is after the collectivist hellscape sing-along comes to an end, just before the cave collapses on top of them, revealing Timon and its end to the ire of his people.
Hey, everybody! Nice work, Timon. Way to go, Tunnel Klutz.
Yeah, hey, none of us like you. This is something the film does throughout its runtime, mimicking familiar story structures and plot beats. But unlike The Lion King, it does so with the explicit purpose of subverting and then mocking them. And Timon's introduction is probably the most clear example of this. The first 15 minutes of the film, give or take, are pretty much beat for beat Disney's Hercules, complete with the disapproving elder authority figure and contrasting love from his parent, as well as the 1-2 punch of messing up then messing up again when he tries to fix it. And when Timon leaves home in the following scene, it even perfectly mirrors the shot of Hercules leaving his parents after his true identity is revealed to him. Except in our story, the triumphant swelling of music is undercut by Timon's mom loudly yelling reminders to him while he frustratedly yells back that he can't hear her. This introduction also serves as an establishing measure for the film's rather unique internal sense of rhythm. Dramatic beat, followed by comedy noise, followed by musical crash, followed by dramatic beat, intermittently interpolated by these dramatic irony-laden fourth wall breaks. And it flows, actually, remarkably well. Better, in fact, than The Lion King 2, in spite of it being a much closer adaptation of Shakespeare than the original Lion King. And in spite of the fact that The Lion King 1.5 isn't an adaptation of Shakespeare at all. It's an adaptation of a Shakespeare parody. In 1937, a child is born in Czechoslovakia and almost overnight becomes a refugee, as his family flees imminent occupation at the onset of a little world war known as II. He goes on to attend boarding school in Darjeeling, nestled within the Indian Himalayas, subsequently settling in Britain where he eventually attends college in Nottingham and Yorkshire, first becoming a journalist, then a drama critic, and finally, in 1960, a playwright. The child's name is Thomas Straussler, better known as Tom Stoppard, and by the time The Lion King rolls around, he becomes one of the most revered playwrights in the contemporary English canon. His first significant work on the long path to acclaim being a big old banger by the name of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, an absurdist meta-theater comedy midquel of Hamlet, starring two of its supporting characters. The title is taken from the final scene in Hamlet, where an ambassador from England informs Horatio that the two friends of young Hamlet, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, have been killed in his place, on their way to what was supposed to be Hamlet's execution, just after Hamlet himself has died and bookended the play. The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing to tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our things? To which Horatio replies, bro, Hamlet totally didn't ask you to kill them, because poor Horatio doesn't know that Hamlet totally did. One of the central motifs of Hamlet as a story is the inherent confusion and misfortune that befalls anyone whose life is even tangentially connected to such a tragic figure, particularly those who mean him well, and chiefly among them are Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, his childhood friends who were summoned to Elsinore by Claudius to discover the source of Hamlet's despair, and with any luck, cure him of it. Claudius, after realizing that the root of Hamlet's madness is him discovering who killed his father, resolves that this can only end with one of their deaths, so he sends the trio of Hamlet, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern to England under the guise of a therapeutic change of scenery, with a sealed royal decree that they've been ordered to give to the king the moment they arrive. On the journey there, Hamlet reads the letter in secret while the other two are asleep and discovers that it's actually an order to kill him, and without stopping to consider that his close friends surely couldn't have known the contents of the letter either, reforges the decree to order their executions instead, and then leaves them for dead when their ship is attacked. They are not near my conscience. Their defeat does by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the pass and fell incensed points of mighty opposites. The soul of Nero, indeed, Luckily for us, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead spends almost no time with Hamlet at all, because he's kind of mean, instead capturing what the original tragedy's comparatively minor characters were doing while its central plot was taking place. Stoppard later wrote this into a screenplay and then directed the film adaptation himself, so I'm gonna be using this version from here on out to compare and contrast with The Lion King 1.5 for the sake of visual consistency. Cool? Cool. Anyways, the film begins the morning they're summoned to Elsinore by Claudius, opening on a vast cliffside with no discernible markings by which to orient ourselves. Its surface visibly eroded by the countless millennia it stood there, a bank of disparate-sized pebbles set beneath its timeless face, as two small figures emerge center frame. Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Rosencrantz sees a coin on the ground as they pass, and stopping to pick it up, begins to flip it to pass the time, and as he continues to do so, over and over again, it only ever offers a single outcome. Heads. Reasoning this must be a fluke, or perhaps a gambler's weighted coin, Guildenstern reaches for a coin from his own bag, but when it's flipped, it lands heads again, and then another, and another. Finally, Guildenstern bumps into Rosencrantz, and the coin they flipped falls to the ageless stone below. But when it comes to a stop, it comes up heads as well. The coin, as a visual motif used throughout the film, is the primary vessel through which our dynamic duo slowly become cognizant of the fact that they're both characters living inside of a story. After we cut away from the fallen coin, our duo now in a forest, Rosencrantz still flipping coins, the coins still coming up heads, the pair are greeted by a troupe of traveling actors. In Hamlet, these are known as simply the players, a group of thespians Hamlet had seen perform before and had been summoned to Elsinore to offer their services again. Their purpose is twofold. Narratively, to reveal to Claudius that Hamlet knows how his father died by performing the murder of Gonzago, a tragedy that reflects what he's done, and subtextually as an analysis of the power of storytelling itself, in the reactions their performance provokes from our characters. Stoppard takes this a step further by making them an extension of the writer themselves, the only characters who can truly see beyond the page and control their own fate. Omniscient and omnipotent observers, playing their parts because that's simply what they're here to do. Guildenstern bets their leader a coin flip, to which he knowingly replies with heads, but when the coin is revealed, it's finally landed tails, and the players disappear. This is the purpose of the theater cutaways in The Lion King 1.5. The narrative structure of both films can only work if their characters share an intuitive understanding of what they are inside of it. And while Stoppard takes a much slower, abstract approach, using the coin's unvarying outcome to reflect the grand design his characters have become ensnared within, they both establish the same understanding to their audience in pretty much the same way. The story knows it's a story, and the real story will be how it unfolds with that in mind. In spite of its eccentricities, though, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead is ultimately just a really profound buddy comedy, and The Lion King 1.5 captures this part of its spirit brilliantly. It's kind of like if Rush Hour 2 was set in 14th century Denmark. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern spend almost the entire film's runtime meandering around the various sets Hamlet takes place in, failing to solve any problems and sharing this sort of lovingly adversarial relationship as they continuously argue about the nature of their existence and the story they're trapped within, lampooning the very material it owes its existence to at every opportunity. One of my favorite scenes in the film is when, after appearing in Elsinore out of thin air, the two decide to play a game of tennis. But instead of serving a ball, they stand on opposite sides of the court and have a rhetorical debate as to why and how they got there, how neither can be sure they're even alive, and whose name is which, because the play has begun and they're starting to forget. The tragedy has already engrossed them. Nothing before or after it has or will happen anymore. And although we essentially share this understanding with them, the two are still confused as to why. So they argue. On the surface, these sound like completely dissonant films, tonally, but this dynamic and the basic form in which it's assembled is crucial to the reason The Lion King 1.5 works. After meeting Claudius and Gertrude in Elsinore, Rosencrantz turns to Guildenstern and says he thinks they're in over their head, that they should turn back. But as they once again devolve into petty arguing, the two come to a sullen realization. They can't. Just as Hamlet and the Skull of Yorick are given new form in The Lion King's Elephant Graveyard, this scene is mirrored in The Lion King 1.5. Here, after Timon and Pumbaa repeatedly fail to find a new home by stumbling through a number of major plot beats of the original film, like the background of Scar's about to become a villain sing-along or the wildebeest stampede that put Mufasa on a Gildan, culminating in them falling down a waterfall, Timon melodramatically tells Pumbaa that he can leave him there to wallow in defeat, and that he should just go home, to which Pumbaa replies, there's nowhere for him to go home to. In the case of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, the purgatorial nature of Shakespeare's world robs them of their own memory, and by extension, the will to turn back.
We're in over our steps, heading out of depth, stepping out of our heads.
It's all heading to a dead stop.
There.
Hasn't it ever happened to you that all of a sudden, for no reason at all, you haven't the faintest idea how to spell the word witch or house? Because when you write it down, you just can't remember ever having seen those letters in that order before.
And in the case of Timon and Pumbaa, the ability to return to where they began has become subdued all the same.
I've been dragging you down long enough. I'm going home, and I suggest you do the same.
Oh, I would if I could, but I can't.
Oh, sure you can, buddy. I won't stop you.
No, I mean, I don't have a home.
You don't? What happened? Are you lost? No place good enough for you? What, you're all alone in this big empty world? Oh.
Also, unlike The Lion King, there isn't really a need to condense The Lion King 1.5 source material into fewer moving parts, because there's only a small handful of them to begin with, and the two leads of our tale already occupy an overwhelming majority of its script, so its writers made the galaxy brain decision to commit even harder to the duo's already contrasting personalities, lending them much clearer characterizations and contriving a ton more opportunities for the two to bounce off of each other, both comedically and emotionally, without flanderizing any of what gave their dynamic charisma in the first place. The palpable sense that these two are stuck together no matter what and no matter how the story ends. And lucky for Timon and Pumbaa, it's still a Disney movie, so their ending gets to be a bit happier. This pattern of Timon and Pumbaa accidentally wandering into major plot beats of the original film, both before and after they meet and adopt baby Simba, is actually played incredibly close to the source material it's taken from. For almost the entire duration of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, they speak completely normally, as you or I would, if a bit more anxious and energetic, so maybe just how I would, but the second they wander into a scene that took place in the original Hamlet, it's like they instinctively take on the role of the characters they're trapped within, and the scene is played exactly how Shakespeare wrote it, only for them to return to normal immediately afterwards.
Both your majesty's might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreat. But we both obey, and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our service freely at your feet to be commanded. I could jump over the side. That'll put a spoke in their wheel.
Unless they're counting on it.
I shall remain on board. That'll put a spoke in their wheel.
The difference is, of course, less overt, because Timon and Pumbaa aren't code-switching between 400 years of linguistic evolution, but the effect remains pretty much the same.
And if he falls in love tonight...
Look! You don't even know what I've been through.
I would if you just tell me.
Forget it.
Fine.
Pumbaa, do you know what this means?
He can't express his feelings and she has commitment issues?
There's this really charming atmosphere of almost mischievousness because of this, you know? Like, we're sneaking around backstage in this fictional theme park and seeing things we weren't supposed to, only for the characters to snap back into place on whatever predetermined beat we've come to in the track. Speaking of this being a Disney movie, it's a Disney movie, so of course it has a myriad of musical numbers to accompany it, sprinkled throughout its runtime. But something especially cool about The Lion King 1.5 is that of all the countless sequels in Disney's colossal cartoon catalog, it's one of the only ones in the entire bunch to have a pretty solid soundtrack. Something almost every Disney sequel suffers from in equal measure is that they all feel like they were made by people who were acutely aware of the fact that they were producing a sequel to a universally beloved hit film released by a studio so successful that it generates more revenue per year than Estonia and Iceland, the countries, combined. And while at first glance this might seem like a significant source of motivation, it inevitably leads to the downfall of pretty much every single one of them. Overextension. Let me be clear, by the way, nothing I'm about to say in any way negates the fact that even the worst movies take an immeasurable amount of effort to assemble, and the people who brought Disney sequels to life have my utmost respect. Even the lowest on my list still brought someone a lot of joy, and I never want to nullify the humanity in art for the sake of an easy joke. That said, every Disney sequel under the sun has a fucking terrible soundtrack. 100% mid, front to back. I'm talking Anthony Fantano, Migos Culture 3, 2 out of 10. This shit is not good. And this is because Disney Toons were trying to play the same ballgame as Disney Animation Studios. This is kind of like that scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt is like, if you try to play like the Yankees, if you try to play like... So if you're Oakland...
If we try to play like the Yankees in here, we will lose to the Yankees out there.
Stretching a small budget so thin you can see through it does not a good movie make. And the first in the long list of wrong turns nearly every Disney sequel takes is trying to compete with its original soundtrack by creating another original soundtrack. No, that's so dumb. Stop. Ew, yuck. Shut up, Cinderella 3: A Twist in Time. You're so stupid. Why do you sound like a Ratchet and Clank game? Instead, the smart money is in recycling a couple of the biggest bangers from the original film for an easy reprisal. And if Disney cuts songs from its final score, which they almost always do, you got 3 to 5 musical numbers for your sequel right there, without having to spend a dime. Then, because licensing older music is baby world cheap compared to hiring new composers, you finesse a few pop phenoms from the charts of yesteryear to have your in-house talent belt out a cover of, and you got yourself a charming little film that isn't going to sound like a community theater production of Wicked. And would you look at that, that's exactly what The Lion King 1.5 does. The only original song in the entire film is its introduction, the aforementioned tunnel-digging Hellworld theme, which is actually written by Lebo Im as well, and the rest are either recycled from the original or covers of already existent music. The second musical number in the film, Timon's I Want song titled That's All I Need, is actually just a barely retooled version of a song cut from The Lion King, called the Warthog Rhapsody. Hakuna Matata sees a reprisal as well, when Timon and Pumbaa discover the oasis that Simba soon runs into them in, but it's delivered as this non-diegetic, tongue-in-cheek sing-along where the two of them in the theater are singing over a montage of the two of them in the film, which is honestly just really cute. And the rest of the soundtrack is simply a collection of cleverly selected pop songs. Some more obvious, like The Lion Sleeps Tonight performed by Lebo Im, or Kool and the Gang's Jungle Boogie performed by Drew K and the French, and then some more esoteric choices that complement the absurd nature of the film and its sense of self-awareness, like Henry Mancini's opening theme for Peter Gunn playing over a montage of Timon and Pumbaa trying to sabotage Simba and Nala's reunion so he doesn't leave them, complete with visual homage, Ennio Morricone's The Ecstasy of Gold from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly scoring their snail-eating competition, or my personal favorite, Timon and Pumbaa breaking out into an extremely sincere rendition of Sunrise Sunset from Fiddler on the Roof because Simba is starting to grow up. This is something Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead exemplifies to a T. Adaptations of Hamlet, most relevantly Kenneth Branagh's, given that both films were released around the same time, are given considerable budgets, with the tacit understanding that they'll probably never see a profit. In fact, this is true of pretty much every Shakespeare adaptation. With the exception of a few cartoon lion flicks, you can count the number of profitable films connected to the Shakespeare canon on one hand. Branagh's Hamlet is 4 hours long. It's the only unabridged cinematic adaptation of the play, and it is a masterpiece. It's mesmerizing in its composition, better even than Olivier's in my opinion, and it's one of my favorite Shakespeare adaptations of all time. But of the $18 million it cost to make, it only made 5 back. On the other side of the coin, Baz Luhrmann's electrifying adaptation of Romeo and Juliet released the same year with a similarly billed cast, $4 million less in its budget, and without the good graces of critics eager to see the interpretation, but it pulled in 68 big ones at the box office. Because Baz wasn't trying to be faithful to its text, he was trying to be faithful to its spirit. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead was produced on a budget of only $3 million. Instead of building sets, they filmed on location in Croatia and Slovenia, and its music is as bare bones as you can get. The composer, Stanley Myers, is wonderfully talented, so compositionally, the music is great. But to avoid the cost of paying for or recording an orchestra, Stoppard chose to score it almost entirely with MIDI instruments in the late 80s, with the occasional vibrato-soaked guitar riff thrown in for good measure. And the result is this goofy, almost minimalist early 2000s RTS soundtrack. This shit sounds like StarCraft Brood War. I feel like Bisu is gonna walk out any minute and say, "What art thou that usurped this time of night together with that fair and warlike form," before 3-0ing Savior at the MSL finals. But it works. It's fantastic in its lack of extravagance, in its lack of complexity. It feels deliberate and perfectly in step with the kind of whimsical goofiness the film embodies, by virtue of it not trying to compete with the films it shares a lineage with. Similarly, The Lion King 1.5 is a bit less technically robust than The Lion King, notably featuring a lot more static backgrounds than its big sister, but conceding in areas where the audience isn't likely to notice, allowed its artists to retain the same attention to detail and fluidity of movement in their foreground animation. So the film both looks and feels like one that could conceivably cost 4 times its price, not unlike the films that the Disney Renaissance began with. And I think whimsical is maybe the best word to describe The Lion King 1.5. The Lion King, even though I adore it, didn't really end up as the coming-of-age film that Katzenberg had hoped it would be. you know? For as much as its foundation lies in the sentiment of crossing the threshold into self-awareness, for lack of a better term, the film doesn't spend much time actually capturing it, instead compartmentalizing most of Simba's growth as an individual into a montage where he doesn't speak, and neglecting to show the growth of any of its other characters at all, illustrating the payoffs of their triumphs while spending precious little on the years they'd spend reaching them. But The Lion King 1.5 sort of makes up for this in its own weird way. Much like the text it originates from, most of its dialogue has no clear forward movement. It doesn't really feel like it's developing towards anything in particular, even though we know its eventual outcome, because that's how growing up actually feels. But they're given space to do so, or nothing at all the same. And this imbues it with a remarkably human spirit. For a movie about animals watching a movie about themselves based on a play about people who aren't sure they exist. The film's working title, and the title was released under in some parts of the world, was The Lion King 3 Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata, as the lyrics in The Lion King suggests, literally means no worries in Swahili, a phrase popularized among Western tourists by the song Jambo Bwana, written by the Mushrooms and covered by a hotel pop group called Safari Sound Band, often played in tourist destinations in East Africa beginning in the 1980s, because it contained a number of welcoming Swahili phrases like Habari Gani for how are you and Nzuri Sana for very well. Essentially, it's a greeting, acclimating its listeners to a new environment, a vote of confidence in our natural ability to develop an understanding of new places and new experiences as long as we're open to them, and an assurance that our time spent wherever we hear it will ultimately be good for us. No worries. In the context of The Lion King, it can at first be interpreted as Simba, under the tutelage of Timon and Pumbaa, learning to simply ignore the things in his life that are challenging, that the ethos of the song and their lifestyle is one of avoidance, a rejection of the notion of death, of grief, of sadness. In short, a refusal to grow up. But in The Lion King 1.5, we learn that Timon is taught the phrase by Rafiki to begin with, not as a tool for self-deception, but as an emotional ballast to carry him through his own loss. And these three were always fated to meet and to sing and to believe that they're going to turn out okay. And in this light, I think it speaks to the song's actual meaning. Not that nothing can ever go wrong, certainly none of us should believe that, but that things going wrong is simply part of the experience of being alive. And it'll be fine after they do. If something is daunting or unfamiliar or painful, that you'll persevere in spite of it. That it's not just wishful thinking, but an inevitability. A part of the circle. At the end of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, the two of them are stood on the deck of their boat, now overrun by pirates as Hamlet sails away into the storm. And the corsairs who have attacked them reveal themselves to be the players who had appeared in Elsinore earlier in the tragedy to perform before Claudius. The same players who Rosencrantz and Guildenstern spoke to at the beginning of the film, offering their services as prostitutes and deriding the conception of plays and tragedies altogether, while revealing themselves to be some semblance of divinity within them. Our duo hand the lead player the letter, and after he reads their death sentence aloud, wearing the costume of a king, Guildenstern and Rosencrantz cope with the realization that their life is about to end by arguing the many reasons they ended up there to begin with. And Guildenstern proposes the entire essence of the play as a question. Who are we that so much should converge on our little deaths? I've been doing a lot of thinking while I've been watching all these Disney sequels and slowly losing my mind about the idea of worthiness. What being worthy even is or means to any one of us. What makes something worth remembering. After all, that's what Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, and by extension, The Lion King 1.5 is really all about. It is both its novelty and its thesis, two seemingly insignificant characters paling in comparison to the world they exist within, being given a chance to simply be. And what an amazing, charming, and magnificently clever chance it is, even if the outcome, at the end of all things, doesn't necessarily change. Maybe the tragedy of Hamlet doesn't end the way it does in spite of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern's efforts to change it. Maybe the play ends the way it does because of their presence, the countless silent interferences, and the many ripples that reach far beyond them. That's what Timon's name means. Worthy. It's Greek, Biblical Greek, to be specific. If you're ever curious why Timon and his family are explicitly Jewish in 1.5, he's named after one of the 7 deacons, a Hellenistic Jewish bishop who taught in Greece, or Syria, depends on the adaptation. Not to be confused with Timon of Athens and other Shakespeare's tragedies about a misanthropic noble. Pumbaa is Swahili for foolish, as Rosencrantz in Stoppard's adaptation takes on a slower, gentler demeanor in contrast to Guildenstern's mind for reason, and The Lion King 1.5 defines these juxtaposed dispositions even further. Timon is sharp, but he's cynical and at times unkind, and he is made better by Pumbaa's warmth and joviality at the expense of intelligence which Timon lends him in turn. Both are equal in their worth. Maybe that's the answer. Every story is timeless in its own way, but I don't know if that feels right. Doesn't really feel honest. Maybe what it really is that we never had a lot to begin with. Good stories, that is. Maybe the ones we know as timeless are that way because we keep telling them to each other. The Black Swan is Perfect Blue, is Persona. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is the Odyssey. Star Wars is the Hidden Fortress, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Prometheus. Dune is just a continuation of the Oresteia, Aeschylus' trilogy about the curse of the House Atreus. What's in a name? If you're a fan of Shakespeare or took drama in 9th grade, I expect you to answer that which we call a rose by any other word would smell as sweet. Alternatively, if you're a fan of the Shins, you may soon return with they got a name for everything. Truthfully, it's of little consequence which answer you choose, because they mean the same thing. The former is a line found in the second scene of the second act of Romeo and Juliet, and the latter is James Mercer of the Shins referencing that same line 400-something years later. See, in the play, the phrase "what is in a name" and its accompanying lines are posed as an argument from Juliet. Comparing Romeo to a rose, she proposes that he would still be graceful and still be her love if he hadn't been named Romeo. If any other name had been given to him, had he not been born a Montague, she would not only love him still, but be able to love him freely. Something or someone's name is immaterial when considering their essence, their beliefs, or their worth. And in the Shins song Name for You, the phrase proposes the same argument, except instead of contending for the right to love someone belonging to a rival family, it argues in favor of female agency and against those who would attempt to constrain a woman's spirit by casting labels against them. No matter what name or label you give someone, their qualities remain unchanged. Same exact argument. Just in a different social context, on a different continent, in a different century. Point is, a name is to Romeo what setting is to Juliet's argument. It's inconsequential. A medium or setting is of meager significance when a moral is universal. And I don't think there is a medium on Earth more intimately acquainted with the idea of the same plots and characters and morals being endlessly referenced and resurrected under new names than film is. Whether it's Ridley Scott's Blade Runner or Aronofsky's Requiem for a Dream, film is an art form of rebirths. It is a Lazarus pit that we lower Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago into and pull David Lean's Dr. Zhivago out of. From King to Kubrick, from Puzo to Coppola, film at its best is oftentimes just the retelling of a story that we've already heard, or that someone else has told before. Sometimes, though, a redux comes along so disjointed from its original that it's hard to tell it's a reproduction in the first place. And that's what I'm gonna spend the next however long I feel like talking cool about, so put on your thinking caps and strap in. I'm really smart, and this is why A Bug's Life is literally 7 Samurai.
Pixar got its start in 1974, when the founder of the New York Institute of Technology, Alexander Shore, launched what he called the Computer Graphics Lab, and began recruiting other computer scientists who shared in his ambition to create the first ever computer-animated film. After sinking mountains of money into the department, though, the team realized they wouldn't be able to make their dreams a reality unless they found a home in a legitimate film studio. And that's when the big man himself, George Lucas, came knocking. 21 years, Lucas suffering from a financially crippling divorce, and Steve Jobs becoming their CEO later, their first feature-length film drops to Universal, distributed by Disney and beating out their own film, Pocahontas. At the box office, Toy Story became a symbol of things to come from the new generation. Yeah! And later that year, production started on the next big project, A Bug's Life. And despite the film still turning out to be a success, it was nonetheless plagued by tension surrounding its production, largely due to a feud between two warring factions. Never mind. And current DreamWorks CEO Jeffrey Katzenberg had been told the entire original plot and approach of Pixar's next film by his once good friend, the leading director and head of Pixar's animation department, John Lasseter. Katzenberg, realizing the potential for the concept and not wanting DreamWorks to fall behind their Disney-backed opposition, had his team get straight to work on Ants, their own insect-based study of society and the natural order, where a young male villager with discordant tendencies relative to his people sets out on an adventure to save his land and woo its princess in the process.
And I just got through talking about what I was trying to do, just that new.
Once it got back to Lasseter and Jobs that their old friend had taken the idea and ran with it, tensions quickly rose in the animation world and then erupted into a public feud. Katzenberg attempted to hold A Bug's Life's winter release date hostage so that it couldn't compete against DreamWorks' much-anticipated theatrical debut, The Prince of Egypt. In an effort to corner Pixar, Katzenberg even offered the production team in charge of Ants tremendous financial incentives to do whatever they could to make sure Ants was released first, despite Pixar's head start. Not only was Katzenberg and DreamWorks prepared to ruin a close friendship from his tenure at Disney, but he was willing to risk the success of what was intended to be their debut feature by moving Ants' release date in front of it to do it. Nonetheless, Jobs and Lasseter never backed down. Ants released a month before A Bug's Life, and grossed less than half of what A Bug's Life would go on to make at the box office, existing not only as a monument to the aggressive business tactics Katzenberg had learned from Jobs, but to Lasseter's resolve as a creator to stand up against a studio, even one ran by an old friend, to defend his work. And this is where A Bug's Life first begins to mirror Kurosawa's masterpiece. Not just in its first scene, but in the production of it. Seven Samurai was a technical and creative force to be reckoned with, a watershed within the world of film, and Kurosawa knew it. Through the use of, at the time, rare telephoto lenses, as well as multiple camera shoots, using diagrams to choreograph each operator's movements, Kurosawa was setting a new bar for every artist within the medium. Unfortunately, trailblazing often comes at a steep cost, and for Kurosawa, it was having his production shut down, not once but twice, by his own studio. Between the rewrites, the recasting, the meticulous set designs, and the overwhelming amount of time required to capture his vision, Kurosawa managed to nearly quadruple Seven Samurai's original budget, and extended its production length to almost 150 days of shooting, spread over nearly a year. Toho Studios, the production company that had originally given Kurosawa his start as a 25-year-old assistant director, had been financing Ishiro Honda's epical production of Godzilla, contemporaneously with Kurosawa's Seven Samurai, and at a tremendous cost. Finding themselves backed into a wall by the ever-expanding cost of Kurosawa's epic, the studio had no choice but to threaten him to rein in his excessive spending. Or else. Kurosawa, though, knowing what was at stake, ignored their pleas, forcing Toho Studios to completely halt production on Seven Samurai to avoid falling into bankruptcy. Despite the immense amount of pressure on him to reduce the length of his shoot and cut his budget, or risk losing all of his work, each time Toho shut down his production, Kurosawa simply went fishing and waited for them to ask him to continue his work. The reason he later gave for having such a calm and unfaltering resolve was that he couldn't imagine a company on Earth that would sink so much time and money into his vision and then not let him complete it. And sure enough, they asked him to come back. Twice. Kurosawa's faith in his work and his crew's determination to complete the vision they had set out to realize were fortifications against a siege of pressure to cut his losses and allow someone other than him to dictate the amount of time and passion put into his work, and when it should be released. But even if the conflicts during the production of their films and the public controversy surrounding them were similar, surely that isn't enough to call them the same movie, right? Well, like Gary Jones says in that pretty terrible Dead Rising movie, that's not even the half of it.
That's not even the half of it.
Yeah, that's where he says it. Now that we've gotten Lasseter and Kurosawa's parallel production perils out of the way, it's time we jump into the films themselves. Starting now.
Why does this have to be a battle?
I think that this is a beautiful way to intro that
That's what I'm saying.
type of vibe into the world. And it's not about competition burgers. There's different strokes for different folks. Want your burgers to look like that? I do.
This is great.
I used to take that to lunch in school, 6th grade. I was the only one who packed a burger.
My mom used to go to John Jay Park. We'd take the bus, go there, and there was this little stand, and the guy would make hot dogs and burgers just like this.
You did it right.
He did it right.
Going first, patty melt?
I don't know, I just wondered. It was great. Flavor, good onions.
It's fucking tremendous.
Here's the jalapeno one. This one looks great, actually.
I love the mayo and the cheese with no fucking
Jalapeno,
mayo cheese. And
the jalapeno is the best one. You gotta take a bite of that one. The jalapeno one, that's where it's at. Scratch the regular, go for the jalapeno.
I like it too, but I'd rather have the original version. Straight mayo, cheese, onion. That was fucking a sublime bite. Did they pay for this segment? No. What the fuck? Shake Shack. You like the mushroom burger from Shake Shack?
I love the mushroom burger from Shake Shack. I think that's one of their most underrated dish. Have you had this yet or no?
I haven't.
You haven't?
It just bothers me the way it looks.
Fried portobello mushroom with
cheese stuffed portobello.
It's a cheese stuffed portobello.
I'm not well versed in Shake Shack.
Look at this, look at this.
It just looks like this piece of whale blubber that I ate in Alaska.
Was it good?
No.
No. Better than you thought it was gonna be. You can't say that it wasn't.
I don't like that. I'd be upset if that was the one that I got.
What is that, the Cheetos?
It looks like it has like hot peppers on it.
What makes, I think, Shake Shack great is the non-pretension of the potato bun. They didn't try to reinvent the wheel.
They
went straight for the goods. I'm not mad at this.
I like that.
This is good.
Vinegar pepper sopasada on the burger.
They did this one for Brooklyn.
This is a good one.
Burgers are hard for delivery though. Shake Shack holds up.
Does it need to be warm?
I don't know.
I'll fucking eat that shit in the middle of the night after it's been sitting on the radiator.
This is the regular. I mean, the regular speaks for itself.
Whatever. I don't like bullshit sauce, but it is what it is.
What's bullshit sauce?
The sauce.
For me, the criteria for a burger is if it could stand alone without sauce.
I want that shit. If I want a thick burger, I'm gonna get a thick burger. I'm not gonna get 2 patties smashed on top, which just doesn't taste that good. Isn't the point of these burgers to enjoy the crunch of the singular burger? Once you add another burger on there, the crunch really goes away.
Yeah, but then with a burger like this, you got too much bread.
It's already fucked.
Yeah, but fuck it a little less, no?
Fuck it good. This is good. I like the one with the hot peppers a lot. blue collar.
Presentation so far is a win. See, look, what the thing with the single is about the
Too much condiments?
Too much condiments.
Do we think this is too much condiment on a burger?
I don't know. That's the question.
Too much condiment or no?
Yeah, but I like all that pickled and onion shit.
This is the problem with too much condiment. That's the problem.
Because they didn't take care in the piece of onion they gave you. I think you gotta sharpen your teeth.
I gotta go to Dr. Miami.
They don't, but he's
The flavor on it though, like this is a barbecue burger made at home. This is good.
Take a bite of that.
I had that one.
Take a bite of that one. You don't have to bite the exact spot. I want to put you on the spot, but come on. The most delicious thing I've had so far was that fucking Five Guys patty melt, mayo, cheese, onions, that's it. It's tremendous.
Anyone else want to bite?
Tastes like Michael White made it, or so it's like that white label burger.
Oh, sorry.
Inverted it. Yeah.
Oh, is it the bun inside out?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize
It's
that.
like when you roll the Dutch inside out. It's luxurious.
I've been a Shake Shack fan for a long time. Shake Shack, depending on locations. 86th Street is up there, and then Madison Square Park is always number one. Shake Shack was my favorite. The double patty Shake Shack.
Double patty Shake Shack's your favorite?
Right now, yeah. I didn't realize how much of an unpurist I was when it came to cheeseburgers until today.
Right?
A little upset at myself.
You like it all ways.
Should we set the mood for Lugas? Get a couple candles?
Yeah,
busted
put a
up?
candle.
Light a candle, because it's RIP to every other burger right now.
No, man.
Were you an altar boy?
You don't need anything else, right?
This burger is the best. Perfectly salted.
It's like a steak. It's dry aged, it's funk. This burger essentially is the trimmings of the Luger dry aged beef, which is just like formed into this Wayne Gretzky type puck.
It's a World Cup burger.
This is not a burger to be played with. This is a lunch meeting burger.
This is serious business burger.
Yeah, when you're talking business. There's other places that have done burgers of this substantiality. You like that word? Is that a word? Is that a word? No? Substantiality?
The fact that they're able to get flavor though with no sauce.
They did a good fucking job today.
For this burger not to be soggy, thickness like this is...
That's unbelievably impressive delivery. I'm not gonna lie.
Worth every penny.
It's luxury.
It is luxury.
It makes you feel like you're wearing a Rolex.
You eat this burger.
Goes good with this burger.
Like this.
A ring.
Pinky out.
Has this ever been done though?
Oh!
The insult. The insult. The insult.
It's true. Bullshit
That
sauce.
bullshit sauce on a Luger burger though.
I don't know, man. It's disrespectful.
That's mad disrespectful.
This is mad. This is sacrilegious. The world's gonna see this and judge me. Motherfucker. That's the memory right there.
That's
What
a
I did
war
to the.
story on your
This is
shirt.
what happened when you do things like that to a Luger burger.
You didn't like it, huh?
I don't dislike it.
You can put that face down also in the pan for a second and get like a crunch.
We're gonna test that theory right now because that sounds all too good. Ooh-wee.
When you open up for the camera.
Oh, yes, sir.
A hard open. It's just not easy to hard open. You're gonna hard open
You want me
this
to left
way.
up this way? We're always ready for sports. We're always ready to eat. Always ready for a nap. You know? Move. Agility.
Hard open. Hard open. Is it hard?
It's crisp.
You still have a tremendously cooked piece there, but you also have
The
that
cheese got
fucking
melted too.
crunch.
This is very good. Look, the juice came out. Even revealed itself.
You get that aspect of the smash burger when you smash that one side down.
We just turned the Luger burger into a smash burger.
No, that shit is crazy.
This was very good. That's it. Go to bed now.
This is Smash Burger, Lower East Side, Orchard Street. Oh, these look fucking good. It looks like a fucking Simpsons character's
It looks
hair.
like a corned beef hash. I love it. Now, out of all the deliveries we've had, this one has been the warmest one. Cooked onions, cheese.
This is a good showing. The crunch is still beyond crunchy.
Are these two patties? See, look, they made two into one.
But they're so truly smashed that this feels
a
like,
pickle.
you know what I'm saying? Like this feels like what it should be. That looks like fucking Batman right there.
Oh my God, it is Batman.
Right? Nolan's Batman's?
Yeah.
Or Burton.
Michael Keaton.
Okay, straight up Michael Keaton, that's it.
What the fuck is this?
That's a fucking chili cheeseburger.
This is like BBQs on steroids.
That's Portchester, New York. I would never order something like that. But now that I've had that, I don't think I could ever have anything else, because there's some sick ass spice in that. Hello?
Yo.
It's Esco, who this?
Bar. This burger was the best one delivered. And it's held together by flavor.
And that's how you know you're getting the chili cheeseburger, right there. When it's coming through the brown paper bag, that's when you know you've reached true Bliss. That's a good one. That's a good one.
It was calling me.
It's a good one. You got a good one.
It was calling me. I share with you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
We do it together or we fucking don't do it at all.
You should never date anyone who doesn't like lasagna. If you don't like lasagna, you're probably an idiot. You probably vote for people that you shouldn't vote for. I'm Matty Matheson, the host of Keep It Canada, and you're in my apartment again to show you how to make lasagna. See all this stuff? Lasagna stuff. Do I look skinny in a red shirt? See this layer? See these things? This is what lasagna should look like. Let's go through this. Step one. First, we're gonna brown our beef. We have to make our base, right? So I just put in canola oil because it has a higher temperature to burn. If you put in really nice olive oil into this pan right here, it's just gonna fucking burn and you're gonna get shitty fucking shit, okay? So then we're gonna just take the beef and you just rip off like kind of like little pieces and you drop it in to the pan and you let that surface area brown. As the beef is browning, let's get the vegetables going. You're by yourself, you know, just have a few conversations with yourself. Ask yourself how you are. How are you? I'm okay. I'm okay. I have like 6 cloves here. We're just gonna dice this up nice. And then a neat little trick that you can do is you just take a little salt and then you just press down on it and you just make kind of like a little garlic puree kind of. Just macerate it. So with the veggies, I like to put a lot of olive oil so they kind of like almost like confit. We're pretty much making bolognese, right? Like meat sauce. So a good foundation to any bolognese: garlic, onions, carrots. This is a large carrot. I won't need all of it. Get all the skin off of it. Okay, so this is a trick. You don't want big chunks. Nobody likes big chunks. So I just have a cheese grater. Carrots give it a really rich body that I think is necessary when making a meat sauce. And then this is just gonna like melt in with the onions and the garlic and the olive oil and just make for a really, really nice body. And then we just cook that. This is my favorite kind of way to make a lasagna because I just honestly think like people make it too tomatoey. I don't like stuff that's too tomatoey because then it gets soupy and all this bullshit. No, this is the fucking good shit. That's the thing that you get with me is the best version of food. Ah! I think it's a very traditional lasagna, but I've never had an Italian make me lasagna like this, but it's like, I think this is the way that Italians should make their lasagna. Whoa! Worldwide beef! Let's see this, YouTube. That's what's up. This is the way Italians should make their lasagnas. That's dark. I take that back, fully. This is nice. Then once that's nice, confit, a little caramelization, then you throw in the tomato paste. You add a little bit of the pepperoncini, the dried pepperoncini. My father-in-law makes an amazing one. You can buy dried chilies. Stand back, because you don't want to put that in. Stir that around, you cook it, you cook it, you cook it, you cook it, you cook it. It's yummy. Woo! It's cooking, it's caramelizing. You're here with me, follow me. All of a sudden we have a really nice flavor. Then you take that, put it into the meat, right? We got the meat. Oh, amazing. You stir that around, stir in the meat. Oh my goodness, all the tomato paste, the carrots, the onions, the garlic, developing, building a foundation, growing into a perfect lasagna world. Then we're gonna add beef stock. More flavor. What you're looking for is brown. You're not looking for red. You don't want it to be red. What you want it to be is brown. It's at a high heat, guys. It emulsifies. It takes the fat, it takes everything, and it emulsifies it. You want it to boil it down, reduce, boil it down. All that flavor's locked in. All the fat escaping from the meat's brought back into it by doing it fast. Reduce that right down to the meat. As soon as you see the meat, and then it's boiling, and then it goes past the meat, and then it turns into this one whole unit. We gotta add some milk now. Half of the milk. We're gonna save the rest of the half because we want to reduce this in 2. Stir that in. All of a sudden, whoa, that turns into this like meat sludge. So we're gonna add the rest of the milk, reduce that, boom. Then take it off of the heat once it's reduced, finally. Look at this, pure beef. Add your 3 egg yolks. Stir those in, okay? Oh, buddy. That's your big boy. That's your big boy. You don't want to just throw those in and sit there because they're going to cook and turn into like weird cooked yolks. You want to stir that in and emulsify that into the meat. More richness, more flavor. Listen to this. This is the noise it should make. Do you hear that? Now I'm gonna have a conversation with my roommate. Look what she did. She had hard-boiled eggs in the fridge. I'm gonna put that one back. That one's for the roommate. I'm gonna quickly just dice up some parsley. Then what you're gonna do is layer the lasagna. Beyond simple, this is the ultimate. So you put a little sauce down, you create that sauce on the bottom of the pan so the pasta noodle doesn't stick to it. Now we're gonna put down our pasta noodles. Ready to bake noodles, so we don't have to blanch them, you don't have to fuck around with all that stuff. And then we're gonna put more meat. And we're gonna take our mozzarella. So we got the cheese here, and you pull it over to the sides because you want an even amount of cheese. So then we're gonna put the noodles on top here and press it all down. A little piece of cheese. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's for daddy. And then at this point, I like to put a little bit of parsley. You just want that one layer of really nice parsley because that is what's gonna make it. All of a sudden you're eating, you're like, all that cheese and all that meat, and you're like, whoa, holy fuck. Parsley, okay, okay, I gotcha. Then noodle, then cheese. That's a lot of cheese. Then meat, then noodle, then cheese. This is crazy. Then meat. Last, a little fresh cracked pepper. And then we're gonna grate some parm on top. This is heavy. This probably weighs, I don't know, like 10 pounds. This is crazy. The best olive oil in the world here. I'll shout out to the Franks, love you guys. A little bit of that on top. A little bit is maybe a little extra. Now we just gotta bake this for about a half an hour at 350 degrees Celsius. And once this gets golden brown, we bring it out. This is one greasy little pie. We got everything fucking, oh my God. This is crazy town. I just sprinkled a little parsley on top. I think it needs it. It looks a little bit cheesy. So you really want to cut through that with the parsley. But you know it's ready when it's like, see this? It's just like golden brown. You got the edges, it looking beautiful. And we're just gonna let this now chill out because if I was to cut this now, it would just turn into fucking slop. And you don't want that. You want it to set and rest, slice it, and you'll get a nice fucking load. Nice load. Okay, the thing, what the fuck do I say? This guy's a good lasagna. I think Garfield would be happy. I think he would be very excited with me. I think he would eat this and have a really good day. Probably not too productive, but you know, it's Garfield. He's a bit of a slacker. I got a beautiful chef. He was on Top Chef Canada. Ever heard of that? It's only losers watch that. Complete, utter losers watch that. So you guys probably didn't watch that, did you? No, because you watched my show. And I got a guy from Vice News. So we're gonna cut it. We've let this rest now because you don't want to cut it when it's hot because you're gonna just get soupy ass bullshit.
And dull your knife.
Well, you tap it.
Always, when cutting lasagna.
Always.
A 12-inch French knife.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's nice.
Oh my lord.
Look at that.
What's that? A lot of grease. Okay. There you go, Johnny.
There you go. Cheers. We're gonna pass this down.
We're gonna pass.
Fuck. No, the other way. Yeah. Here.
Thank you very much.
This does look amazing, though.
Yeah.
I'm fucking shocked.
I'm the best chef in the world, feeding one of the lesser chefs. That's okay. I'm not gonna judge. It's okay.
It's all right. Yeah. Like this. Cut like this.
Yeah.
That's fucking good.
It's delicious. I'm shocked.
Is this Top Chef Canada shit or what?
Is this better?
No, it's still in the air. So it's better. It's better. Okay, so what are you thinking?
I'm thinking if I say that it's better than my mom, she's gonna fucking lose it.
She'll kill you, eh?
You make the lasagna for someone you love, I guarantee you'll get laid. I guarantee that. If you don't, you got a problem and you fucked it up, or they are not nice people.
My dream is big chest. It's for for OnlyFans. But 40 is good for my ego. Oh, like this. Be careful. Oh, me too heavy. It's Mr. Muscle, you know. It's toilet water. What's up guys, welcome to my channel, and in this video I will pretend to be a cleaner in the gym, and after I will lift extremely heavy weights and prank people. And guys, I have very important challenge for you. As soon as my channel get 500,000 followers, I shave my beard. I think it will be interesting because I don't know who I am without my beard. Okay, enjoy, relax, and let's go! What's going on here? Let's go. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry. Can I clean here? It's no problem. You may do a photo. Yeah. Can I clean here? It's not problem. I'm sorry, but it's dirty. It's a really good weight, I'm sorry. It's crazy. Can I clean here? It's not problem? Yep. Yes. It's maybe for Instagram, yeah? Yeah. Oh. Nice technique.
Thank you.
It's really big weights for push-ups. And it clean here. I'm sorry. Can I try like? But floor is very dirty today. Very beautiful photo. Oh, it's stories with me. Yeah. Can I make together maybe? Maybe can I try with this? It's possible?
You can try.
I need just... It's deadlift, yeah? Yeah. You have very good technique.
Thank you.
Very good. My name is Anatoly. Nice to meet you. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is crazy.
You want to do a story?
I'm cleaner here.
Okay.
And like this and this.
Bro, it's heavy.
I know, but one life. Can I do with you?
Sure.
It's possible?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, I think a little bit warmer. It's like for squat.
That's insane.
Oh, it's deadlift. I'm cleaner, but I'm really like training. Yes, it's my hobby. No. I need just 1 minute, okay? Oh, it's easy. Okay. Oh, be careful. It's my warm-up, you know. It's Mr. Muscle, you know. It's toilet water. It's for OnlyFans. Oh, sorry. Oi. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, it's a good weight. Okay. I'm sorry, Anatoly.
Very good.
And I very like the abs training, you know? I very like abs training. Oh, okay. Whew.
You alright?
Good set, good day, good month, and great life. Nice to meet you. I'm cleaner here.
M'lady.
Yeah, I'm new here. Maybe you need cleaning. Can I clean your home?
Yeah?
Yes, call me anytime.
Okay,
Call me.
Yeah,
Your
sure.
M'lady.
your body. Yeah,
Very
it's my favorite. I'm terrible sorry. Have a good day. Have a good day. Thank you so much.
Well done, man.
Thank you. I need clean the toilet. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Anatoly, nice to meet you. Bye bye. Wow. I'm sorry, can I clean here? It's not problem.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I need a little bit clean. Wow. Let's go, let's go. It's a really good weight. It's for chest, yeah?
Yeah.
For chest.
Yeah.
Oh, it's for abs, yeah? Ah, okay. Very good technique, I say. It's really good. Can I clean here? It's not problem, yeah? I'm sorry. It's for chest?
No, for chest, yeah.
It's my dream. My dream is big chest.
Okay.
Maybe. Can I do with you? It's possible?
Are you sure you can do it?
Yes. Very sunny day. Very beautiful day. Beautiful like you. I'm sorry. My name is Anatoly. Deadlift, it's my dream. Yes, maybe can I do with you? It's no problem. One set, please.
Wait. Are you sure, brother?
Yes, it's heavy.
Heavy.
I know.
Try.
Me too, heavy. Nice to meet you, Margot. I know a good exercise for abs. Maybe can I show you? But I don't know technique. I think it's a problem.
10 is good for you.
10. Oh, 10 is small. Small for my ego.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm dreamer. But it's my first time. I don't know technique.
No, legs on the floor.
No.
Legs on the floor. Foot on the floor. Legs.
Ой, не надо. Come on, Anatoly. Come on. Lower back.
No, legs. Not like this. Legs
Ah,
like
okay. Ой.
And strong hips.
I think it's better. I think I need better. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. I think it's better, yes, for bench. Good. I'm sure. No needed support.
Me, I cannot push it.
But 40 is good for my ego. Yeah? It's for abs and for chest.
You're not gonna hurt yourself?
But maybe... Oh, it's good for me.
No.
Oh, it's good. Like this. Maybe I do like this. Oh, it's like this. It's easy. Is it good? Yeah. Oh, it's good. It's for abs, you know. But the lift is too much for me, I think. It's very good for abs and chest. It's my favorite exercise. It's a good? Yeah?
Perfect.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's good? Thank you. Oh. Next time.
Masala is strong, masala.
Thank you. Thank you. I very like abs training, you know. I clean after you. Thank you. My name is Anatoly.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Maybe you need cleaning service, no? I'm the best cleaner in the world, you know.
Wow. I'll call you.
Yes. I like this, and I like. Can I show you? I like abs training, you know. Wow. I like gym. See you. Have a good day, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Margot. See you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Good job, brother.
Have a good day.
Mashallah, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, you're covering yourself, huh? Good, good, good.
Thank you. Call me, please. Yeah? Okay, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. And 500,000 subscribers and I shave my beard. See you in the next video. Let's go.
assembly for special photo day instructions.
I love photo day. When the flash goes off, it makes you see spots. Why do we need special instructions for photo day? You don't want this to happen to you, do you? They cut your head off?
Welcome, students, one and all. Who's your favorite principal? Is this thing on? I said, who's your favorite principal?
What the
fuck is going on? The day after tomorrow is the most sacred of all school days. Picture day! Before your photo, you must all pass a rigorous inspection to make sure you are neat and tidy. I prepared a short presentation to drill this concept into your thick little skulls. Miss Sour Pickle.
Oops, sorry.
Now then, this is how I expect you all to look on Friday. Perfect hair, perfect posture, perfect smile. Broken glasses, crooked teeth, buttons wrong, buggy eyes, unacceptable. Mismatched socks or scuffed up shoes, hair in different colors. Unacceptable. Split hand spot, no sense of style. Dash, not the smile. Unacceptable.
Rise and shine. Emma, Noah, Martha, Daniel. Time to get up. Jacob Tutu.
Whoa!
Whoa! Bedhead spectacular.
What?
Jacob, that do is a definite don't.
Ah! It's alive!
What is everyone talking about? Phew.
Look out, here it comes. The hair that broke 1,000 cameras.
And just in time for picture day. That's not till tomorrow.
Greedy Guts is gonna go ballistic. He'll make you clean the bathrooms for the rest of the year. With a toothbrush. The boys' and the girls' bathrooms.
Ew, girl germs, cooties.
Aha! I was wondering if any of you kids would inherit it.
What?
The family cowlick. Old Uncle Milt had a cowlick that did a double loop.
Memory lane.
Very
Gotta
festive.
go.
See ya.
My cousin Art's stuck straight out front. Kept the rain out of his eyes. Good old Art.
Yeah, that's great, Dad. But how do I get rid of it? How do I get rid of it?
Why would you want to do that? I think it's quite becoming. At least I can see your eyes now.
Thanks, Mom. It will go down. Right, Dad?
Oh, probably not. The family cowlick has been known to withstand Class 4 tornadoes.
Hi, Buford. Hey, Jacob. There's a show on last night, and this guy lost his thumb. Whoa! How'd you get your hair to do that? I didn't do anything. I just woke up like this. My cousin's friend's brother in Moose Jaw was so tired, he slept on his face all night, and when he woke up, his nose was as flat as a board.
But it went back to normal, right?
Nope. Good old flat-faced Frank.
At least a flat nose would be easier to hide from greedy guts.
Here, wear this.
Oof. Thanks. Do you smell fish?
It's my lucky ice fishing toque. I've caught 17 fish and 1 old boot in that hat.
Have you ever washed it?
You don't wash a lucky hat.
Good point.
Hey, Doofus Tutu, what's with the toque?
Yeah, is it Loser's Woolly Hat Day?
Loser's Woolly Hat Day. Good one.
Hi, Renee.
Hello?
Yes! Incroyable! You picked this hairstyle for picture day? I do not think it is a very good idea. Aye.
Crazy sticking up hair, stinky fish hat. Welcome to my world.
You can't wear that in school.
It's either this or the hair.
Stick with the toque. My dad has a pair of those big glasses with the fake nose and mustache. You could wear them tomorrow and Greedy Guts won't notice your hair. Or at least he wouldn't know who you were, then you couldn't get in trouble. You know what you could do?
Good morning, class.
Good morning, Sour Pickle.
Jacob Tutu, please take the attendance sheet to Principal Greedy Guts' office pronto. And remove that hideous hat.
With a little luck, I'd be able to sneak in and leave this thing on Greedy Guts' desk without getting caught. But so far, this wasn't my lucky day.
Tutu.
Just dropping off the, I'd better get back to class.
What in the name of all that is neat and orderly is that?
Just the hat, sir. Just the hat.
You know the rule about hats in school. Oh, is this some kind of gang thing?
No, sir. No, sir. I was just a little cold this morning.
Give me that.
Excusez-moi, sir. Your tailor. He's here.
My new suit for picture day must be ready. Out, out, out! And that it better not be on your head tomorrow, or else! Send him in, please.
He's already mad at me, and he hasn't even seen my hair yet. If I don't fix it by tomorrow, I'm gonna be on bathroom duty for the next 100 years.
Wow, this is cool. Wow. Remarkable. show off. I've got to fix my hair.
Woohoo! I got 100% on my chemistry experiment. See you tomorrow.
See ya. She is some kind of chemistry genius. You know what you should do? I know what'll work. Come on.
Shapiro, old man. Yes, O'Toole, old sport. I say, do you smell something rancid? Now that you mention it, old boy, I do indeed. Smells like a little stinker. Ah! Whoa! This just gets better and better.
I was trying to get rid of my cowling.
Greedy Guts will flip out. Wait, O'Toole, this isn't funny. He could be shipped off to the janitor's closet of no return. No, wait, I was wrong. It is funny.
Has anyone seen my silver bracelet? We're late for our party and I can't find it anywhere.
Mom, you've got to help me. I need to fix my hair.
I'm not sure about this shade of lipstick.
I think it looks very nice.
Why, thank you, Buford.
Mom, I need to fix my hair.
What's that, hon?
I need to fix my hair.
Lovely.
I never could get the hang of these things. Oh.
I need to fix my hair for picture day. I need to fix my hair for picture day.
Now, don't worry, Jacob. You always look handsome in pictures. Just like your old man.
Oh, there's my bracelet. Now I'll just write down the number where we'll be and... Oh.
This is my problem.
Our cab's here. Sorry, Jake. We've got to go.
Try washing it, honey. Give it a good soak. Mwah. Good night.
And good luck.
No change.
Who has seen this cartoon before? Who has seen this cartoon? Who knows what this cartoon is? Who has seen this cartoon? Also, wait, what? Where's the alerts? Where's the alerts? I have to probably refresh them. Imagine we're live for too long and then they just take a shit. I was like, I would love to hear some clapping right now. I would love to hear some claps. Okay, refresh them. It's Canadian? Oh my god. I have never seen this show in my life. Why can't I hear that? And you guys can't either. Hello, Obama? You know what we have to do? Don't clap, chat. Stop clapping. I gotta make, save it. Save it. I want to hear it. Okay, we're gonna have to go dark for a second. We're restarting OBS. We're restarting OBS in 3, 2. Oh. Hi. How'd you guys sleep? I slept a lot, I think. When time did I go to bed? I'm not sure. I don't know when I went to bed. I'm assuming you're all answering my question, and I will see them when OBS opens back up. Any minute now. I'm sure you're all talking about how great you think I am and how well this whole thing is going and how you can't wait to see what we're doing, what we're cooking up next. And I'm sure you're all talking about, oh, thank God. I'm back. I slept like a baby. Let's go. You like my hoodie? Thanks. I don't remember where I got it. I think I thrifted it. All right, let's try this one more time.
May I speak to the teenager of the house, please?
You got one.
Hurry down for big savings at Real
The Yeb
Cool
is EP,
Records.
media share and or cartoons till she wakes up.
Price
Yes,
Midnight
sir. Yes, sir. Shoo. Oh, what the fuck? It's still not working? Why? I restarted OBS and everything. See what I have to deal with, chat? You see what I have to deal with?
There's a phone call for you.
M'lady.
Oh, you're there. Chat, you're back. I can hear you now. There we go. Boxathon today? Quite possibly, yes. We shall see. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. Yay!
Nope.
Lee, I want to give you a golden star. I want to give you a golden star, Lee. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the GOAT.
M'lady.
Aw. What's up, Uwet? 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 You got a gold star, Lee, because that's right. If you guys notice that riddle worm sounds a little funny, that's right. She does. I think they recast who her voiceover artist was. I think they recasted her VO artist because she sounds a little different to me too. She didn't sound quite like herself. You know what else is funny? If you guys listen really closely, you can hear the mouse clicking to begin recording. It's been bugging me so much. So when people follow, you hear the sound of clicking record and then the, well, hi. And then that's it. It kind of sounds like you. Oh no, it's definitely not. Is there a VOD for day one? There is. I realized last night when I went to bed that I didn't publish it, so I can do that right now. Oh, I can do that. Oh, I can do that. I feel like I slept a lot. I got at least like 8 hours, right, chat? I got at least 8 hours of sleep. I woke up a lot though. I woke up a ton. I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a point in the night. Why did I do that? There was a point in the night where I shot up. Like, I sat all the way the fuck up. I thought something happened. I don't know. I might have been dreaming. Here we go, publish.
We had pancakes for breakfast with blueberries. How's the hair?
And then, chat for the IRL-a-thon. Sorry, that's gonna pause that for a minute. Should we use the dogs kind of walking as the thumbnail, or should we choose low ingest, or should we choose this lovely under boob angle? 1, 2, or 3, chat. Should we do dog walkies, ingest, or under boobs? 1, 2, or 3. There's no wrong answer. That scared the fuck out of me. Look at my big old face. Dr. You, what the hell? What the fuck? Oh my god. You actually, can you upload them? Oh my God. You can this is how they do it. I'm gonna pee my pants. Does anybody want to make anything like a paint thing? If someone wants to send me a photo of demon booty, I will upload it as the thumbnail. I didn't know you could do that, and I love that I'm just discovering that now. That must be new, or maybe I'm really dumb. I need who wants to give me a photo for the IRL-a-thon? I love that. I also want one for the trash-a-thon. There's got to be one. This is awesome. This is the best day ever. Screen overlay is freaking out on the time. Freaking out on the time left? What do you mean? How's it freaking out? It looks normal to me? Oh, it's dipping a little. It's like a font thing. I can't control that. Take it up with Ben. Take it up with Ben. 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 That's Ben with nitrous. Text is bigger and it moves. Yeah. I can't fix that. Ben. You know what would fix that? Oh, Chad, if you don't like the way that looks, well then I guess you should change the time. Because that wasn't happening when it was like 24 hours, right? I guess you should fix that. Help me! I can't stop. It's the only way. Anyway, I am going to put a photo of something. Someone's getting... Booty got the chop? No shot. Help me!
All right, come on up. One by one.
I'm all spick and span today. Spick and span. What does that
Use a picture of
mean
Maggie?
anyway?
That would be
Never thought
pretty
about it
epic.
before.
That would be pretty lay random XD face. I'm so thirsty.
Spick and span.
You know what, chat? I'm getting my #1 wish. You know how I've always talked about, like, oh, wouldn't it be, like, so, if I lost my voice,
Second row. Next.
Pop a titty out for humanity.
I said
next. Pop a titty.
That's the one. That's the 1 to 4. I guess that we hadn't unlocked since yesterday.
666 subs.
Yo, that's fucking haunted. That's fucking haunted. Let's fucking go. I'm so sorry. Spaz, thank you for peeing on Droogie. Droogie, get peed on. Get that piece, boy. Boy. Yeah, I said piss.
Cuffs cuffed evenly.
Let's see. Monkey? This is a cute one. I like that. That's a cute one. I like that. This is a cute. I'm going with this one. I like this. I like your cut, G. Save. You me?
Acceptable.
What the fuck was that? Dude, Soup is something else. Can you guys... I don't know how well you guys can see me when I sleep. But Soup would walk up to me and just start, you know, doing her little thing, licking my face. And I'd assume that it was, like, normal time. That it was, like, a wakey time. You know?
I asked my friend Mr. Dinglebat, Master Spy, to show you some ways to find out if someone's...
But it wasn't. Oh, you guys voted for 2. Ingest? Too bad. I fixed it. I got a new thumbnail. You'll see it later. Are you watching Jacob Tutu? I don't know what we're watching. I don't know. You have ruined Soup's schedule. She's lost and out of touch. She just keeps waking me up. Back of my head look ridiculous. Why don't you just go get a haircut today? You want to say fuck it? Do you want to murder my hair? Do you want that to be the...
cry.
It's been a while.
I don't cry. Okay.
So,
Is that the theme of this Land Before Time one? Can't confirm. Was dumb Canadian kid. Oh, so it was Canadian. That's kind of like cool. Yes.
Hey, Ellie, aren't you coming? Hey, Ellie!
That's so weird. Oh, is that what we are doing right now?
Friend I play with.
Oh.
That's okay. He can come too.
Okay, cool. So I just made it so.
I don't think Red'll
I just
want
made it
to.
so the whole fucking VOD's. I almost said the whole VOD is pregnant. The whole VOD is pregnant. Say congratulations, chat. can you tell us where you got that couch? I'm actually looking for one just like it. So here's the thing. This is the world's most uncomfortable couch in the whole wide world. I bought it for $80 on OfferUp from the nicest woman that you could ever meet. And I'm pretty sure that it was also... No? You don't want to clap just yet. I'm pretty sure that it's from Walmart. Because I was walking through Walmart and I saw a couch that I was like, is that my couch? And then upon closer inspection, I think it might have been. I think at Walmart they were selling it for like $100. So I guess feed the VOD bleach. Alright. I guess I technically got a deal on it, but it genuinely is the world's most uncomfortable couch, and I got it to sleep on. Like, it was supposed to be my bed. If you guys were there with us yesterday while we were walking some rescue dogs, I was telling the lady how, like, the general consensus on the internet... Oh, is the meter share very loud? Hold on, let me turn it down. The general consensus... Oh, I'm very loud. The general consensus on the internet is that, like, dogs before kids. And, I don't know if she... I couldn't tell if she minded that. But you guys are really proving my point. Y'all are super... Hi, Soup! Sweet is Super. Hello, Super. What's up, Super Dog? Soup Soup. You're so sweet and such a good girl. She keeps standing on the skateboard and she's shocked when it rolls.
That was a close one.
Kids are cringe, but if you have them already, you might as well make the best of it. Oh, that's right. She did say she hides from her kid. She did say that. That's so true. My parents raised me telling me that dogs are the best practice for kids, so fuck that general rule. Well, I feel like it's true. Like, dude, dogs are so fucking much. They're so crazy much. Oftentimes, okay, have y'all heard of the cat distribution system?
You haven't heard anything yet.
It's a government entity. They are faceless. They have a really high budget this year. It's just the phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. When you're out and about or you're just chilling and living your... Oh, there she goes. You're chilling and living your best life. And then all of a sudden you find a cat. And that cat is yours now. That's usually how it goes. That is called the cat distribution system. That it's the universe's way of dumping a cat in your lap. Okay? So, I would often daydream about a dog distribution system. Like, oh no, what if I was just driving and I saw just like a helpless, filthy little puppy on the side of the street? I guess I would have my best friend for life. Cat owner can't confirm. It's literally like Moo, my cat before Soup. She found me. I was just sitting in my backyard, a very young, tender, sweet, innocent child, and she just hopped over the fence. She saw me. She walked right up to me and sat in my lap. She was like, well, I was sent here by the big cat in the sky. He told me that my shift with you starts now. So that's kind of just how it works.
No, Petrie.
What do you mean, Rip Ducky? What? It is at this current moment that I miss the command and booties chat for Ducky.
So mad. I'm angry too.
I want a kitty after watching that sea crew. Love there so much, but my husband has asthma and he'd probably die. I so get that. I so get that.
I don't know, Petrie.
I'm sorry. It's so hard. I think even hypoallergenic cats are tough. I think Lumi still exacerbates some of our homies' cat allergies. Because, like, a lot of my friends, even the ones with cats, have allergies to their cats. But I don't know. It's kind of like choosing to be sick every day. Would I choose to do that? I'm not sure. I might just have to experience it for myself. One of my cat was given to me by my mom because she couldn't take care of it. My second cat was abandoned by a neighbor, so I adopted her. Exactly. See, that was the universal cat distribution system in full effect. They're doing their job. In fact, I think Land Before Time Marathon was the first time I watched Booty Stream. Really? That's a fun time to join. That was really cool. was really cool. That was really cool. And I'm hoping that he'll be able to do like an Air Bud one soon. Because I think that was your idea, Dr. Spaghetti. I remember seeing you mention something like that, and I think that would be really funny. Although mind-melting. Absolutely mind-melting, but really funny. Tell them to get the allergy therapy. It's because of shots for some people. It fixes the allergies completely. I don't know. That sounds experimental as fuck. This isn't like new Land Before Time. I remember this fucking dude with the red eyes. I remember this motherfucker. I forgot his name, though. Did you know there's like 14 Air Bud movies?
System isn't surprising after all. Unlike dogs, cats weren't domesticated. We were. It started as a symbiotic relationship of vermin control in food storage locations. Eventually, we allowed them into our homes after a campaign of manipulation on their part.
I would love if there's 14 Air Bud movies, that's probably something like, I would say a little under 24 hours. If every movie is an hour and 30 minutes. So that would make it, I don't know, I don't do math.
See? If we all pretend right, it'll work. I can pretend to be scared and yup, yup, yup.
Yup, yup, yup.
Good at being scared.
21 hours. See, exactly. So that would be perfect. Now, chat, I would offer us to do a movie marathon instead of doing anything that we have planned for today. But unfortunately, we only have time for maybe 13 movies. So, ugh, God.
We're all just going to be pretending.
Has anyone seen Hotel for Dogs? There's a golden fire.
To have friends for dinner.
Okay, hold on, guys.
So, Littlefoot, what do you say now?
1 moment, please. Pause.
It probably would show Allie that Rhett's not so brave. Okay, let's do it. Ready? And go! Come on, guys, you're supposed to be scared. And you're supposed to be scary. Guys, be serious. Start again. Ah, he hungry, me scared. And I am even more scared-ed. We need help to be saved. Perfect. Now rush in and stand right next to me, Littlefoot. Oh no! Let's try it one more time. Ah! He hungry! Me scared! And I am even more scared-ed. We need help to be saved. Come on, Rhett. Help me save him. Perfect. Now let's go. Time to show Allie what Rhett is really like.
Come on, let's play rescue.
Again? Could we play tag instead? Or the pointy seat game? Or swimmer splasher?
Rescue it is! Start yelling help! You sound different.
That wasn't me. That was someone who really needs help. Rescue them, Rhett! Help! Ah! He hungry! Me scared! And I am even more scared-ed. We need help to be saved. Who's chasing you?
Who's hungry?
He is! A sharp tooth! What are you waiting for, Rhett? yourself! I'm getting out of here!
What's going on? We wanted to show you that Rhett wasn't as brave as he said he was, so I came up with this plan.
But that shark tooth, where did he come from?
Oh, sorry, Allie. Meet Chomper.
Hi, Allie. Sorry if I scared you. You're friends with a sharp tooth?
Oh, yes. Chomper and Ruby live in the secret caverns.
It's kind of a long story.
But one thing's for sure, we're not afraid to play with Chomper.
So what do you think? Do you want to play with us? Well, sure. I guess Red isn't as brave as he says he is.
Where'd he go, anyway?
There he is.
We must drive that vicious sharp tooth out of the Great Valley! Get him!
We've got to save Chomper! But we cannot stop that herd. Oh, no. But we gotta try. Petrie, fly up and see where they are.
Uh-oh.
He's getting away!
Huh?
We've got him now. Get him!
I put the cheese and jalapeno bagel in the toaster and it's hissing. Is that a bad idea? The cheese and the jalapeno bagel are going in the toaster right now. Okay, now they're just oily. Good. You missed a good first time chat? Wait, what did I miss? I'm scrolling up. Is it I have a crush on you, mamacita? What is 2:30-ish? Oh, is that when I went to bed? It's a secret creeper. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll turn it back up.
A talking sharp tooth? I've never heard of such a thing.
The sharp
I'm making coffee and a bagel right now, chat.
He's
Sorry.
a sharp tooth. Who cares if he talks? Let's get rid of him.
Also, you know what, chat? Let's do this. Full send.
I suppose we must.
I can't pause media share right now. That's when I went to sleep. 2:30. Okay, cool. Then, damn, I got some good ass sleep then. Why am I still so tired?
Chomper's our friend. He lives here. And he would never hurt any of us.
We're actually gonna change the title because
You were calling for help.
there's a good chance we could still do this
They
thing.
wanted to show me that all of Red's stories
We're doing
were
it,
made
chat.
up.
I've been telling you how
What
we can't
stories?
do the fucking murder-a-thon,
He
but
kept
I
telling me that he saved
motherfucking
his herd from
lied.
many sharp teeth before we met them.
I motherfucking lied.
Brett, come
You was
forward.
out. Well, how do you know? The murder-a-thon lives! Get updated, get updated, get updated.
Yes. Did you
Oh
make
man,
up
we haven't made a
stories to
single,
fool
like,
these children?
we haven't done that in a while. Uppers updating.
It's okay, Rat. Yes, I did.
From the ashes we rise.
Well, huh?
What's up, Brittle Worm? Hi, Rudy
Little
Worm.
ones, this is
Brittle
very
Worm, hit the
serious.
freaking gwitty. Can
Did
someone
you
do
see
that?
what
Hey,
happened when we
hey,
tried to feed each other?
Ewet, I believe you're getting into animation. Ewet, can you animate Brittle Worm hitting the freaking gwitty?
You may have
And that'll be the new,
but a
that'll be the new,
sharp-toothed attack is
well,
no
hi.
laughing matter.
We're all really sorry.
What do you
old
think,
one.
guys? I think that would be perfect.
And as for you,
The unbearable weight of life takes a lot out of us. That's so true. And honestly, like, I'm having a great time with you guys. I've loved everything we've done so far.
But I think it's good.
I get in my head about stuff, but for the most part, I try to tell you guys when I do, so you can make me feel better. But as of right now, I'm chilling. Like, I don't know. This kind of just feels like a mission. You are my mission. You